the special meeting of the City Council to order. If you would all please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. Ms. Riska, can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mrs. Horowski?
Here.
Mrs. Koski?
Present.
Mr. Radke?
Present.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Present.
Mr. Yanes?
Here.
Mrs. Yarko?
Present.
Thank you, Council. We need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone behind me for being here today and anybody watching at home. We appreciate that. This is our annual strategic planning session. These have taken on different forms over the years, and it is an opportunity for the administration, city council, and the public to set some goals and vision for the upcoming year. So we have some very exciting things on the agenda today. And so for the rest of this meeting, I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Mark Vanderpool, to lead us through the various presentations. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We are, as you mentioned, really excited to present this strategic plan today. This is especially exciting this year because we're looking ahead to the future, not just over the next year, couple of years, but we're looking over the next 15, 20 years. And today we're going to be talking about our Visioning 2040 plan. We have some exciting announcements to make this afternoon. And then we're also going to be talking about our Sterlng Green program. So before we get into the presentations this morning or this afternoon, I want to talk a little bit about the history and how we got here and why Visioning 2030 was so important. Yes, it's not 2030 yet, but for the last 10 years, we have been working and implementing our 2030 vision. So we're 10 years into it. And now we're thinking about Visioning 2040. But why did we even need 2030? Why was that so important to Sterling Heights? Not only our residents, but our business community. And all of you recall the great struggle that cities went through in the Great Depression. That was a terrible time for cities all across the country, but especially here in Michigan. It was a very difficult time for Sterling Heights. And thankfully, the mayor and the city council and our administrative team put together a very meaningful emergency financial plan of our own that we implemented successfully. It took us 5 years to get through it. It was complicated, it was difficult, it was controversial, highly turbulent, but it set the city on solid financial footing for the future. Some of you may recall that period of time, and it's not pleasant. We had to eliminate 200 full-time positions. We had to re-engineer our entire organization, our structure. We had to do things like consolidate our dispatch center with the county. We had to contract out so many of our services and so on. But we made it through that process. What we realized at that time, about 10 years ago, is that during that time, not intentionally, but we had neglected the community. It was all about financial survival during that period of time. But we neglected reinvesting in the community. And we quickly realized through focus groups and community engagement and discussions with our businesses that we had to set ourselves on a different course. In addition, our city was at a maturation stage. We were 50 years old, thereabout. Our buildings were starting to age. Our school enrollment was starting to plateau. Our population was plateauing. We were at the proverbial fork in the road. We could have headed down the path of decline, which we've seen in communities all across the country that don't have good visionary plans, or we could have headed down a path of prosperity. And of course, the city of Sterling Heights chose the path of prosperity. So what did that mean? We developed the Visioning 2030 plan with a great emphasis on quality of life services. It's what our businesses and community demanded from us. Demanded greater recreational opportunities, more focal points, addressing areas of the community that have become tired looking, our commercial areas and so on. Reinvesting in emotional amenities like public art. And I mentioned pathways and parks, but also when we improved roads, we needed to do more than just pave roads. We needed to make roads more inviting, more aesthetically pleasing, more decorative amenities, more landscaping. Why is that important? Well, if you're driving down Van Dyke, you don't want to zoom down Van Dyke and not take notice of any of the businesses there. You want to know you're in Sterling Heights. You want people to take note. You want them to know that you have hundreds of $millions in commercial investments and high-tech manufacturing and so on. So remember, when we did Van Dyke, that's what we did. We reinvested in landscaping, decorative lighting, all new mile markers that are, in essence, a form of public art in and of themselves. When we redid M59, we focused on an abundant amount of landscaping, new gateway signage, the Golden Corridor branding, and installation of the renowned now halo that everyone takes note of when they drive down M59, including the news media. Whenever they have a story in this area, it's always a backdrop. So that's what Visioning 2030 was all about. Upgrading all of our neighborhood parks, 24 of them, building this amazing community center, building a dog park, a skate park, an ice rink, extending our pathways, all under the Visioning 2030 plan. That's what the community demanded, and that's what the mayor and city council and our administrative team and our stakeholders throughout the community have been hard at work on. It's been transformative. It's working, no question about it. But now we have to look ahead. We have to think about 2040. What kind of community do we want in 2040? And what's the roadmap to get there? How will we get there? And that's what today is all about. And so while there's so much to be proud about in Sterling Heights and Michigan, a recent study by authors Luke Glazer, president of Ann Arbor-based think tank Michigan Futures, and Donald Grimes, an economist at the University of Michigan, had this to say in a recent study. Michigan now ranks 39th in personal income per capita, down from 16th in 1999. Glazer noted that Michigan must make significant changes to reverse this decline. He went on to say Michigan should more aggressively market vibrant places, namely its cities, that are already attractive to young, more educated workers so that the state can increase its share of higher wage jobs. We're going to be hearing a lot about that this afternoon. Sterling Heights has 70,000 jobs, and many of which are high-paying engineering jobs in high-tech automotive, defense, and aerospace. As traditional manufacturing jobs continue to decline over the next 20 years, we must do all that we can to protect and grow these higher-paying, knowledge-based jobs. We must continue the good work started under Visioning 2030. We must continue investing in high quality of life services, including creating a more sustainable community, which we're going to hear much more about this afternoon as well. We must continue to look for options to keep families in Sterling Heights while attracting new families and continue our prosperous growth. We must continue the city's tradition of providing excellent services for residents our seniors, and our businesses. And that's what Visioning 2040 is all about. Continuing down the path of prosperity. The author for The Love of Cities doesn't really know this, but his book helped chart this transformative course 10 years ago when we embarked on Visioning 2030. And we all purchased, he'll be glad to know, I wish we would have got a discount, but we all purchased his book that is titled For the Love of Cities. We shared this with our entire team. The mayor, the city council, our administrative team, and our managers, they all read this book and took note of what's needed to make cities great. And so we're really lucky to have Peter Kageyama with us this morning, or this afternoon, to talk about the next 15 years. So, Peter Kageyama is a best-selling author and urbanist from St. Petersburg, Florida. I know he wishes he was there today. I had the privilege of touring Mr. Kageyama around the city this morning, and I had to put my Explorer in four-wheel drive. We went to some interesting places and got some interesting looks. Peter is the author of 6 books, including For the Love of Cities Revisited, the love affair between people and their places. He is a widely recognized thought leader in the area of community and economic development, and a favorite speaker for communities seeking new ideas and inspiration. And that's what today's all about as well. He's been called the Pied Piper of city love and the best friend of cities in his ongoing mission to make cities everywhere, worldwide, more livable and more lovable. So please welcome Peter Kageyama.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, we're doing the awkward technology shift. Hopefully it works. And there we go. Yay. Thank you, Megan. Apologies to those of you who I have my back to. It is not, it's television for the folks who are joining there. We'll do our best, but hopefully we'll have a chance to do some questions back here as well. So I am known as the city love guy. Let's see, hopefully. And of course, there we go. And so I travel around the world, and I ask the question of folks in communities like yours, I ask, do you love your city? And usually people who will come out and hear a guy who's literally written books about loving their city, I'm kind of preaching to the choir that, you know, the folks who will come out and hear me, they do love their places. And I suspect that to my left and right, it is kind of in your professional interest to love your city. And behind me, I suspect that you are here today because you do have great love and affection for this city. And that's a beautiful thing. And we would like to believe that that is a commonly held notion. And I suspect in this room that is true. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. That in this room, that is true. But unfortunately, not nearly enough of our fellow residents see and feel the city the way that we do. They're not nearly enough of them are in love with their place. So it is on us, those of us who do love a place, those of us who do care about this place, it's kind of on you to be the emotional standard bearers and carry that message of love out there and help your fellow residents see and feel the city the way that you do. And remember this, emotions are contagious. You smile, I smile. You cry, I feel bad. When more people start saying they love Sterling Heights, more people will see it, more people will feel it, more people will believe it. And maybe we can create what we call a virtuous cycle, you know, where good things compound upon good things. And people are going to say, hey, have you been to Sterling Heights lately? And people go, yeah, it feels like there's something going on. There's an energy. Now, unfortunately, for most of our fellow residents, the nature of their relationship with their place is not nearly as deep, not nearly as nuanced, not nearly as well thought out or well felt as that as well. And in fact, for most people, the nature of their relationship can actually be summarized by one thing. It's actually the pothole. I am from Ohio. Please don't hold that against me. I remember what Midwest potholes are like. You know, there is, there's winter and pothole fixing season, yes. And nobody likes potholes. And you, especially the electeds here and the folks people know you work for the city, I'm sure people come up to you all the time. Mr. Mayor, I'm sure they find you in a restaurant or in church or walking down the street. They're going to tell you about a particularly pernicious pothole that you need to get on the bat phone and have fixed immediately, right? Here's the thing. We fix every pothole in the city, fix every pothole in the state. The collective citizenry would yawn, stretch, and say, yeah, thanks, roads don't suck quite so bad. There's no love for fixing potholes. There is no emotional return on investment for fixing potholes. It's not to say we're going to stop fixing the potholes, but I think we can agree that we should aspire to something more. Now, here's the tricky part. Our residents know to ask for you to fix the potholes, right? It's obvious. There's a hole in the road, my car's going to fall into it, somebody ought to fix that. But they don't necessarily know how to ask for other things like beauty and art and great design. That is not in their lexicon. So we as the thought leaders in a place, and I include all of you here as well, as thought leaders in a place, not only have to listen to what our fellow residents are going to ask for, and of course they will ask for the most basic things. Hey, fix the potholes. Make sure the police and fire service arrive if I ever need them. But at heart, we know they want something more. And after we've given it to them, we're going to say, how the heck did we ever manage to live without this stuff? So as we think about building better places, you of course have to start from a foundation, and the foundation of every place has to be functional, and it has to be safe. Now, I get that cities are in an ongoing struggle to maintain this particular level. And then within that context, there is also this competing notion that says, you know what, money gets tight. And when money gets tight, people are going to say, hey, let's make it functional, let's make it safe, we paint it battleship gray and we kick it out the door and that's good enough. I don't think so. I don't think even the most fiscally conservative tax hawks amongst us want to live in a really functional, safe, and battleship gray community, okay? So what could we aspire to in our places? What should we aspire to in our places? How about comfort? Why can't the city be comfortable? Convivial, in the sense that our city actually helps facilitate bringing us together and connecting us with each other. Why isn't our city interesting? And maybe even more appropriately, why isn't our city fun? Where's the fun is a perfectly legitimate question that we need to be asking a whole heck of a lot more as we think about better placemaking. Now, all of you have been involved with all kinds of projects there with your team, and you're wrestling with some big problems, big challenges, brainstorming new ideas, all that kind of stuff. The next time you find yourself in one of those meetings where you guys are kind of down there in the weeds, it'd be very interesting if one of you would raise your hand and say, okay, I see what we're doing here, but I got to ask, where's the fun? Because when you ask that question, you actually change the dynamic in the room and the way people are fundamentally thinking about the problem. You ask, where's the fun? And someone might actually look up from their phone. They might smile a little bit and go, yeah, where is the fun? And in that moment, you've opened up the door to the possibility of something beyond a merely technically sufficient solution. Where's the fun? Great question to ask. Now, also, all of you have been involved with all kinds of projects that have all kinds of requirements and specifications, right? When was the last time you ever saw fun as a stated, articulated goal of any project you've ever worked on? Even a project which, say, by its very nature, should be fun. You know, a park, a playground, something like that. There's all kinds of environmental, structural, insurance requirements. Not one mentions the word fun. Well, why not? Why not at least put that out there? And maybe the folks who are in charge of delivering that solution, they might look at that and go, the city wants this to be fun. How about if we try this? I don't know what this is today. You don't have to know what this is today. But maybe the people who are charged with delivering that solution might have a pretty good idea what fun could be in the context of that particular project if we at least plant the seed and maybe even the hope and the expectation of something beyond a merely technically sufficient solution. Where's the fun? If you take nothing else away from what I'm going to tell you today and apply that to your ongoing strategic, a planning process of incorporating the lens of fun into all of the other stuff, I guarantee you will have better results just based on that alone. Now, the things that I write about, and the stories are really based upon stories that people share with me as I travel around. I'm looking at their cities, and they want to share the things that they love about their places. And oftentimes, the things that people really love about their places are relatively small, kind of personal, and kind of intimate. And in my books, I liken them to the idea of the handwritten note that goes with the gift, if you will. A love note, right? So these love notes are things that cities will give to their residents, and if the cities are very lucky, the folks might feel inclined to give back as well. And by the way, we all know how important a note is in the context of a gift. We've all made that mistake, right? Where you forget to give a card or a note with a gift to a friend or a significant other, because that means something. And oftentimes that card or note is even more impactful than the gift itself, because we take a moment, we make it special, we make it personal, and that small thing has the outsized impact. That is the power of the love note. So I've got a few examples here for you. This is Mill Ends Park in Portland, Oregon, and according to Guinness, it is actually the world's smallest official city park, and it is not much bigger than a planter. But for over 60 years, their city and their parks department has taken great pride and great pleasure in maintaining this charming little park. If you're a tourist, yeah, you want to go and see the tiny little park. If you're a local, you go, yes, we are very proud of our tiny little park there. And I think this is just wonderful. There. Now, I assume the Parks Department doesn't necessarily want to take on another, oversized planter there, but nonetheless, this is a really interesting idea. And the fact that they've been doing it for 60 years makes it even more so. Definitely a love note. Also small things. In Huntsville, Alabama, during COVID, they created this, they called it the Kindness Rocks Garden. So it's a rock garden, and it's based on the idea of these little hand-painted rocks there that people make, and they put messages on them, and they encourage people to take one, leave one. And you don't have to be a great artist, but some of this stuff was actually very impressive. And it's just something that simple that as you walk past it, it might have been just a patch of gravel before, but you give it a sign, you give it a little bit of a purpose, you give it a little bit of fun, and all of a sudden now it elevates it to a different level. That to me is the power of a love note. Public art. Public art is an interesting challenge, especially for cities and elected officials, because you always feel like you have to justify what you're doing. Now, the gold standard of public art is, of course, Love Park in Philadelphia. By the way, that is not the original statue. The original statue is in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I literally chided the governor of Indiana about how they let Philadelphia steal the brand identity, because the original statue, Indianapolis, Indiana, and the artist was named Robert Indiana. I kid you not. There. So, but yes, this is the gold standard. Everybody wants this because it's like, oh, it's eminently photographable, it's identifiable, city of love. Okay, you get that. So that's the best kind of public art. And then you get the halo. Now, I really like the halo. I love the fact that the halo has a very unfortunate nickname. We're on television. I won't say it. But it has an unfortunate nickname, and we all know what that is. But here's the thing. People noticed it. That is the standard to me for good public art. You don't have to like it, but they noticed it. And if it gets a derogatory nickname, that's even better, because it actually gets people fired up, and you remember this kind of stuff. There's a piece of public art in downtown Tampa, Florida. I live over in St. Petersburg, so it's Tampa Bay. It's called the Exploding Chicken. You can imagine what that particular piece of public art looks like, and it's noticed, and it gets the nickname. And you know what? It is also wayfinding. It's like, oh, I'm going down, it's Van Dyke. Van Dyke, thank you. I was going to say Van Aken, but Van Dyke. It's like, oh, we're past it on the right, we're past it on the left. Everybody knows where that is. As you say, the newscasters always come there and use that as the backdrop. People are stopping to take photos of this. I did that last night. I had the permission of the city manager. He was there with the lights flashing, so it was actually kind of cool there. And by the way, I have an idea for you, and it actually comes from my wife, because I sent the picture to her last night. By the way, this thing is much prettier at night. And I told her the story about what it's actually called. She goes, oh, that's unfortunate. And my wife is an architect, and she also loves to sew. She goes, they had to call it the golden buttonhole. That's good, actually. That you could put on a t-shirt. That's the kind of thing you should put on a t-shirt. That's the kind of thing that says, hey, it's us. And you know what, more importantly, it says we have a sense of humor about ourselves. A sense of humor goes a long, long way. And most of the time people think, the local government, it's stodgy. You guys are the ones who always say no to stuff. This would be a really interesting way to approach that. And by the way, just good on you for having the courage to do it in the first place there. Because again, it has value beyond whatever it was you paid for it. And I'm sure you heard a lot from, citizens. It says, do you know how much money we spent for this? He's like, I know exactly how much money we spent on this. That's okay. It got noticed, and it is now part of your identity. Well done. And you could have stuff like this. Dallas, Texas. This is kind of creepy public art. Yeah, I was there. I spoke to the Texas Municipal League last fall. Everyone says, have you seen the big eyeball? I says, no. It's like, so I had to go and check out the big eyeball. And it's, kind of creepy, certainly memorable. The thing is I'm looking around and going, where's the other one? Yeah. So again, in the grand scheme of things, I think the halo definitely better, more interesting than this. Dog parks are absolutely love notes, and with apologies to those of you who own cats and birds and fish and ferrets, you don't walk your cat. And if you do, people think you're a little odd, right? No, we walk our dogs, and our dogs need this sort of social activity. Our dogs bring us together. They connect us with other people. Dog parks are probably the most social places in your entire city. People talk to each other at the dog park, right? Now, they don't know your name, but they do know your dog's name. And eventually they'll get around to learning your name as well. And that's a bit of social capital that didn't exist before. It's because the dog has essentially broken the ice and negotiated the encounter for you. And there's a side benefit to all of these dogs and dog owners, and it's safety. And it's not because people have to own an attack dog or anything like that, but the fact is that we dog owners are out there at all hours of the day and night walking our dogs. You know, there's nothing worse than walking down a completely empty street. We feel pretty exposed by that. But hey, if there's a dog and a dog walker out there, it's all good. So maybe we ought to be thinking about these dog parks not only as a love note and an amenity, but also they can actually become community hubs and actually places of safety. Now, I know you have a dog park, and I know there's a second one underway. And the thing is we tend to think about dog parks in sort of, it's like, it's an area about this big right here, and we tend to think of it like as a certain kind of thing. There's a lot of design variance in a good dog park, like this one in Austin, Texas. This is actually adjacent to their river, and it's an off-leash park, and there's no fence there, but the dogs absolutely love it because the dogs can then play in the water. And so that's really interesting. It's like an off-leash park that is in the park. That's really nice, no fences. Or something like this. This is in Louisville, Texas. And of course, everything is bigger in Texas. This is the biggest dog park I have ever seen in my life. This is so big I could lose my dog in the park, kind of thing. And if you have a little dog, it's like, where's he gonna go? It's like, it's almost too big. It's kind of comical. I guess they had the space. They said, all right, let's do it. Or something like this. This is in Henderson, Nevada, which is just outside of Las Vegas, which explains why you have these colossal sort of sculptures there. They call this statue, they call it Barcules there. And of course, the dogs have their own splash pad because it's Las Vegas. It's bigger, it's badder, that kind of stuff. That's kind of interesting. Or how about this? This was in Midland, Texas. This was actually not done by the city. This was actually done by the apartment complex there. Because apartment complexes realized that, hey, this is an amenity. Of course, we used to, everybody still needs a fitness center. Yeah, we'd probably have a pool, but more and more people, we need a dog park on site. And this goes to show the changing nature of the relationship we have with our dogs. You know, when I grew up, the dog was loved, but the dog was not part of the family the way it is now. I am now a dog parent, right? And there. So I think we as city makers not only have to understand it's not enough to just be to be dog friendly. Let's recognize that people, especially younger people, millennials and Gen Z, are treating dogs like starter children. Right, so that has to be part of our thinking in making for the amenities. So canine infrastructure, that is a real thing. This is actually in downtown Tampa. I took this just the other night because it was kind of wild because it's in sort of the heart of like downtown in this really hip sort of party district. Amelie Arena is down there. There's all kinds of really expensive restaurants. Excuse me. There are lots of apartments, and they have this nighttime dog park that's really lit up. It's very well done. It's like, wow, you could take a date there at night, and you could probably have a drink there. I don't know what the legality is of that particular park, but that was really interesting. Again, in the heart of downtown in a very hip district. And by the way, they don't all have to be really nice. This is the worst dog park I've ever seen. Columbus, Ohio, it's behind some apartments. It's gravel, it's a steel fence. You know what? The dogs don't care. The dogs don't care. All they want is a place to run and have some fun. And the place really, the point is that the people, maybe we could make this a little more comfortable for the people. But you know what? The dogs don't care. And a little tiny pocket park for the dogs would go a long, long way. By the way, I think that the park over here, Dodge Park. This area is amazing, by the way. Well done for creating a real sort of sense of center, sense of place, for clustering it all together. To me, the only thing that was sort of obviously missing in my sense would be a small dog park there. So think about that. You certainly have some space over there. And if people could come and they could go to the farmer's market, they could have their dogs play over here, they could have their kids play over here, that would be a huge win. Consider that. Again, it is part of I call it emotional infrastructure of a place. The canine infrastructure actually supports the way that we as people actually want and need to live today. Murals. are absolutely love notes. I love a good mural. They dress up walls, they make places feel alive, they make them feel different, they make them feel special, and you don't even have to like the art, right? But this one I thought was really exceptional. This is in Minneapolis. Bob Dylan, obviously a son of Minnesota. The times they are a-changing. And look how big that mural is, all right? That's pretty awesome. I've seen some big walls in your community here as well. I'm just saying. There might be some opportunities there. This one was, I took this last year when I was here visiting Advanced Macomb. Thank you, Stacy, there. And so, yeah, Mount Clemens. And this, I guess this mural is a little controversial because people didn't quite get it. And I guess her face has slowly changed over time. That was the story I was told, but I think it's lovely and certainly very memorable. Well done there. Or this is in downtown St. Petersburg where I live. And the point about this particular mural is sort of the point of murals, sort of the way we think about them today. It's about the Instagram moment, right? Good murals actually attract that kind of attention. And that's a good thing because you want people to come and take pictures and it's showing off your city, right? So if we're gonna do murals, let's think about, okay, how is this maybe gonna play on social media? This mural, I think, is exceptional. This is in downtown Huntsville, Alabama, and the mural there it's on a parking garage, and I'm all for making parking garages a little prettier. But this one's celebrating voting rights for women in Alabama. Now, what you have to really understand is you have to literally cross the street to appreciate this mural because this young lady is watering that tree. There. And the folks at the downtown Alabama group that brought me there, I pointed out to them, says, you know, this tree is now the most important tree in your downtown. They said, yes, we're well aware of that. We're taking extraordinary measures to protect and nurture this particular tree. And it got me thinking that maybe that is sort of the future of murals, is that the way it's not just on a wall, that it actually interacts with its environment in an interesting way. And I started looking for examples, and there's lots of pretty cool stuff out there, like this. Like, wow, that's amazing there in Ecuador. A little far to go to check out a mural, but still very nice. Or how about this in New York City? Mm-hmm. So this is sort of the challenge. We can take murals to a whole other level. And when I think about murals, I also think, well, why do they always have to be on walls? Because there's lots of opportunities out there that don't necessarily mean they have to be on walls. Decatur, Georgia, why can't we dress up, the crosswalks? I'm sure MDOT has a list of reasons why you're not supposed to do this, but we can get around this. There are ways to make this happen. Because again, the fact that it doesn't look like a regular crosswalk actually makes it safer, believe it or not. It's because we get used to the way things look and the way they sort of behave. When something is a little bit different, it gets our radar. Our radar goes up and we go, wait, what's going on here? And we actually take more care. So that actually, in some ways, is a safer crosswalk. Or how about this? We got lots of parking lots. Why aren't we making them a little bit prettier? I think that would be kind of cool. This is an intersection in downtown St. Petersburg where I live. And this was actually a community project. And it's lovely. And it was, it was very vibrant when it first happened about 5-6 years ago. But amazingly, it still looks pretty good. By the way, this is also, again, is traffic calming. Because the intersection doesn't look like every other intersection, the natural inclination for a driver is to slightly slow down. Again, safety. That's kind of cool. Any folks been to Erie, Pennsylvania? This is a little lighthouse that is down there on Lake Erie, and it's a little hard to see in this particular light. It's there at night. It's lovely, and it is a tourist attraction. There's a little cafe, there's a little museum in there, and people go to the top and they take a look back at the city. And so I was there with their downtown association again, and we get to the top during the day, and we look back, and I see this. So you're looking at the thing, and then you look down, and you go, huh. Well, that's kind of ugly. And I kind of pointed out to them, says, you know what? Is there anything going on there? I go, no, nothing. It's like, that's an opportunity. And to their credit, literally a few months after I visited them, they came up with this. And they painted it. Because again, a tourist is going to go to the top of this, they're going to look out over the city, and they will absolutely see this particular mural. I think, fantastic. Again, it's looking at your city with a different set of eyes. I mean, all of you are very familiar with with this city, but when was the last time you maybe stopped and looked at it with a set of fresh eyes? Like I was a visitor coming here for the first time. What would I see? What would I not see? What could be here? And this is actually what it looks like then during the day. Really well done. I love that. and the fact that they took some unused, ugly space and made it into something kind of special that it almost invites you. It's like, now you have to go to the top of that, that damn lighthouse to get there. So yeah, very cool. And by the way, we have lots of bollards. Why do they all have to be really boring? There. So yes, there are umpteen opportunities to do something creative around this. Adding some color, adding a sense of life and vitality to a place. There is an immense power in a simple coat of paint. And actually, some folks up in Ludington learned that. Ludington, Michigan, on the other side there, about halfway up there on Lake Michigan, a few years ago, they had this ugly downtown wall. And what they did is they invited, they brought in an artist to do sort of a paint-by-numbers outline on the wall. And then over one weekend, they invited the entire community to come down, grab a number, grab a bucket of paint, go paint your number. And the result was this. Now, as art goes, this is not high art, but it is highly interactive public art. It's the kind of public art people will point to and say, hey, you know what? I helped paint that. And we feel very differently about something we've had a hand in the making of. So maybe one of the things we ought to be thinking about here is we're talking about visioning and talking about better placemaking. How do we allow more of our fellow residents to roll up their sleeves and get a little dirty, to be part of this process, right? Because most of the time they're sitting back waiting for you guys to do your job. That's great, but you know what? Wouldn't it be nice to have them being involved? And I'm sure the city attorney is here somewhere, and I'm making him or her very nervous by saying this. That's okay, because you know what? We can figure this stuff out. They figured it out in Ludington. Are you saying that the city attorney in Ludington is smarter than the city attorney here? No, of course not. We're going to figure out a way to make this happen. Is that you? Okay, sorry. Yeah, so yes, there are ways to do this. It's like, it's not about eliminating risk. It's about managing risk. And the upside on something like this, when people get involved in this, they have an immense sense of pride, they have an immense sense of ownership, that this is our city. This is a project we worked on together. There's a huge upside to this. Let's hope we can maybe make that happen. And by the way, a little bit of color goes a long way. Detroit Central Station, sorry about the Lions, folks. They had a hell of a run, but this is a great, when we can add some light to the thing. I know one of the upcoming things is lighting for the markers in the medians there in the city. Once we add some light to that, that will actually make them pop. It'll make them be more noticeable. It'll be more identifiable with your particular city. So, LED lighting has come a long, long way. It's a lot less expensive. It'll last a lot longer. And certainly it's a lot more customizable there as well. Rituals and traditions. Families have them. Schools have them. Cities have some amazing ones as well. One of my absolute favorites, and the one that really got me thinking about this years ago, comes from Providence, Rhode Island, there, and it's called Water Fire. Now, Providence is a city that has this river that sort of snakes through the heart of its downtown and empties into this round lake. And of course, in its industrial age, Providence kind of turned their back on their river. They industrialized their river. They covered it up with like steel plating. It was like hard to tell there was actually a river there. So in the late 20th century, like in the 1990s, they were trying to figure out how do we reconnect with the river. And so what they did is they brought in this artist by the name of Barnaby Evans. And what he did was simple. As they started to unearth the river again, he brought in the idea, it's like of these braziers, brought in cords of pine wood in the middle of the river, and they light them on fire. It's water and fire. It is literally the most basic thing in the world, and it is absolutely magical. Because you go down there during a water fire event, and they do a couple dozen of them every year. You smell the pine smoke, you hear the crackle of the wood, and you see these great dancing shadows that are created all over downtown. Because it's essentially a bonfire on the river. And all of us, we have sat in front of a campfire or a bonfire and been absolutely mesmerized by that experience, right? There's something in our human nature that we can watch fire and be incredibly content. Well, imagine taking that idea to a municipal level and you have water fire. And a bunch of years ago, I was able to participate in what they called a lighting ceremony. And sort of like the villagers from a Frankenstein movie, we carried the torches from City Hall down to the riverfront, we put the torches into this urn, and from the urn they lit water fire. Very cool. And will always inform the way I think and feel about Providence. This is an interesting one. This is... I just had a brain fart. This is Shelburne Falls. Thank you very much. Memory recall. Yeah, slow, little glitch in the system there. Shelburne Falls in western Massachusetts. This is called the Iron Bridge. Iron Bridge has been there for a long time, and every day cars go back and forth across it there. But for one night out of the year, and for the last 20 years or so, for one night out of the year, they close down the bridge, and they have dinner on it. They have the local restaurants cater the event. Students are the waiters and waitresses. It's a very nice sort of white linen event, and it's a big fundraiser for the Chamber of Commerce. I love this. Now, folks may go across this bridge every day, going to and from work, to and from school, something like that. I guarantee you, having dinner on the bridge will make you see and feel the bridge differently and make you see and feel your city differently as well. And it sort of begs the question, what could we have dinner on here? What could we have brunch on here in town that might actually help people change the way they feel about their places? And I saw something today. I think, that's kind of cool. I wouldn't want to do it tonight, but maybe over the summer, they're into the park during the something like that. That could be really, really cool. And again, just because, a bridge is a bridge, but there's lots of other places that we could do something really interesting. And again, having dinner or drinks or brunch or something like that, it changes the way people feel about a particular place. That's an idea. You should steal it. And if you do, let me know, because I'm always curious to sort of see how communities sort of make it their own. By the way, as far as rituals and traditions, I understand this is a relatively new one, about 5 years. Every winter, the ice skating rink, which I think is brilliant because it actually is a great way to make use of your farmer's market pavilion there as well. Absolutely fabulous. I understand you can't play hockey on it. That's maybe the only downside for the community, but you know what? It is obviously a great place for families to go and a great winter escape, as it were. And definitely a new ritual and tradition for all of you guys. Millennium Park in Chicago is a big, giant, expensive love note. How many folks have been to Millennium Park in Chicago? Yeah, of course. And this is called Cloudgate, known locally as the Bean there. And the first time you approached the Bean, I bet you did this. You found your reflection, you took your own picture, right? It's a selfie kind of thing, but with a weird sort of funhouse sort of mirror. And then you see people interacting with this, and they're playing with it kind of like, again, like a giant funhouse mirror. And that's sort of the beauty of this particular piece of public art. And you looked over your shoulders, and you saw this, those two water towers. The water towers are actually covered in video screens. So during the summer months, you'll see the eyes will open, it will smile at you. And then again, during the summer, they have these water cannons that shoot water out onto the deck, creating what is essentially a giant above-ground pool or a giant splash pad there for kids. And on a typical summer day, you will see hundreds of kids playing in that pool. Now, city making point number one that we'd all do very well to remember is when kids are happy, parents are happy. We know this. We feel this. Kids love these water features. Cities, not so much. They are kind of expensive. They always break down. And you know what? Those darling children will sometimes do unspeakable things in there, and somebody has to clean that stuff up. Usually the Parks Department. I don't have a solution to that last bit, but I did take this picture in a little town outside of Pittsburgh. This is Braddock, Pennsylvania, a little steel town, lost a lot of population, went through some very challenging times, like many Rust Belt cities. But I was there on a hot summer day, the little downtown park, kids are playing, and there in the corner I saw a garden hose. Now, I think we have a tendency to overthink the solutions to our city's problems. Because you know what? The city manager's handbook says, oh, you want a splash pad? You want a water feature? Well, it costs this much money. It's like, well, I don't have that much money. Well, we're trying to find it in the budget next year. Meantime, too bad, so sad. What's wrong with going down to Home Depot, spending $20, buying a garden hose, and turning on the faucet? Nothing. In fact, there's everything right with that kind of solution. It says, hey, we're being financially responsible. We spent $20. More importantly, we're responding to the wants and needs of our community. We're being a little creative about this stuff there. You know, and too often I hear cities kind of apologize for their garden hose solutions. Says, well, you know what, we wanted to do this, budget was tight, so we had to do that. No, you should be saying, you know what, we wanted to do this, budget was tight, but we're able to do this. And you should be trumpeting this as a triumph over adversity, which is exactly what it is. Never apologize for your garden hose solutions. Again, they show you at your very best, being creative, financially responsible, and most importantly, responding to the wants and needs of your community. So next time you find yourself in that situation where you don't have all the budget that you'd like, and let's face it, when do we ever have as much budget as we would like? Ask ourselves that question, what's the garden hose solution that, again, gets us down the road and allows us to respond to the wants and needs of our community? Now, downtowns are competitive. I don't know if you've noticed this, but a lot of people take great pride in their downtowns and their main streets and all of that. And Greenville, South Carolina will make the claim they're the best downtown in America, and they make a good case for it. This is their main street. It's got a fantastic tree canopy, all kinds of local restaurants, local shops. Very cool. This place is so good, other cities go there to study it, right? Yet amidst all the incredibly well done big stuff, and by big stuff I do mean expensive stuff, the thing that surprised and delighted me, and the story I tell to folks like you, is actually something very, very small. It's actually not Falls Park. It's actually, that's Falls Park. Sorry, I forgot to put that in, because it's an amazing park there. It's over this river. It's got this fantastic footbridge. But again, really big, kind of expensive. But the thing that, again, that I loved and, again, surprised and delighted me was actually the mice on Main. These little brass mice, and like over 20 years ago, a high school student came into the mayor's office with this idea. Says, hey, Mr. Mayor, I want to do a scavenger hunt downtown. The mayor said, okay, how much money do you need? And the kid said like $1,200. Inflation, right? $1,200. He says, and he says, I want to cast these mice, I want to put them downtown, like a dozen of them, put them downtown on Main Street, and encourage people to sort of go and explore the city as they're looking for the mice. Mayor said, cool, sold. For $1,200? Absolutely. So they put the mice downtown. You can get you go to the restaurants and shops downtown, you get these little maps that will show you where the mice are. He says, okay, come to this particular street corner, turn 45 degrees, look up. Boom, there you go. And you'll see kids and women and, yes, grown men squealing with delight once they found one of these mice. And after you found one of these mice, you're looking everywhere for the damn thing. It's like, oh, there's another one. And you find yourself looking at the city with a different set of eyes, right? A set of eyes that are about exploration and looking around corners and stuff you otherwise probably would not have even bothered to notice. And the mice are actually all very cute. They've all been given names, and they've all been given a backstory that's been collected in this really cool children's book called The Mice on Main. That's amazing. So again, amidst all that incredibly well done, big expensive stuff, my lasting impression, and I'm certain I'm not alone in this, is actually something this small and seemingly this silly. Yes, it is kind of silly, but nonetheless, this is the kind of stuff that we resonate with as human beings. We like a good story. We like things that make us smile. These are wonderful little examples of the things that we can do to make cities just a little bit better and a little bit special by doing even the smallest of things. However, I do recognize that occasionally we need to go big. The Denver Convention Center. This is a piece of public art called I See What You Mean, but of course locally it's known as the Big Blue Bear. Now, the Big Blue Bear is going on about 20 years old now and has become a very beloved piece of public art there in Denver. But that wasn't always the case. And can you imagine the first time that artist might have come into council with that idea? And says, hey, I got this idea. I want to do this statue. It's going to be of a bear. It's going to be really, really big. And oh, by the way, it's going to be blue. I suppose that conversation goes over the first time council hears that. Seriously? Do you know how many potholes we could fix for the cost of that ridiculous bear? And therein lies your challenge. Yeah, the bear has a cost. And if you're one of those people who sees the world through that lens, if everything is about the cost of things, the pure financial accounting of things, you can always justify not doing something by saying, you know what, we could always fix more potholes, which again is technically true. But in addition to having a cost, the bear also has a value. And to me, the value of the Big Blue Bear is once you've seen the Big Blue Bear, you cannot unsee the Big Blue Bear. You will always remember it, and you will always associate it with Denver. And think about this. Every day, hundreds of photos are taken of this bear, and they go out there onto social media, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all of that stuff. Every one of those is a smile, is a postcard, is a love note from the city of Denver. That absolutely has value. There's lots of people who want to come to probably, a chamber like this and a podium like this, and they want to hold you guys' feet to the fire about the cost of things. They come, they say, they understand, this is going to cost X number of dollars, because X is easy to find. Cost is an easy number. Cost is kind of a lazy number. It's a number on a piece of paper. I challenge them, says, yes, everything has a cost, but things also have a value beyond the purely financial. And if we want to live in the type of community that has room for things like beauty, art, great design, and yes, big blue bears, we need to stand up and we need to fight for this stuff. And this is an argument we can absolutely win. So next time we're having this conversation, and you will always be having this conversation, by the way. Next time we're having it, say, fine, let's talk about the cost of this. But then let's also talk about the value. And remember, things have a value beyond the purely financial. And if folks really want to get snippy about this, then let's talk about the cost of ugly. Let's talk about the cost of boring. Because those absolutely do have a cost. And I guarantee you that the people who are obsessed with the cost of things have never thought about it in those terms. It's an argument we can win. It's an argument we need to win if we're going to build the type of community that I do believe that all of you actually want to live in. And I did notice your bear out front of the library. That's pretty cool. There is some precedent for big bears here in Sterling Heights. And I had to do this because I walked around and I had to caption this. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Mom, I'm cold. But yeah, I think it's charming. Absolutely charming. Well done there. Was there any controversy about the bears when you put them in?
No.
No, wasn't big enough, wasn't blue enough, so.
Friends of the library paid for it.
Oh, there you go. Somebody else paid for it, it's fine. You can put it on. There you go. The ultimate, though, in terms of lovable cities are, of course, its people. The people who are desperately, passionately in love with their places and who will sometimes go above and beyond and do extraordinary things for their places, not because they're paid to, but this is how they roll. This is how their sense of community, how their sense of creativity manifests in amazing ways. I call these folks co-creators because they're essentially co-creating the experience of the city along with the official folks. It's kind of like all of you's job to create the content that is Sterling Heights, right? But then there are these other folks, not their job. We know how important they are to making this a great place to live, work, and play. Like my friend Bob Devin Jones here. Bob is the creative director of a small black box theater in downtown St. Pete where I live. And for those of us who live in St. Pete, we know how important Bob is to our community, to making it special there. And the thing is, Bob's not, he's not part of the city. He's not one of the most powerful, most influential business people, none of that. But again, those of us who live here or live there, excuse me, we know how important Bob is to our community. All of you know your community's version of Bob Devin Jones. I suspect some of them are sitting back here today there, and we think that's great. It's like, we love Bob. It's like, but, we see Bob around town, you see these folks around your community, and you think, oh, that's just Bob being Bob. No, I've got to tell you, Bob being Bob is extraordinary, and we need more of that. Because Bob and the co-creators don't see the problem the same way that the official folks do. And consequently, their solutions can be very different than the ones the official folks are even allowed to consider. I know how wild and crazy some of you on council might actually want to get about this stuff, but you can't. I get that. But you know what? If you have some other folks in the community who can, that's your natural partnership. That's where things get really interesting. Cities get the big stuff mostly right. We're pretty smart about this stuff. We go to events, we go to things like MML, we come back, we're fired up, we got some great ideas, best practices and all that, cool. But where it really gets interesting is when that good top-down meets the interesting bottom-up, and meets in the middle, that's when places really get going. And we mentioned Detroit Central Station, and I know that there's lots of people who are going to take credit for that. And I may be, I don't think I'm alone in saying that there were a small group of people that probably had a huge impact on the fact that Michigan Central Station is going to reopen later this year as an absolute triumph for the city and for the region. But I'm old enough to remember, and I've been coming to Detroit long enough to remember when that was an absolute ruin. Right? And it was the shame of the community. It's like, people go in there and they coined a term for it, ruin porn. You remember that? Well, this guy, that's Phil Cooley. Phil Cooley was the one who started Slo's Barbecue. Now, many of you have probably been to Slo's Barbecue. It's a great restaurant. Hard to get into these days, by the way. But still, a great local restaurant. But when that opened in Corktown, in like 2005, 2006, no new restaurants were going into Corktown. There was no investment that was happening in Corktown at that time. So along comes Phil and some of his friends. They buy the building. They had to rehab the building. They had to put a roof on it, but they knew how to swing a hammer, so he was very hands-on about this stuff. And he made national news. The New York Times came in and did stories about him and sort of what was happening in Corktown because it was such an extraordinary story that ran contrary to the media narrative at the time. And for a long time, Slo's was about the only thing there. And then he helped some other folks open up some stuff down the block. And there was this little enclave of really cool stuff that was happening. And that sort of spread into the neighborhood. And he eventually opens Pony Ride, which was this big sort of incubator for other creative industry folks who wanted to make stuff happen. He bought that building, sold that building. He's done really well in real estate and all this. But part of that was he started to change the narrative of a place, especially when it was super hard to change that narrative because it was really dire. We're going to talk about changing narratives and how important that actually is. Sometimes it starts with one great story. And this was the great story that came out of this. And I will credit Phil a lot. Phil and his friends and those folks, Michigan Central Station's reopening and Chrysler and all of, Ford coming back to there owes a lot to this silly little barbecue joint that opened up almost 20 years ago. And he is absolutely one of those co-creators. This is kind of fun. Check this out.
My name is Barry Church. I make things that make the world a more interesting place, like a rainwork. Rainworks are pieces of street art that only appear when they're wet, and they're messages or images designed to make people's rainy day a little bit better. Seattle is associated with rain, it's fair to say, and Rainworks just all it needs to be is wet, so it's sort of the ideal Seattle art.
So the stuff that makes Rainworks is biodegradable, environmentally friendly, and completely non-toxic.
The essential ingredient when making Rainworks is the super hydrophobic coating.
Okay, let's see how it works on the Neverwood effect. Sure. So you want me to start on the shirt, right?
That is a chemical that when you put it on a surface will prevent that surface from getting wet. So I was browsing the internet one day and stumbled across a viral video, and the video showed like really vivid images of like red wine pouring off a white shirt and chocolate syrup pouring off white shoes and people getting buckets of water thrown on them, and they're like totally fine. And I'm like, oh, that's super cool. What can I do with this? It's a spray-on substance, so it made sense. Like, what if you sprayed it through a stencil? So if you put it on concrete, well, ideally it'd be invisible. Instead of the concrete getting dark, the water will just roll right off it and it'll stay light colored. The contrast can be used to create an image. The very first one I did, it said stay dry out there, and had a bunch of raindrops falling. It was on a bus stop. And now there's about 25 to 30 Rainworks out there. There's a lily pad and pond with frogs hopping between them in Ballard. There's I Heart Rain in UW. At 4th and Bell says, worry is a misuse of the imagination. There's Today's Weather, rain in Fremont. There's Proud to be Rainy in Capitol Hill. There's Hopscotch at the Junction in West Seattle, and we want to make way more. I mean, it's gonna rain no matter what, so why not do something cool with it?
So that's kind of fun. So I bet if we ask the folks from the Public Works team here and ask them about a super hydrophobic coating, they go, oh yeah, we've known about that for years. But they didn't think to do something like that with it. And that is sort of the genius of what the co-creators bring to the table. They don't see the resources in the same way, they don't see the problems in the same way. And consequently, they can come up with some wildly different approaches to city building and community building that we add to our quiver, our arsenal of tools. These co-creators exist in every community as well. They're like the spice in what makes a great dish. You don't have to have a lot of spice to make for a flavorful dish, but you need some, otherwise it's a bland dish. And every community needs its spicy people there. And like I said, every community has these people. Oftentimes, though, we don't necessarily know them, or they're maybe sitting on the sidelines because they don't think they have the right resources, they don't think they have the right education, they don't think they have your permission to be city builders, to be community builders. We need to change that. We need more people to believe that they can be community builders in this process. You know, there's not going to be a parity of power in all of this, no, but there has to be a parity of caring. We all kind of have to give a damn if this stuff is actually going to work. So I would challenge you to find some of your co-creators in this process. Find out what they're doing. They're doing some amazing things, I guarantee you, and you will learn even more about that. And maybe how do we empower them and maybe align what they're doing with the stuff that we're going to be doing here as well, the co-creators. I got a couple of closing thoughts for you here as well. You know, everyone's talking about this idea of working from anywhere, and certainly COVID accelerated that concept. And, you know, before COVID, there was a small group of people we thought were the so-called digital nomads, the ones who could kind of work from anywhere. You know, they were really cool. All they needed was an internet connection and a laptop, and they could work from anywhere. Okay, great. Well, COVID comes along, and all of us are forced to become remote workers, or almost all of us there, and we realized, well, wait a minute, this is possible for more and more of us. Now, we're seeing a movement to come back to the office, and there is immense value in that. There's reasons to do that. But what this has proven, and we can't go back to sort of that pre-sort of COVID world where we think of place and jobs being inextricably linked. In many ways, we have decoupled that from place from the job. Now, I get that within your particular community, you have a very strong manufacturing sector here. It's hard to decouple the workers from 5 million square feet of manufacturing space there. So in that sense, it is a little different. But there are many others who will be able to live anywhere, and where they choose to live becomes really the main decision. And that is something we have to realize. So now all of you are in the business of placemaking. Placemaking is going to be the conversation that cities are going to have in order to be competitive into the 21st century. How do we create a great place for people, and by doing it for people, we're creating a great place for all those other companies we would like to see relocate here as well. This guy was pretty smart. He said, person who never made a mistake never tried anything new. I think that's brilliant. And I find that this is often true around leadership, councils, and there. Nobody wants to make a mistake because, again, it's embarrassing. And so consequently, especially I think, amongst the electeds, and I look at you guys, you don't want to make a mistake in front of your constituents, because somebody's going to call you to task on that sometime in the future. So I get it. So we become comfortable making, let's call it incremental improvements, incremental decisions, a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. And of course, there's value to that. But there's also value to occasionally swinging for the fences and saying, you know what, we maybe made a mistake, but we're going to learn from that mistake, and we're going to get it next time or the time after that. There's immense value in failure. We laud the business community for their failures. You hear how many, great success stories, businesses say, I did this, it failed, I did this, it failed, I did this, it failed, I did this, big success. Everyone remembers the big success. But we do champion the idea of, there is a value to failure, especially in business. Why aren't we applying that same sort of measurement to our to leadership in cities? I get that we're not going to make stupid decisions, but we might occasionally take some chances, because if we don't, if we're satisfied with, again, incrementalism and getting just a little bit better, I guarantee you that there are going to be other communities that will figure out how to do something. They may fall flat on their face the first couple of times, but when they figure something out and they get it right, they will rapidly outdistance us. Incrementalism and that sort of, approach is a recipe for, at best, mediocrity. In the long term, I do believe it is a recipe for failure. So empower your leaders. If they make a mistake, you guys got to own it. But what have we learned from that? How are we going to get better next time, and how are we going to actually succeed the next time we try this? We're going to get better in this. I think this is a cultural shift that needs to happen. And as the leaders in a place, it's kind of on you guys. To be brave enough to say, you know what, occasionally we're going to take a bigger step than maybe we would have initially thought. Because again, never tried anything new, that's not going to work. And last, I will say this. This has become sort of personally meaningful to me over the last few years, is this idea of doing small things with great love. There's a lot of things on your plate, all of your collective plates there. And I get that not everything gets your full and undivided attention and, the entirety of your being and the best of your abilities. There's a lot of stuff that has to be done. But when something does cross your desk, that you can maybe take a moment, take a little bit more time, and imbue something of your passion for your place into it, it will manifestly feel different to your audience, to your constituents, to the people who live here. People can tell when something is done to the minimum requirement. They can also tell when something was done with passion and with love and with great affection. That should be your challenge as you move forward. Strategic planning is both a gift and a curse. It's wonderful to think about this stuff, but it's like, well, but there's all these other challenges that go with it. There's lots of big things, and that's going to be where people's attention is going to go to. I would encourage you also then to drill it down, to ask them, say, okay, we're talking about our city. Well, what do you want in your little corner of Sterling Heights? What do you want in your neighborhood? And get them to talk about that, because that is probably something that's going to be more meaningful to them in the long term, because they live there. That is the place that is closest literally to their home, to their hearts. Of course, you're going to make the city a better, more interesting, more lovable place. But the challenge is how do we wrap it all together from the top down to the bottom there? Big stuff, lots of little stuff. That is the recipe for this. We're going to get caught up in the idea of the big stuff as we talk about this, but let us remind ourselves that small projects are a lot easier. These kinds of things, it's a lot easier to get done. It's a lot easier to make a mistake on a small project. It's a lot easier to take a chance on a small project. And that should be the place where we actually experiment there. There's lots of people who talk about how do we make great cities, how do we make livable cities, walkable cities, sustainable cities. Those are good goals, and we should have those. But I think the goal should be, how do we create a lovable city? The kind of place that grabs you by the heart and refuses to let you go. It's the kind of city I want to live in. It's the kind of city I know you guys want to live in. It's the kind of city that we all have to build in a different way. And it starts when we start asking some different questions and applying some different lenses to the good work that we're already doing. So I'm very encouraged by the fact that you guys are asking these questions. You're going through this, this process of looking into the future and being critical and being optimistic about where you're headed. You have a very special community here. I'm very impressed with what you guys have done. You have a very unique character. you don't have a downtown. And that's actually okay. It's really, what you've done is you've created a sense of place without the traditional sense of a downtown. That's really hard to do, and you've done it really, really well. I'm encouraged to see what's going to happen, and I can't wait to see what's next for you guys. So thank you very, very much, Sterling Heights.
Mayor, under each of these topics, we've reserved some time for you and City Council to ask some questions, and if you so choose, the audience as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, and thank you, Mr. Kageyama, for the presentation, very insightful. Council, I'll open it up. Any questions or comments? Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. My comments are, I've listened to Peter several times, and you're so inspiring, and there is so much of what you were saying that is true as far as us being afraid to make a mistake, spending too much money, and the backlash that we get for doing it. But listening to you, and hopefully the people that are paying the taxes to do some of these are also listening, that it isn't just the basics. It isn't always something that we need. It might be something that we want.
Yeah.
And in some, it could be things that we didn't know we needed.
Or didn't know you wanted.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So I thank you for being here and setting the tone for this strategic plan, and just in the halo is on M59. I thought we said Van Dyke, but it's on M59.
M59.
Yes.
Okay.
All road.
All road would be another way to put it.
The golden buttonhole. Let's
The
start.
buttonhole, that's a good idea, very good idea. And also, somebody else came up with that idea. So thank you for being here, and I certainly enjoyed listening to you today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zarko. Council, anyone else? Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you coming today and giving this presentation. It's something that I think we've all encountered when we've, started to talk about public art or beautification or anything that's just not an essential service. And some people will say you only can spend money on essential service. And at the same time, if you really break it down to that, it becomes almost like just a cratered moonscape. It's all just streets, and there's no trees, there's no beauty, there's nothing there besides just how to get from A to B.
Yeah.
And my biggest frustration with our streets, like M59, is they're built to take people through our city as fast as possible without stopping for 1 minute to enjoy our city. We are literally subsidizing pollution and speed and everything else for other residents with our city's money. That's my biggest frustration. So I appreciate your presentation. I hope the folks at home take it to heart that we as a city can describe to be more than just that.
I will say this about, those types of transit corridors. There's not a whole lot you can do. They are purpose-built, as you say, to move cars from point A to point B as rapidly and as efficiently as possible. There are some things you can do. I think the wayfinding, some public art, better lighting, that's an interesting opportunity there. So if there's not a whole lot you can do with that space, then then the other space where you do have control, where you have some opportunities, that's the space that you have to invest even more heavily in. Yes, that is a large portion of your community. And again, it's utilitarian, but it brings in a ton of jobs and a ton of tax revenue. It's like, okay, it is purpose-built, and it does what it's supposed to do really, really well. But to make a place feel special, we need to figure out, okay, where can we invest in money? Where do we do the stuff that we're talking about here today? Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Council, anyone else? If not, okay, just a couple comments. Thank you again, Peter, for coming here and talking with us. What would you say to a council member or a member of the city administration or even a resident of a city where you came in and give a presentation and said, if I wanted to live in an urban area where there's public art and where there's all these different types of amenities, I can go live there. But what about I live in a suburban area, and the suburban areas should be suburban and the urban areas can be urban. What do you say to that? And what do you say about how suburban areas like Sterling Heights without a traditional downtown, how do we fit into this? And how do you have examples of how it can tangibly improve people's quality of life?
Well, first of all, I would say if you think that way, you're presupposing that then urban areas can be beautiful and suburban areas need to be dull and boring. I don't think that's the case. I don't think anyone wants to live in a dull and boring place, even the ones who are going to cry about how much something potentially costs. Those same folks, by the way, you might turn around the arguments, ask them, so do you live in just a basic white, panel house with very minimal furniture, nothing on the walls? No, of course. Well, you decorate it, because as human beings, if it's not a prison cell, we kind of want to make it a little bit special. So yeah, I think that there is this idea that the suburbs are one thing and urban areas are another. It's like, no, these are places where people live. These are places where people work. There are opportunities to make them better. Right, and just because something may seem more urban appropriate, or maybe it's happened more often in an urban area, it doesn't mean it can't happen here. I mean, I know some of the discussions around the future of your city are going to be sort of town center ideas around some of the development that is going to be happening over the next 10 to 15 years, where you're going to create these little pockets of urbanity, pockets of what a downtown might look like, and that's great. Because again, you don't kind of have that right now. But again, I am terribly impressed with the fact that you're able to cluster all of this, the community center we're here, the parks, the police, fire service, the city hall, all of that, the public libraries all right here. This is you've done a fantastic job of creating a sense of place without the traditional downtown. Now you add a few of those accoutrements to that, I think you're going to find even greater success moving forward.
One other thing. So you mentioned the example of how businesses, and oftentimes we're told by constituents to run the city like a business.
Yeah, I bet you hear that a lot, yeah.
Most successful businesses are businesses that started off doing something totally different. Maybe had a different idea, and that idea failed, and it evolved into a new idea. Politicians do not like to take risks, because when we take risks and we fail, we're voted out of office and then we're gone.
Yeah.
And so the idea of a business not just chipping away and making an incremental process, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's sort of the natural thing for a politician to want to do. And so how do you, I guess, do you ever talk when you're going to other cities and you're talking to elected officials, what is your message to them about how we can think big and think about taking bigger risks without the fear, because it's just human nature that people are going to say, if I do something too risky and it doesn't go over well, then I'm out of a job.
Well, there's no getting around the fear. Life is inherently risky. I suspect part of my challenge, and I do sessions specifically with a closed door chamber, session with, council and senior staff, and I get that. Part of leadership is taking the arrow. Sometimes that you're going to take the arrow for doing the right thing. And that becomes a question of your style of leadership and what you believe is, doing the right thing, even though it might cost you your job. Is that more important? Or is it like, well, I'm going to follow the will of the constituents at this particular point and do something that maybe might be wrong. I don't know. I'm not sitting in your seats right now. It's easy for me to sort of say, I would hope that you're going to have the courage to say, you know what, this is what we need to do. And that's what leadership is really about. It's not about just, putting your finger into the wind, saying, which way is the wind blowing? It's about saying, no, you know what, the wind's blowing this way, but I know this is where we got to go, and it happens to be in the other direction. I guess it's a question of courage, and I think it's also a question of explaining it. If you tell folks, here's the risk, here's why we're going to do this, and here's how we're taking a chance, I think people are probably more forgiving if you explain it to them in a way that they can understand, and use the example of business. Because again, people, they're always saying they want government to be more like business. We allow businesses to fail. You got to allow a little bit of latitude in your local government for them to try something new as well. And if we don't get it quite right the first time, okay, fine. You can hold our feet to the fire, but remember we did, that it's like, give us credit for trying. I think that's it. I think people are probably more forgiving if they actually understand what the potential upside is. And I think explaining it like to their favorite businesses probably, again, didn't start out doing what they were doing, and they probably failed multiple times before they actually hit it. Hopefully you're not going to fail multiple times, but a mild dose of failure might not be, might not be fatal to your next election. There, especially if it's explained, if people understand the importance of it as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you guys for the
Appreciate you
opportunity.
being
Yes,
here.
appreciate it.
Thank you. One more round of applause. Mr. Vanderpool.
And Mayor, just concluding on that note, we hope to work with Peter and his team as we proceed through the master plan process and engage in some workshops over the summer with residents and businesses to talk more about the future. All right, and moving on, with that backdrop in mind, we now would like to focus our attention on the next 10 to 15 years. But before we can look ahead, it would be helpful to take a look back over the past 10 years. And starting off this discussion is our Library Director, Tammy Turgeon, and our Human Resources Manager, Kate Baldwin.
Good afternoon, Mayor Taylor, members of City Council, Mr. Vanderpool, Mr. Koszewski, special guests, city staff, and residents. My coworkers and I are so excited to speak with you today about Sterling Heights Vision 2040. As soon as our tech gets switched over. And by the way, I wanted to let Peter know we did decorate the bear for the Lions. We made a little Lions cardigan for it. And we had a lot of people come to the library over the last week to take pictures, so it was really fun. And that was a suggestion from a resident, so. All right, so we have to go back to 2014. There we go. When we started the development of Vision 2030, city management and directors worked with a consultant from SEMCOG to develop the vision of what we wanted Sterling Heights to be in 2030. We had a collaborative process and reviewed the city's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The team took input from residents, business leaders, city council, and city staff using focus groups and surveys, and crafted a great vision statement that encompasses what this community, Sterling Heights, strives to be. When the process was completed, Dale Dwojciechowski and I presented Vision 2030 to the city council in June of 2014. Our Sterling Heights Vision 2030 statement is a vibrant, inclusive community for residents and businesses that is safe, active, progressive, and distinctive. Sterling Heights, a bold vision for an exceptional quality of life. Now, not every meaningful idea could fit into our vision statement for 2030. The vision would have been paragraphs long, but we didn't want to lose the ideas that were most frequently mentioned that indicated importance to the city and our organization. We developed guiding principles as the core beliefs of the organization, and we've used them in our decision-making processes throughout the past 10 years. The guiding principles that support Sterling Heights Vision 2030 are safe, well-maintained, and desirable neighborhoods enhanced by great schools, plentiful leisure and recreation opportunities featuring fully utilized parks, abundant pathways for biking and walking, focal points that are both public and private to serve as destinations for residents and visitors, well-maintained and aesthetically pleasing roads and green spaces, successful, vibrant, and attractive commercial centers with unique offerings, and a destination for high-tech and emerging industries and entrepreneurs. With Vision 2030 and the guiding principles, we have worked hard to make Sterling Heights the best city in Macomb County and in Michigan. We have had many successes over the past 10 years that I wanted to highlight. The Clinton River Restoration Project created a viable amenity for residents and visitors to enjoy this natural asset. The Recreating Recreation Millage The Recreation Millage was passed that provided the Dodge Park Farmers Market and Ice Rink, the splash pad, the mini soccer field, and the amphitheater. All of the local parks had improvements such as walking paths, new basketball courts, and more. And the community center was built that provides space for community meetings, sports, dance, exercise, and gaming. The city center complex was renovated with improved parking lots, better access to buildings, updated furniture and signage, as well as a new DPW building. The African American Coalition, the Community Alliance, and the Sustainability Commissions were formed. These commissions provide more input from residents and have created new programming and events for the community to participate in. The Safe Streets Millage was renewed to continue to improve local roadways and keep Sterling Heights as the safest big city in the state. Major road projects such as Van Dyke Road and Mound Road have improved access to city businesses and supported high-tech and emerging industries as well as entrepreneurs. The new development for the Lakeside Mall area is moving forward. This development will provide new amenities, commercial centers, and housing for residents and visitors to enjoy. We've accomplished a lot, and we don't want to lose momentum. I'd now like to introduce Kate Baldwin, our HR and Benefits Manager, who will let you know how we are moving forward to Vision 2040.
Thank you, Tammy. Good afternoon. I'm excited to be here before you all today to share a little bit about why I wanted to participate in the Visioning 2040 process and why it's important to me. My husband and I decided to make Sterling Heights our home 10 years ago when we moved here in 2014. We reside in Washington Square, a neighborhood to the northeast of Sterling Heights, and this is where we are raising our two kids, Blake and Charlotte. I'm also fortunate enough to call Sterling Heights my place of employment and have been here for 7 years now. It was refreshing listening to Mr. Kagiyama this afternoon and his message on the importance of building a connection with your city or love for your city. His messaging resonates with me, as I'm sure most of us in the room resonates with as well, if you're a resident, business owner, visitor, or if you have the honor of working here. I'm here and participating in this process because I feel a connection to the city for a multitude of reasons, including the life that my family and I are building here, the connection that I have with my neighbors. In fact, our next door neighbors are our best friends. The connection that my children have with their other students at their schools that they attend, participating in community events with our families and friends, and the list goes on. It's for all of these reasons that I wanted to participate in this process and be part of the vision for Sterling Heights. So now let's discuss what the 2040 visioning process has looked like for us as our journey continues. City leadership realized the importance and necessity of planning ahead to 2040. Is 2030, if you can believe it, is right around the corner. The process of revisiting our visioning plan started a while back, as you may recall. More specifically, in January of 2022, we started engaging in conversation with our city leaders and got the conversation flowing. This is when we first kicked off the revisiting of our visioning plan. Fast forward to earlier of 2023, we formalized a Visioning 2040 team. This team is made up of some fantastic individuals and includes leaders in the organization, along with staff members, many of whom are in the audience with us today, and who have been identified as emerging leaders within the organization. Next slide, please. We also solidified a steering committee consisting of Megan Ahern, our special projects coordinator, Jeff Bahorsky, our assistant city manager, myself, Becky Davenport, and Al Herback from Strategize, who I'll talk about momentarily, Dale Dwozakowski, our prior police chief, Tammy Turgeon, and Mr. Vanderpool. And with our Visioning 2040 team assembled, we went straight to work. Part of the Visioning 2040 process, and much of what our Visioning 2040 team worked on, included participating and facilitating different listening sessions with city council members, city officials, community members, business leaders, and city employees. And it was through these listening sessions that we were able to participate in meaningful conversations and gather valuable input and feedback on what was important to these groups specifically as they look to 2040 for Sterling Heights. Also included, that's not mentioned on the slide here, is we did issue out an employee-wide survey and also a community-wide survey to reach a much larger audience and to gather more input and more feedback. I wanted to emphasize more on our Visioning 2040 team. The team collectively, they've been energetic, productive. They each have added their own unique perspectives and input. They're a wonderful group of people who are very passionate about this process, and they made the process fun and very meaningful. So thank you to each and every one of you who are part of Visioning 2040. And with that, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into Visioning 2040 and what the team has accomplished. Today with us, we have Becky Davenport and Al Herback from Strategize, who I mentioned earlier. Becky and Al have been instrumental in providing us with their support and guidance when revisiting our vision for Sterling Heights. And so at this time, I'd like to introduce to you all Becky Davenport.
Thank you, Kate, and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be back here with you. As Kate mentioned, we really started this in January of 2022, which seems crazy, right? 2 years ago. I was here with you when we did some visioning, did that Wordle, and had some fun that afternoon, I think, that really set the stage and was a framework for this process. I want to just do a little deeper dive into the research that we did. When we started working with the Vision 2040 team, we really began that work with SimCog doing a presentation for us. And they provided an overview, this was May of 2023, to share their forecasts on jobs, employment sectors, population changes for Sterling Heights, and the region through 2050. So they have a 20-plus, 25-year outlook, really, a little bit plus. We then conducted all the listening sessions that Kate referenced, beginning with that city council workshop. We did staff listening sessions, community listening sessions, a business leaders forum that we held at Velocity Center, and then we did city council interviews. What we heard from those sessions informed the development of 2 surveys. There was a staff survey, which was administered in July, and a community survey this fall. We had 206 responses, completed responses for the staff surveys, and 712 from our community survey, for a total of 918. This process really enabled us to capture a much broader spectrum of, and broader and diverse spectrum of responses and input as we move forward in the process. So what did we hear? I'm going to give an overview of really a compilation of what we heard from all these different stakeholders on both our strengths, our challenges. In the old SWOT analysis, we call those weaknesses. We like to call them challenges because they really turn into opportunities, and those opportunities and threats. So we're going to start with the strengths. And public safety comes through loud and clear. It continues to be at the top of the list for almost all of the stakeholders. A lot of value was seen in our large established business base, the value of the major corridors for transportation. They create access and mobility for residences, workers, and visitors. The parks and rec spaces and their programming are loved by many, many in the community and really significantly impact the quality of life for our residents and visitors. Sterling Heights is seen as a clean and welcoming community for all. And the community values, community member stakeholders value the low tax rate and the strong property values that create an attractive city for homeowners and businesses. Challenges, as I said, and I'll keep saying this, really are opportunities. We've talked a lot about the no downtown, but as Peter was addressing, there's a lot of ways that we've already taken innovative and different alternatives that and continue to pursue many different options. The aging infrastructure of the city assets, as well as some of the service providers. So there's a myriad of, I think, components that reflect those comments. Language barriers, impacts accessibility. Just a note, I thought it was interesting, we did provide the community survey in 3 different languages, in English, Spanish, and Arabic, and 98% of the respondents chose English. And I don't know if that speaks just to the people that we reached and responded, but we did make that outreach to ensure that we had some accessibility. The aging population, that's something that's not unique to the city of Sterling Heights, but a reality across the state, the region, and the country. Not seen as a unique destination. Again, that's kind of goes with this no downtown, these destination districts. Too few staff per residence. Not surprisingly, we heard that mostly from the staff. When we kind of slice and dice all this, and I think that comes from from their heart of wanting to make sure that they can give their best and give their all and have the bandwidth to meet the needs of the residents and the community. It was noted that there are minimal tree canopies, obviously reflecting a desire for more, and limited non-vehicle pathways, walking and biking, as stakeholders seem to continue to be interested in alternative modes of transportation for recreation and general mobility. These challenges turn into our opportunities, and here we are. You'll see some redundancy here. Creating a downtown, that lakeside development that we've spoken of today. Better communication of services, programming, and events. I think this really speaks to the reality that it's difficult to over-communicate. We communicate to people in many different ways, and we still can never quite communicate enough. And then you kind of layer in with that the way different audiences want to be communicated with and the changing communication platforms, and it becomes, quite a conundrum for us just to keep up. But it's a recognized challenge and opportunity. Expanded accessibility, and expanded accessibility has so many meanings for all of our services. Again, creating those branded districts and neighborhoods. We see the opportunities to address climate change and the need for sustainability initiatives that will support and deliver long-term solutions. Okay, threats. So strengths and our challenges are kind of internal threats, and if we look at our opportunities and threats, that's the external lens. So when we look at threats, there's always the funding issue. Local government funding sources. There were some significant funds across the country received from sources such as ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, that may not be available again in the near future. There's also always some uncertainty as to what and how large future funding will look like, what the tax space, how it could shift. So that's an ongoing threat. The aging population. Well, this population shifts have economic issues related to the workforce in our schools. It's also something that we want to address in order to be sure that we retain the senior citizens that are in our community by meeting their needs. Many residents use 911 calls, and we saw that really increase during the pandemic, straining our EMS system. Another threat is property that may not be well maintained or maintained up to the standards that everyone aspires to, and the impact that has on property values and attracting and retaining residents. That aging DTA infrastructure, not unique to Sterling Heights again. That's something that we see in DT, I hope, is addressing. And again, we talk about and see climate change. We talked about that as a challenge, an opportunity, and a threat. It really is something that is top of mind for many individuals, and we heard a lot in our community listening sessions, that it's important that we look at that and proactively create initiatives that will mitigate the impact. And last but not least is this changing retail environment as we see big box stores diminishing, people continuing to shop online. When they want to shop in and have a retail experience, they are looking for an experience, somewhat unique experience, and not just necessarily procuring an item that they need. So being sensitive to that and thinking about how we can address that and make that into a real strength of our community. In closing here, I just want to acknowledge again and thank everyone who participated in this process, whether it was in an interview, a listening session, a committee, or responding to a survey. The mayor and the city council members, thank you from your initial strategic planning framework input to the interviews that we had with many of you, the staff, the business, and the resident and community members who participated in this process were incredibly willing to share their experiences, expertise, and passion. It truly takes a village to build a bold and impactful vision, and the enthusiasm for this work from everyone involved underscores the commitment this community has, and we saw over and over again, to fulfilling this vision. So now I'm going to turn it back to Tammy for the big reveal.
So when I started here in 2007, the city didn't have a mission as far as I knew, but I knew it had good people. And the people are what makes my job so enjoyable. Whether it's the residents or my coworkers, the love they have for this city is incredible. And I think this has increased even more so over the past 10 years due to Vision 2030. When Mr. Vanderpool asked for volunteers to spearhead Vision 2040, I enthusiastically stepped up. Because of the experience I had with Vision 2030. I'd never been involved in a strategic planning process that has been more successful than it has in Sterling Heights Vision 2030. All the city departments use our vision statement and guiding principles to determine what projects and services we will spend the city's resources on. And we've accomplished so much over those past 10 years, and I think the next 10 years are going to be even better. In 2014, we created a slogan, Innovating Living. And when the 2040 visioning team met and deliberated about creating a mission statement, innovation was a word that came up over and over again. And we brainstormed various mission statements during team meetings. We added additional words, took words away, moved them around, but we kept coming back to our current slogan, Innovating Living. Because a mission is what you are doing in the present. The definition of innovate is to introduce changes and new ideas. And we're doing that here. We're doing things that other communities want to implement. We're a step ahead with these new ideas. We're always looking for the best way to accomplish our goals and serve the residents of Sterling Heights. So our mission statement is Innovating Living. Now Kate's going to share the vision.
I almost feel like we need like music or something. This is exciting. Okay, so, drum roll, please. So where are we headed? What are we striving for come 2040? Well, before I share the new vision statement, I felt compelled to share a piece of a quote with you all that I came across by Muhammad Ali. Champions aren't made in gyms. Champions are made from something that they have deep inside them, a desire, a dream, a vision. I thought this portion of the quote was fitting as our Visioning 2040 team, along with our city leaders, the employees, the community members or residents, the business leaders who have participated in our process, have played a vital role in defining our vision. All of these stakeholders had something in common. They have a desire, a dream, a vision for Sterling Heights. So when we were brainstorming and deciding on what our vision statement was going to be, let me tell you, there was a lot of table talk discussions, as you can imagine, and it was important for the group to take in the feedback of all of those stakeholders involved. We spent hours, and I mean hours, dissecting, debating, and shall I even say a few spirited conversations sparked up? But at the end of the day, this was all necessary when considering that we are shaping the future for Sterling Heights. So as we look into the future to 2040, knowing the desires, the dreams, and the visions of all of our stakeholders involved, I have the privilege of sharing with you our Visioning 2040 statement. Sterling Heights will champion and be an inclusive, vibrant community that is safe, active, and sustainable. And so with that, Mr. Vanderpool is now going to dive into our guiding principles.
One of the most important parts of our Visioning 2040 mission, vision statement is the following guiding principles. And you may recall from Visioning 2030 that everything we do is centered on these guiding principles. Every decision that the city council makes throughout, throughout the budget process, throughout strategic planning, throughout any improvement in the city, we always ask ourselves, is this aligned with our guiding principles moving forward. And it's so important, and it's the reason that we've been so successful. And the Muhammad Ali quote is so true. And I know that the mayor and the city council and those in the audience share the fact that we really do have a championship team. And it's because of efforts like this. So we want to spend some time talking about the guiding principles, because this is what you're going to be hearing for the next 10 years. We're always going to be asking ourselves, is this decision consistent with our 2040 guiding principles? So now we have a number of members from our team who are going to talk about the guiding principles and why they're important from their perspective.
Good afternoon, council and guests. I'm Lieutenant Dave Allen with the Sterling Heights Police Department, and I am very grateful to have the opportunity today to speak about public safety and our guiding principles for Visioning 2040. The process for formulating this mission and vision statement has been critical to me, and I think continues to show how forward-thinking our city and its council are. I've been an active member in this community for over 30 years combined, 10 years as a prior resident and 20 years as an employee. I take great pride when I speak for the city of Sterling Heights. Even my mother has always emphasized how of all the places she's lived, Sterling Heights has been her favorite. I would raise my children in this community. The mission statement, vision statement, and guiding principles only adhere to the standard of excellence we have built on and continue to strive for day in and day out. When it comes to our public safety, we refuse anything less than excellence. We are the platinum standard in law enforcement and fire. I often describe our agencies as the New York Yankees of public safety. During the process and collaboration, it was clear through employee, resident, and business owner feedback how important public safety in our community is. Looking forward through the lens of our Visioning 2040 guiding principles, public safety will be equitable, responsive, and proactive. What does that mean? Let's talk about each word individually. Equitable, by its definition, is to deal fairly and equally with all concerned. In our world at the Sterling Heights Police Department, that means providing services to everyone in our community fairly, regardless of race, color, ethnicity, religion, or socioeconomic background. The simple truth is that those who are the most vulnerable in our community need the most help. Our police and fire have worked hand in hand to directly impact those in need, with the collaboration and creation of our Safe Homes Task Force and the implementation of a social worker position. This will help us give resources to those suffering from mental illness. We've combined forces with Hope and Hope Not Handcuffs, created our quick response team, and the Redirect program to help those with addiction overcome and break the cycle. The police department has worked hand in hand with the 41A District Court and its first ever sobriety court. We helped celebrate the first graduate just a few short weeks ago. Our next word, responsive. With the rejuvenation of our Community Service Bureau, we've been able to implement new programs such as Smart Moves back in the elementary schools. With the help of the fire department, we once again have been able to reach thousands of children in our community and communicate what making wise choices looks like. We've joined forces with the Drug Coalition, Ethnic Committee, and African American Coalition, and some of them, those members, are in the audience today. Our Community Outreach and Resident Engagement Program, commonly referred to as CORE, has created engagement and interaction not only with the residents, but also with our business and community, creating a personalized service directly to their doorstep. Each one of these programs has had an impact on our residents, businesses and schools in the community, and some are now spreading state and nationally. We continue to be the industry leader in Michigan for public safety. Finally, proactive. Stop crime before it happens. In July of 2022, a 5-officer unit was created, the Directed Patrol Unit. The unit was designed to find crime before it had a chance to be one. In a very short amount of time, this group has seized over 100 illegal guns off the street, made dozens of felony arrests, and prevented the victimization of Sterling Heights residents. Going beyond how we fight crime, we've looked internally. It's been a tradition in our public safety groups to hire the best of the best. With the competition growing fierce in the last decade, we've created a recruitment team of 10 to 15 officers. They're traveling statewide to communicate with potential applicants for our police department and help keep this tradition alive. Hiring the best of the best now will ensure the level of service and professionalism our community demands and deserves. All of these programs encapsulate our mission and vision, but they are only just beginning. We will continue to make them grow. It is quite clear that our public safety strives to be the standard of excellence, and that this new mission and vision statement only confirm that to be true. Chief Wojciechowski has shown in his tenure that he is committed to excellence and will always be in constant pursuit of offering world-class public safety to our residents, 24/7, to keep the city of Sterling Heights one of the safest cities in the United States. This is what our public safety's guiding principles will be. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to be a part of the Visioning 2040 planning team. I'm very excited about what the future holds.
Hello, everyone. I am Alexis Richards, Planner 2, and I am very excited to announce our second guiding principle, sustainability, a city that is exceptionally maintained, sustainable, and environmentally responsible. Sustainability is something that I am incredibly passionate about, and throughout my career, have worked to incorporate it into pretty much everything that I do. As a planner for the city, sustainability is at the forefront of my mind when I evaluate various projects and policies. So I find it very encouraging and helpful that the city has identified sustainability as one of its guiding principles, because it ensures that the city in its entirety is taking sustainability seriously and not just those who are personally passionate. In our Visioning 2030, there were principles that contributed to creating a more sustainable community. However, sustainability specifically was never identified. By explicitly recognizing sustainability, the city is demonstrating our commitment to creating lasting change that will have a positive benefit on both the environment and the people that call Sterling Heights home. As the fourth, arguably third largest city in Michigan, we have both a great responsibility and opportunity to become leaders in the sustainability realm. As I think ahead to 2040, I am encouraged by the groundwork that we are laying today. We are currently undergoing a greenhouse gas inventory of both community and municipal emissions, which will provide the baseline data necessary for us to measure our actions. Through our master planning process, we will be creating a climate action plan that will provide the city with the necessary recommendations and actions to ensure that we're doing our part to create a more sustainable future. I believe in sustainability because I recognize its necessity. Over my lifetime, I have seen the effects that climate change has had and will continue to have on our daily lives. From more extreme winter storms and increased rainfall leading to significant flooding, we continue to feel the impacts of our warming planet. I want to do my part to ensure that we are not only able to survive, but thrive in 2040, and I'm grateful that my position within the city allows me to do just that. So thank you.
Hi, me again. Natasha Rogers, who is the library's PR and programming coordinator for the Sterling Heights Public Library. She's ill today, so I'm going to read her comments and add a few of my own. Our guiding principle in rich living is educational and recreational opportunities and programming for all ages, abilities, and interests. This is the fun stuff that Peter talked about. At one of our first Visioning 2040 meetings, we were asked about what we thought was something unique that we could bring to the table. And Natasha's answer was that she had the privilege of living in several cities throughout her life. Each one has taught her something new about what makes a city great. And she can personally attest to the value of exploring different cities and cultures. While she doesn't live in Sterling Heights, she makes her living in Sterling Heights. She does a lot of her living here. She works here, she plays here, she shops here, and she has friends and family and amazing coworkers who live here. As someone whose main job is to bring quality programming and other learning opportunities to the Sterling Heights community, she understands the right opportunities that these opportunities can change lives. And rich living is all about creating a life that goes beyond our basic necessities of food, shelter, and protection, but creates a life that is fulfilling, engaging, and meaningful. And I wanted to add that I just had a conversation with Mark earlier today, and some examples of things, that enrich living. Last week, I drove into the library, and the kids were getting out of school at Sterling Heights High, And you actually saw teenagers playing on the new xylophone and drums that are outside the library. We're starting to install some outdoor musical instruments. It's like, isn't that something cool that you love to see teenagers engaging with each other and having fun? And we've got an oversized checkerboard set up over there. And you'll see grandparents and their grandchildren there, all ages, different community members, engaging with each other and having fun. And as we move towards 2040, myself, along with many other Sterling Heights departments, such as Parks and Rec and the Community Relations Department, we're always looking towards the future. Cities need to grow along with their community, so we follow trends in schools, in the media, and in technology to ensure that our community always has access to the latest and most engaging, fun, and important opportunities.
Hi, I'm Arwa Hussein. I'm the GIS specialist in the IT department. The guiding principle I'll be discussing is neighborhoods. Plentiful and diverse housing and green space available for existing and new residents. I've been a resident in the city for nearly 2 decades and hopefully many more. Picture a city where housing is not only ample but diverse, a city that can cater to young families searching for their first home, residents seeking a comfortable environment, and everyone in between. Let us envision green spaces flourishing like never before, parks, gardens, and recreational areas that are woven seamlessly into the fabric of this community, offering places for people to reconnect with nature and to reconnect with fellow residents. Whether it be at Dodge Park's Farmers Market or enjoying a competitive game of pickleball, green spaces provide a backdrop for residents to help create milestones in their lives, such as birthdays, graduations, weddings, and anniversaries. I personally celebrated nearly half of my birthdays at the local parks in Sterling Heights. Let us be committed to fostering neighborhoods that embody unity and sustainability. When people feel connected to their neighborhood, they're more likely to engage in activities that benefit the entire community. By 2040, our city will stand as a testament to the idea that diversity extends beyond people. It encompasses the very place we call home. Together, let's build a future where every resident, whether a longtime neighbor or a recent arrival, feels a deep sense of pride and belonging. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melanie Davis, Community Relations Director, and I'm happy to share with you that I wanted to be a part of the Visioning 2040 process because I felt that it's the best way to have a really good grasp on the roadmap that the city's laying out for moving forward. Certainly all of our individual departments have our own strategies and plans, but those should all roll up to support the city's overarching plan and roadmap, and being involved was a great way to fully understand that, but also have input to it as well. I've lived in Sterling Heights for over 35 years, and I think that the Visioning 2040 process is one of the many things that helps sets us apart from other communities and underscores how forward-thinking our leadership is. Connected is another one of our guiding principles that emerged from the Visioning 2040 process. A city engaged with residents and businesses through innovative channels and technology. Connected to me means many things. Connected can certainly be aligned with physical infrastructure. You know, we work to connect our residents through well-maintained roadways. We connect them with clean drinking water. We help connect them with gathering spaces and parks via our ever-expanding trail system. And we connect them with technology. For example, public Wi-Fi, the online offerings at the library, the See, Click, Fix reporting mechanism, and so much more in store. Looking forward to the future when you're considering the burgeoning field of AI. Connected is also about staying informed. And we work really hard here in Sterling Heights to make sure our residents are always connected through timely and accurate information about things that impact their daily lives. Everything from community center hours to snow emergencies to changes in the way we're collecting their refuse and recycles. In addition, it's about civic engagement. If we notice that fewer residents are coming out to attend meetings and public forums, how can we use technology to reach them where they are? Right now we can provide on-demand meetings to thousands of people in the snap of a finger through our website. So as we look forward, we want to consider other ways that we might be able to look to technology to help us connect with our residents. Connected is also about access to resources. We want to make sure our residents and businesses know the right person or department to call to get their issues resolved. And we want to make sure that people know what other resources exist outside of City Hall, other nonprofits, clubs, or groups in the area that may be able to provide them much needed resources that can help them improve their quality of life. Connected is about feeling a sense of community with your fellow residents. And this can be through opportunities right here within the city, like our boards, commissions, committees, and volunteerism. And it can also be through our schools, houses of worship, clubs, organizations. It's also through the many amazing community events that we host through the city, like Sterlng Fest, Dodge Park Thursdays, the Cultural Exchange, Sterling Frights, and many more. Lastly, I think connected also means feeling that emotional tie to our city. As we heard earlier from Mr. Kagiyama, residents expect potholes to be filled and trash to be collected, but that's not why they fall in love with their city. And here in Sterling Heights, connected, I think, means that we want to do everything we can to point to reasons why our residents, businesses, and visitors will develop a lifelong love affair with the city of Sterling Heights.
Good afternoon. Luke Bonner, Economic Development. And the guiding principle here is business innovation. How do we continue, I don't want to say how do we make, but how do we continue Sterling Heights as a destination for entrepreneurs, high-tech, and emerging industries? I was fortunate enough last week, I met with a local manufacturer, and this is a very recent example. And we talked about some things that happened during the Great Recession. One of the things that we did as a city at that time was create multiple engagements with the business community on how to diversify their companies. We brought in experts in medical devices, in the defense industry, in aerospace, to talk about how our automotive manufacturers could gain opportunities and grow their business in those different sectors. Last week, as I was walking the shop floor with that manufacturer, he spoke specifically about one of the events that he attended, and that the business that he has today is over 50% non-automotive, focusing on medical devices and aerospace in particular. Our business community has shown a significant amount of resilience over time. It has shown a tremendous ability to innovate and create, and we have a basis of engineering capacity and wherewithal inside all of our companies that has proven time and time again to reinvent and to reinvest in the community. Going forward, the important aspect that we need to focus on is creating more public and private partnerships with our business community to create more and new opportunities for them to grow and prosper in our community. We have great examples such as Velocity, that we can certainly double down on the type of resources that are available there, including business programs, the co-working space, and investment opportunities. And if we start to align our programs and business for our businesses similarly to the way that the businesses consistently reinvent and innovate themselves, that we're going to be in a very good position in 2040. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean Keenan, Assistant City Planner, and it's my pleasure to present to you our 7th guiding principle, distinctive areas, vibrant and attractive areas with unique offerings and focal points. Being a resident for over a half a century, I've seen our city transform from a fledgling city of 60,000 residents to a vibrant city that has attracted a diverse population over 134,000 residents. Over the years, the one thing that has amazed me the most is the city's ability to and desire to thrive and remain vibrant, which can be attributed to the offering a wide range of housing styles and recreational opportunities for its residents and at any one of the 31 parks. Many of these parks can be found in or near one of the city's many neighborhoods, and often within short walking or bike ride of our homes, thanks to the city's abundant pathways. Nelson Park, the park I frequent most in the summer for weekly jogs, but the jewel of the city, where most people like to gather with friends and family to often make lasting memories, is Dodge Park. My oldest memories of Dodge Park was when I was 9 years old, running the fitness trails through an open field, passing picnic tables along my journey. It is so much more today. Now it is a place where you can catch a summer concert, cool off at a splash pad, enjoy Summerfest, shop at the local farmers market, stroll the many trails and pathways, take a few laps around the ice rink, or kayak the Clinton River with friends for an opportunity that has around every river bend to catch a glimpse of a deer, turtle, mink, or great blue heron. It is the many amenities like these that provide residents, employees, and visitors alike a place to relax and unwind, which adds to the high quality of life the residents desire. Now, as a planner, I often hear from folks who live and work in some of the older communities in the region that they're all built out, that they have no more room for development. That is not the case here in Sterling Heights, as we continue to challenge ourselves to reimagine the city. Our vision is not one that remains stagnant. Our vision includes bulldozers and cranes, especially in one of the city's most distinct area that has drawn the most interest of its future, Lakeside Mall. Having opened in 1976 during our nation's bicentennial celebration, Lakeside Mall was the epitome of the city's vibrancy, attracting people from all across Southeast Michigan and beyond, including me. I remember my first time my dad took me to Lakeside Mall shortly after it opened, and being amazed at the two-story mall with its twisting staircases and the elevator overlooking the fountain pond filled with coins. Lakeside wasn't just a place to shop, it also served as a place to gather and socialize with friends. It was my generation's Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. However, over the years, Lakeside, like many other malls, found it difficult to compete with the convenience of online shopping and social media platforms. But the future is bright for Lakeside Center area. In the near future, I am sure to see bulldozers and cranes on site, followed by the rise of new commercial, residential, and mixed-use buildings with places to gather, places that are walkable and bikeable, and connect to the rest of the city. This area will be the pinnacle of the city's vibrancy once again, attracting people from all over the region to live, work, shop, and gather. It will again be a vibrant, welcoming place for all people, young and old, to thrive and make long-lasting memories. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Becca Lynn. I am the Adaptive Recreation Specialist with the city's Parks and Rec Department. I'm a member of the 2040 Visioning Team, and I'm proud to be here today to advocate for this initiative. The final guiding principle for my vision is mobility, an accessible city that is connected with a robust system of pathways and trails. Many do not understand the scale of Sterling Heights. Despite residing in Macomb County my entire life, I myself did not recognize quite how large this city is until I joined the Parks and Rec team last year. It's 37 square miles, holds 15 miles of dedicated trails. Not to mention there are more than 138 miles of sidewalks and pathways around the city. These paths provide access to many leisure opportunities and other amenities, both inside and outside our borders. Community members, both residents and non-residents alike, enjoy exploring the existing trails. The Nature Trail, the Clinton River Trail, even the Freedom Trail and the statewide Iron Bell Trail all traverse through Sterling Heights. I have a unique perspective that I would like to share being the Adaptive Recreation Specialist. I am able to provide unique recreation opportunities for people with disabilities, and I also get to witness their joy when they engage in those. One group that I know loves exploring these trails is the Adaptive Bike Club. Designed to keep children and adults with disabilities social and active, this group spends 6 weeks during the summer riding their bikes throughout Sterling Heights and beyond. For the 2023 season, the group began their ride at Donovan Park and explored the Clinton River Trail. Each week, they worked on their motor skills, endurance, and safety awareness, building up to a ride on the Freedom Trail ending at the Lake St. Clair Metro Park. Both the participants and the staff felt joy, pride, and a newfound appreciation for the adventure upon the conclusion of this program. However, adventure is not the only argument for abundant and accessible pathways and trails. Many use non-motorized transportation for things other than leisure, like getting to and from work, appointments, grocery shopping, the list goes on. Despite the many miles of pathways and trails, there are still parts of the city, though, that are not accessible via trail. They're only accessible by vehicle. The Parks, Recreation, and Non-Motorized Master Plan that was adopted a few years ago highlights specific goals and objectives to make Sterling Heights even more accessible. The ultimate goal, of course, is to have pathways and trails connecting the entire city, giving both community members and visitors access to all the city has to offer. While we're still working towards these goals, further developing and expanding the existing trails would not only improve the quality of life for our residents, it would physically connect us to surrounding cities, ensuring a strong sense of community throughout the region for years to come. It is imperative that we use mobility as a guiding principle moving forward because safe travel should be available for everybody, regardless of their mode of transportation, ability level, or destination. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, we have one concluding point on this discussion, and that is our core values. The core values are the underlying foundation to the principles, our vision statement and mission statement. They are the heart of everything we're doing, and now we have a couple more speakers talking about the importance of the core values.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrea Barra from the clerk's office. I'm very excited to have been part of the Visioning 2040 team. I love Sterling Heights. It's an amazing place to live, learn, work, and play. Growing up here, my schools were wonderful. I learned so much. Our family went to the parks, rode bikes, had block parties. In the winter, we ice skated, tobogganed, and built snowmen. As an adult, I can tell you how very grateful I am to work for this amazing city that means a lot to me. And I still enjoy going to the parks, playing in the snow, and experiencing all the amenities that Sterling Heights has to offer. First of the core values I want to discuss is integrity. Having integrity in personal and professional life leads to trust, respect, and a better society for everyone. A hot topic these days is election integrity, which is the centerpiece of the clerk's office. Sterling Heights is known throughout the state for upholding the highest standards in regards to transparency and reliability in the voting process. Many municipalities are basing their procedures on our model, which sets the standard for honest and ethical election practices. Integrity runs deep throughout all departments in the city. The next value is excellence. Sterling Heights has won countless awards at state and national levels, including our city clerk, city manager, mayor, council, engineer, park director, police, fire, and the list goes on and on. Our park system is second to none. Our public safety has been recognized for years for providing outstanding service. I can attest that Sterling Heights employees provide the highest level of service to the community, frequently going above and beyond to assist residents and businesses. Sterling Heights is a trailblazer in providing innovative living. A spirit of excellence definitely runs throughout the entire organization, and I'm so proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marissa Russo, and I am the Marketing and Communications Coordinator for the City of Sterling Heights. I want to be a part of the Visioning 2040 team because I truly am passionate about the work we're doing for our community, and I want to be a part of not only continuing the work, but also be a part of the growth and exciting future of Sterling Heights. I've worked for the city for more than 5 years, and I've had the privilege to get to see the passion behind the services provided from our DPW, fire, police, parks and rec, city clerk, just to name a few. And I cannot picture a better community to work for or live in, so much in fact that I purchased my very own home in Sterling Heights and moved in just this past weekend. The city of Sterling Heights prides itself. We'll be having a housewarming party very soon. Yeah, I could have used some people this past weekend. Yeah. I'm getting Wi-Fi right now. The city of Sterling Heights prides itself on being a welcoming community. We continue to find opportunities to create a space for everyone to belong. Whether that is hosting events such as our cultural exchange, creating a boards or commission that will allow residents to be heard and take action, or implementing programs and amenities that provide inclusion and accessibility, we're constantly thinking of ways to ensure our community feels welcomed. The city also established their own DEI employee committee to lead the way of our own diversity, equity, and inclusion journey, both throughout our community and organization. We collaborate with many organizations, businesses, and residents to help build relationships throughout the community, allowing us to expand on our overall reach and provide additional resources for every walk of life. Our collaborative nature gives opportunity to gain valuable insight into the lives of our community, as we often provide community surveys, expand our boards and commissions, including our African American Coalition and Youth Advisory Board, host clergy forums, and collaborate with hundreds of volunteers, community partners, and businesses. And with the help of these many collaborations and the staff within our very own organization, we are able to make Sterling Heights fun. So Peter, fun is definitely one of our very main goals. We provide community engagement through so many city events. Sterling Fest, one of the biggest and best. Dodge Park Thursdays, Sterling Christmas, even our amenities like the ice rink, splash pad, and community center. There's so much to do and enjoy right here. And these opportunities are carried out both externally and internally. The fun atmosphere our residents enjoy stems from the very core of our own city staff. We recently created our own employee engagement committee that allows for our employees to create an enjoyable and light atmosphere in our own working environment. Our staff is diligent in providing exceptional services for our residents and businesses, but we're having a lot of fun while doing it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mike Moore, the Public Works Director, and as a resident of this city for approximately 30 years and an employee of the Department of Public Works for almost 20 years, I'm proud to be part of this visioning team. Sterling Heights takes a proactive approach to our community in so many ways, and I thought I'd share just a couple examples today. Our Police Corps program, community outreach and resident engagement, gives each of the 6 area districts of the city its own officer assigned to serve as a resource to residents of the region. These 6 officers work not only to make meaningful relationships, but to identify and report potential crime trends or neighborhood issues to leadership. Our SHINE program, as shown on the picture on the right before you, Sterling Heights Initiative for Neighborhood Excellence, or SHINE, is a citywide cleanup program aimed at protecting property values by encouraging all residents to maintain the exterior of their homes. Community Relations works with civic and church groups to provide volunteers for those residents who cannot maintain their property due to a physical or age-related condition. Volunteers help the residents with chores such as raking, cutting down perennials, weeding, or trimming shrubs. Responsive. At Sterling Heights, we pride ourselves on being responsive to all of our residents' needs. Police and fire respond instantaneously to emergency calls. The Department of Public Works responds to requests around the clock, completing most service requests within 24 hours. A top priority of city administration is to respond timely to all inquiries and provide solutions to all of our residents' concerns. Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool.
And Mayor, that concludes our Visioning 2040. Obviously, you'll be hearing about this for the next 10 years. It'll be all that we're talking about. So we now have some time for the mayor and city council's comments.
Yeah, and he's not kidding, because, I mean, I'll tell you, I've been in meetings before where staff will be like, yeah, but Mayor, Mark really wants you to put Visioning 2030 into this somehow. And I'm like, how am I supposed to do that? How am I, I'm giving a speech to, kids at a local elementary school. Well, it's all got to be Visioning 2030, but it's intentional, I think, because it keeps you focused on what your goals are and objectives are. And I think it is important that no matter what we are doing, we should be mindful of what we want to accomplish. We're not going to get to a place of, we're not going to get to a destination unless we know how we're going to get there and know the route to take. So I think it is an important thing. I'm not sure we have time. because the presentations were very good, but went a little over time. But we can take as much time as we need. So council, is there anybody who has any comments or questions for Mr. Vanderpool, any of the presenters here, or just general comments about the Visioning 2040?
I'll go first, Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you. So just thank you to everybody who spoke. Very nice presentations and very concise, and I'm very happy that you're involved in the 2040 visioning process as well. It was, I know that's been quite an undertaking. It will continue to be an undertaking because we have over a decade to go. So that's wonderful. I do thank you, and I am happy to see that we have our little roadmap here. This will help us going forward so that we can remember what our guiding values are. That would be nice to have. And more than that, it is a fun city, as Peter has said. It is, we have a lot of fun. And I do think that that's an important guideline to remind ourselves with. And as someone who likes to, myself, have a lot of fun, likes to throw jokes in there and keep it light as much as I can, and as possible, I do think that that is something that we really do need to remember. It is, what we do is heavy, what we do is serious, what we do is extremely important, certainly important to the residents. So I think that we need to always remember that. We're doing that with everything that we weigh and everything that we think about is with their best interest at heart. But we also need to remember that we're doing it, life needs to be fun, life needs to be joyful. And so I'm glad that we brought that up today, so thank you for that. And that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Sarowski. Council, anyone else? Mrs. Zarko.
You know, in looking at our core values, it's almost, to me, gave me an impression that this is the way we should be living our daily lives, not just as people, not just as a community. And that's what really hit home to me. And if we all followed those core, values, we're just going to be a better city all the way around. And that's all I have to say right now.
Council, anyone else? If not, we can move on to the next item. I guess I'll ask the city council. Is anyone interested in taking a break now? We will be having a break after the next presentation, but why don't we take, so it's 3:19 right now. Why don't we try to be back at 3:30 p.m. and we'll start with creating the Sterling Heights narrative. So Bob, we will stand, and Dan, we will stand in recess for about 10 minutes. Appreciate your patience. So we left off talking about Vision 2040, and we're going to move on next to creating the Sterling Heights narrative. And for that, I'll reintroduce our city manager, Mark Vanderpool.
Thank you again, Mayor. Mayor and Council, you may recall a couple years ago at a strategic planning session, there was discussion about the successes we talked about today and the need to tell the story of Sterling Heights and to develop a marketing and branding effort that is meaningful and that will help us continue down this path of prosperity that we've been talking about. So over the last year and a half, we've been hard at work on this, and we're very excited to unveil this marketing and branding effort today. And we're going to start out with identity. Melanie, were you going to make some brief comments? Okay, so our Community Relations Director, Melanie Davis, is going to introduce this item, and then we'll proceed with this super exciting announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. As we saw earlier today, when we were going over Visioning 2030 and Visioning 2040, Mr. Vanderpool referenced the start in 2014 of being at the proverbial fork in the road. I think it's very clear after what we've all seen that the things that we are doing are having an impact, starting all the way back there with Visioning 2030. And as we've heard this afternoon, we're now moving forward with Visioning 2040, and we're taking our next bold step. During the Visioning 2040 process, the feedback that kept coming up every time we had a community stakeholder forum or a business stakeholder forum was that Sterling Heights lacks a defining brand identity and a top-of-mind awareness of an identity throughout the region and beyond. And this is particularly important, I think, because of some of the things that we saw during the Visioning 2040 process, like the data from SEMCOG that talks about a population that continues to age and potential loss of manufacturing jobs. And so we want to make sure that we have our eyes on that and we're making change to deal with those. But being the proactive city that we are, our city council kind of already had their fingers on the pulse of our stakeholders and had, back at the beginning of the process a couple of years ago, they had provided solid direction to city administration that we needed to work on developing a strong brand identity and storytelling campaign for our community, and then approve the resources for us to move forward with that initiative. So a few city administrators from different disciplines, including my marketing communications team, participated in a competitive bidding process where we heard proposals from many talented Marcom agencies throughout Michigan. But Identity, which is a PR and marketing and creative firm, emerged as the agency that we felt was best suited to help us create this important brand for our city. Over the past several months, they've worked with our staff to engage our stakeholders, gathering feedback, doing copious amounts of research, and worked to kind of synthesize all this information into a cohesive brand that will help tell the story, the Sterling Heights story, through the people and the groups and the businesses that make Sterling Heights their home. This is going to be a sustained, multi-year, evolving campaign that we trust will cement the Sterling Heights brand into the minds of individuals throughout the region, the state, and even beyond. What you will see today is a result of the many hours put in by our stakeholders, our staff, and the identity team, a brand and storytelling campaign that tells our story in a way that is compelling and emotional. It's a campaign that allows people and businesses to see themselves becoming a part of our community, a campaign that showcases our community's assets in terms of the people and industries that already make Sterling Heights their home, and a campaign that defines Sterling Heights as the destination of choice for all. And to tell us more and share the big campaign reveal, I'd like to introduce the partner for Identity, Mr. Brandon Chestnut.
Thank you. I noticed everyone was grabbing a brownie and coffee. I'm hoping you're all fueled and ready. This is such an exciting time. I think after hearing Peter and the rest of the team unveil these exciting talking points for the next 2040 visioning strategy, this conversation can't come at a better time. We're very proud to be here today to share with you some of the great work that we've been working on behind the scenes and what we'll be unveiling to the world about Sterling Heights in the very coming weeks. First, as Melanie mentioned, my name is Brandon Chesson. I'm a partner at Identity. We are a PR, marketing, and creative agency based in Birmingham, not far from here. We have about 80 clients in our portfolio. We service companies all around Michigan and throughout the country. I just want to recognize, too, my team who's here, Lindsay, Jeff, B, Chelsea, and Kim, who have spent countless hours not only working with many of the amazing people here at the city, but digging into research and just putting on their overall creative thinking caps as we tackle this big challenge, thinking about what's next for the city of Sterling Heights. Now, just a little bit about us to kind of set the stage. You know, as Mel mentioned, we went through a very interesting process, and we had to sell the city on like why we were the best partner for you guys. We came into this conversation with a pretty unique background and how you might know us. Our agency is behind Detroit and Michigan mainstays like Motown Museum, Detroit Symphony Orchestra, a number of well-known brands, Olga's Kitchen, Absol Pure Water. We're the marketing voices behind them with their creative, their communications, their PR, and beyond. We also have an amazing story working with national launches and highly visible moments like the launch of Little Debbie's ice cream brands nationally in Walmart stores. If you've ever had like a Little Debbie snack cake, it is now ice cream, and it's probably the greatest thing you'll ever have. But to be able to launch that and have everyone from Drew Barrymore to Geraldo Rivera to TikTokers all trying it just brings a level of energy and enthusiasm. But one thing that was unique, too, in our relationship is our focus on places. One area that our agency has truly excelled has been working with real estate destinations, communities throughout the country to make them attractive and to bring in audiences of all types, whether it's opening the Village of Rochester Hills that we did many, many moons ago, feels like a lifetime almost, to working with Easton Town Center, which is the #1 retail destination in the country. Millions of square feet of mixed-use real estate, residential and commercial space. We have an eye for things, but what makes them special, what makes them unique, how do we take all of those and turn it into some sort of ongoing, sustained campaign? And what we tried to bring into our relationship with the city of Sterling Heights was this level of thinking and creative class that we knew would help elevate the type of campaign that we needed. And we've been very fortunate to be recognized throughout the country as really a leading voice in what it is that we do. There are many agencies that are out there, and there's many creative people that do what we do. But we've been recognized as among some of the most elite in the country. Actually, recently recognized as one of the top 100 agencies in the entire country from PR News, one of our leading publications. And for those of you who know, when we walk into the room and they say, "Where are you guys from?" and we're like, "Oh, we're from Michigan." They're like, "I think I flew over there once." So most of these agencies are from California, New York, and other places. And to have a local hometown hero there is a big deal. But we've had experience being able to bring a level of creativity and thought into a number of types of campaigns and initiatives, similar to what we're talking about today. We also have some history. In 2020, we were tapped on the shoulder in February to help actually open up this very space. We worked with the communications team to come up with a strategy from a PR messaging standpoint to go beyond just the people that knew us in this community to talk about what it meant to open this community center. We had the Detroit Free Press, Fox 2, coming out and talking about, it's funny, this segment was about the rising trend of pickleball. So very, very different time it felt like to explain what it meant to have that in this space and be able to share this amazing destination with people just outside of Sterling Heights. And that was a huge component for us. We had actually some other amazing ideas we're going to work on too, but then like something happened in March 2020. I don't really remember, but it kind of changed a little bit of our relationship and we had to focus on some more important things. So that history was really key for us to come into this discussion and say, we want to help the city tell this amazing story. We have this connection. Let's leverage it. Let's take what we know and build something incredible together. There's a reason that a lot of organizations and companies and associations and destinations come to us. They're looking for creativity. They're looking for clarity, sometimes confidence, on what it means to deliver a very specific message. And to get to that point is very tough. Those of you who went through this visioning exercise, to sit in a room and like say, here's all the things we stand for, and then condense it down to like one sentence, I mean, that's an exercise. It is very hard. And there's a reason we exist is to be able to take that type of message to external and internal audiences. We are here to be able to do that. And that's why we've been so successful in our 25 years in business. Now, we often are asked about branding. What we are saying that's out in the world is a little bit different than maybe what we feel we are, we think we are, what it is that our brand stands for. And there are many conversations about what that is. So I'm going to bring you all back just for a quick second to like maybe high school, college, about the conversation of a brand. And it helps set the stage for some of the conversations that we've had actually all day today. Peter brought it up around like how people connect and fall in love with things. And a brand, if you go back to like the actual branding journal, like how do they describe it? It's an idea or image people have in mind thinking about a specific product, service, activity in a practical and emotional way. Peter talked about loving your city, or he talked about the love notes in many cases. That's part of people being in love with a brand. And sometimes when we talk about the concept of brands, people are like, well, city's not really a product. It's, you know, we got services and things. Like, how do people love us that way? How do they feel the same way? Well, those of you who had been kind of paying attention to what's been happening in municipalities and cities around the country over the past several years, this idea of placemaking has really cemented itself. And it's not just cities, it's destinations, it's whatever you may want to call it. The thought that beyond a city's or town's visual identity or their communications campaign, a brand success is born out of the experience it brings, the promise it communicates, and how it connects with us on a personal level. And we heard from the 2040 visioning documents about what we are promising, what we are bringing to the table, our core values, all these things that we want to communicate, and that are so key and critical to who we are from a DNA perspective. That comes out in our brand, it comes out in our place. It's really key to being able to communicate something that feels sometimes abstract, but it's so important to what people are going to be thinking and feeling when they look at the city of Sterling Heights. So we started with a simple question. What's the brand of Sterling Heights? A few months ago, we actually got a lot of people together in a room right here and asked that very question. We had all the directors together and we asked them, what's your elevator pitch? If somebody says, tell me about Sterling Heights, what do you say? The answers were incredible, educational, very diverse. People have very different ideas of who we are, what we stand for, what makes us special. Many of the themes that we heard today and have heard in other conversations, it was clear that innovating living, our core strategic plan, is there to guide us as a principle. And we have all these other things that make us special. And it became a conversation of, what is our unified story? Are we a place that offers incredible city services, a level of connectivity, participation from a government standpoint? Yeah. Are we this amazing economic powerhouse that has these emerging businesses in a high-tech corridors and great entrepreneurial stories? Absolutely. Do we have unique civic offerings and programs and entertainment for families of all sizes that people come out of their way to be here? Well, yeah. How do we tell all that together? How do we figure out how to communicate that to people that maybe are familiar with Sterling Heights or maybe not? That's what we set out to accomplish. That's what we tried to do. Getting here took a process. As Melanie mentioned, there are many, many steps in this journey to get here. First, we spent many, many hours with members of City Council, the Mayor's office, the directors, the marketing communications team, just to get ourselves as ingrained as possible. This is an exercise in taking many, many ideas and voices and important thoughts and putting them together on paper and starting to align around what we felt was most critical. We also looked at a number of resident data and information that was collected over years around what they felt was special about the city, where they thought there were messages that maybe we can start to get out more effectively or more vocally. We then matched that to all the other cities that we knew felt like were competition. We're competing. Whether they're in the UP and they're running YouTube ads to bring people to have a different type of slower life in different cities, or we have areas like Cedar Rapids and Rochester, New York, that have strong municipal outreach campaigns. We're looking at what people were saying. We weren't looking at like the big cities. We're thinking about like who looks like us, who sounds like us, who has similar offerings, and what it is that they are doing to be successful from an outreach standpoint. We then worked with the team to develop some core messages. We had to take all these things that we learned, all these things that we heard, and start to make them concise. And we started to put them in through a strainer, if you will, to figure out how do we elevate very particular and important moments in time that we can highlight and turn them into some outreach that we know will work. We then built a go-to-market strategy and campaign around that. A voice, a vision, a theme that we could use to tie those messages together. The messages are great, and we've heard so many today that are important and I think resonate with not only residents and members of the city and everyone that's really in this room, but how do we make them as bite-sized, memorable, and impactful as possible? There's a few things that we walked away with as we talked about messaging and why we love this place. Sterling Heights is a place where all the boxes are checked. Great schools, clean streets, low crime, the safest big city in Michigan, and a comparatively low cost of living. But it's much more. We heard that time and time again, all those facts, and I think everyone agreed that that's real, that's reality. But we heard well beyond just those simple statements. Sterling Heights is a place with a rare combination of amenities, opportunity, inclusivity. A place where sustainability and livability go hand in hand. Sounds like a lot of things we heard today. Sterling Heights is led and loved by those who understand the importance of investing in people, in businesses, and in public places and spaces that transform a place into a neighborhood and a city into a true community. A lot of what we heard coming out of the 2040 planning was encapsulated in our messaging that we pulled together. But what do we do with this? How do we take this message and bring it to the world? We have to make our message count. And there's so many different ways that we can deploy that, and we need the right vehicles to make that happen. And I was thinking about what were some of the ways that we could find a way to bring the right voices to the table? Who are the people that can help us do that? And I was having a conversation with my mother. So I talked about connections. This is 13038 Phillip Court in Sterling Heights. This is actually my house, when I grew up for 17 years. Single mom, went to Messmore, Bemis, and Henry Ford, which was, yes, go Falcons. Didn't play any sports, but I went a lot, which was great, to the football games. I played baseball at JC. I spent way too much money at Wingley Chinese off 19 Mile, like buying almond chicken, because, again, we ate late because my mom worked late. Those of you who probably went to the Sterling Heights post office and either complained about your mail or bought stamps, my mom worked there. She was the highest tenured employee at one point, and was there for many, many years. If you went to the Lakeside Mall store and bought a phone from the Singular Wireless standalone store, I probably sold you a BlackBerry or a phone. So, you know, I was having a conversation about this campaign, and I told my mom, I was like, Mom, I'm gonna get in front of a bunch of people at the city of Sterling Heights, and I'm gonna like talk about what it means to be an amazing place. And she kind of looked at me, and of course I'm her only child, so everything I do is like amazing. But you know, she was like, you know, that really was a great place to live. Like, great place to raise you, great place to have a family. And she hasn't been a resident in a little while, but the fact that, like, she said that, she's like, you know, I still tell people that. That was an incredible validation. Granted, you know, it's my mom, so she can pretty much walk on water as far as I'm concerned, but it was amazing to hear that after all these years. And when we got together and we talked about this effort to work together, you know, I looked at Mel and Mark and the entire communications team and city management team. I said, we got skin in this. And it's like, I personally feel like we got to make this successful. Because it was in part of how I was raised and where it came from. And I used to ride my bike behind Dodge Park and came in this area all the time. So we were thinking about, well, who are the types of people like Louise Zajac, my mom, that would go out there and say those great things? We had to go find the right people. We had to go find the people who could take those messages that believed them and they could deliver them on our behalf. A lot of what Peter talked about, finding those voices, the spiciness, the people who are the best possible co-creators for the city. And we found them. We started to work with them. So there's a few things that came out in Peter's conversation. He talked about the individuals that love their city more than anything, that have created opportunity, that tell an amazing story, whether it's, you know, growing up here, starting a business here, some level of personalization. And we wanted to use them. We wanted to take those stories that I feel like you've all heard, and we've heard in so many conversations with so many of you that have been incredible, and figure out how to tap into those and amplify them so others can hear them. We took community members who could speak from a place of vision and passion and excitement about this place, and create moments to promote not only like individual stories, again, it can matter to everybody, but we want things that matter to people that see themselves in residents and businesses and everything else, and can personalize them in an amazing way. So whether we are working with educators here in the city, those who are shaping young minds, have raised families here, that are truly a great, an amazing representation of what it means to be part of our school districts and our educational community, to the millennial entrepreneur who launched a hot Italian restaurant, all because another entrepreneur helped him. Or the growing company that's hiring young talent, and that young talent is meeting their spouses in that company, and they're buying houses here and raising families. Incredible stories. and our incredible community partners who are helping us not only reach new, more diverse audiences, but help to be part of shaping what it means to be a great citizen. We're using those stories. We're pulling them together. We're going to put the word out there because there's something that we've learned in all these conversations and what people have told us. There are people out there looking for what's next in their lives. They're looking for where they're going to live, where they're going to grow their business, where they're going to open their office, where they're going to put their foot down in the next high-tech facility. We don't want them looking anywhere else.
Sterling Heights feels like home. It's a community that feels like a big city, but yet it still has a small. Not showing on the screen.
Pause.
Sterling Heights feels like home. It's a community that feels like.
We're going to need to have a technical expert here.
As much as I'd love to interpret and dance this, we could do an impromptu poetry slam, but we'll give it a second for the tech here.
Sterling Heights feels like home. It's a community that feels like a big city, but yet it still has a small town community feel as well. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a principal, and we've been here in Sterling Heights for 22 years.
We're going to see if IT can
She'll
help
make
out,
it
I
work.
think.
She'll get it. I have faith.
A little technical difficulty.
Got the first 10 seconds down a couple times.
We have IT coming in.
Here comes Dion.
Usually my 4-year-old just drops things and it kind of connects it back after a second.
IT is coming to tell her to turn it off and restart it.
Put a new password in.
Campaign's actually, your warranty has expired.
Pretty standard for IT. Restarting.
This is going to be a great story when it all comes together. You can read it in the chapter in my book.
Oh, that looks better. There we go.
No sound.
Wow.
Now we need audio.
It's, you gotta have it.
It's a community that feels like a big city, but yet it still has a small town community feel as well. I'm a mom, I'm a wife, I'm a principal, and we've been here in Sterling Heights for 22 years.
I've been living in Sterling Heights for about 16 years. I fell in love with the county right away. I looked for an opportunity to come back in the United States. The opportunity came at the end of the summer '91 when I got offered a job. I got offered a job right here in Sterling Heights.
I grew up in Iraq. I moved to US 10 years ago, and AGS was my first job.
I lived in Sterling Heights about 29 years. I think the key question now is, why am I still here? Because I've been here for a long time and I could have moved, but no, I didn't. I chose to stay here because it offers so much, I think, for the residents here. And it wants to make you get involved, that you want to stay here and you want to help the city continue to grow and continue to become a great place to be a member of the community.
My grandfather and my father started out in Detroit. And then, as time goes by, people move around and people started moving out to Sterling Heights. So then we followed them out here. And we've been out here now 43 years. And it's been awesome for us.
I work at Ventimiglia Italian Foods. I started when I was like 6 years old, but I've been working there full time for 23 years. I like being in Sterling Heights. I've been here pretty much my whole life. Definitely feels like a community. We've had the same people coming in weekly, sometimes daily for decades.
Mauro and I had a vision to bring a more traditional Italian staple to Sterling Heights, and we were invited by Tony and the Ventimiglia family to open a restaurant with them and to bring a little Italy to Sterling Heights.
One thing we've done here at AGS is really double the size of our 18.5-mile facility, about 240,000 square feet. And the reason why we did that is to invest in not only this location, but Sterling Heights because of the talent that's around. When I first started at AGS, we had approximately 100 people. Now we're pushing 600 just at this facility.
I love being a part of the AGS community because everyone wants to take care of each other. We look at each other like one big family.
We're a family here, and we welcome everybody and try to help everybody and motivate everybody that comes over. Working for AGS helps me pay back for the community.
I met my husband in this company, and I met him in this city too. And then it's just a great city to live in. They have great schools and great places.
Yeah, I believe Sterling Heights is one of the most diverse communities probably in Metro Detroit. I mean, it's great even at my school to see that we have more than 26 languages spoken in the school. It's good that our students and families can see that there are people who look like them, but there are people who look different, people who worship different, and we're learning and growing when we're in that type of community.
To me, one voice can make a difference. So anyone that has any kind of issues or feels there are things that could be done better, I definitely encourage them to attend some type of forum. That's what brings value to a community, is everyone being heard as to what they feel is important where they live.
Sterling Heights is the center of everything from the north, south, east, and west. We're right in the center, and it's a wonderful city.
Look no further.
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 Look no further than Sterling Heights.
It was a journey, but we got there. I mean, I couldn't have said it better than those people. I mean, they volunteered their time, their energy, their stories, because they wanted to be part of this. And bringing this campaign concept to life, we knew that there were so many opportunities for us to capture the attention, the awareness, the excitement of people that are looking for the next place to be. And we heard from many of these people that we talked to, like they're looking for what's next in their community life, what's next for their business. And we felt like this campaign spoke to bringing people into the city, attracting them to what it means. We are a magnet. We're going to get this story out there. We've been capturing a number of stories around this campaign idea that we're providing a place for people to find what they need to thrive. And we want our residents, business owners, and visitors to seize that opportunity and live their best lives. That's our campaign story that we're getting out there. We've captured some incredible photography to get started and visuals around residents, business, our members of our business community, and beyond. And you just saw a snapshot of that, a piece of what we've been able to create so far. Those who are willing to be brave and say, yeah, I'll be part of this right away. But imagine what people are going to say when they see the first part of it, the other companies, organizations, high-tech groups that will want to be part of a message out there. And I can tell you from what we've heard, those organizations, those companies are like, yeah, we want to market that. We want to be part of sharing that story. It'll be a big part of how we continue to further this message. On top of that, over the next 60 days, you're going to start seeing this story activated in different places. We're going to get that word out. This includes a number of initiatives, whether we're looking at placement of physical media, digital media, and beyond. And there's a few advantages to this. One, we're now going to even the playing field. There's a lot of other cities out there that love to advertise, share messages and stories. It's our turn. It's our turn to get out there and to start to be part of that. We also have amazing digital strategies that we're going to be deploying. They're going to start to help us collect information. Who's paying attention to the city of Sterling Heights? Where are they from? Age groups, demographics, things that we can use to better market. As Melanie mentioned, this is a sustained campaign that we'll be leveraging ongoing. And we'll be able to use that information to better identify, market to, and attract the right type of people. What you're going to also be seeing over the next few weeks is updates to the city website with a dedicated landing page where you'll learn more about our campaign and our outreach efforts. Our hero video that you just saw will be on display, as well as a number of other short snippets that we can cut, use, and edit in a variety of ways that really align with modern marketing best practices. We're going to be launching our campaign, as I mentioned, and we'll be running through 2025, as noted, as part of our strategic plan. So we're going to continue to elevate and add to this campaign as we go and add in new voices. We'll also be expanding it. I bet you're looking at this and saying, well, what about this organization? What about aerospace? What about these groups? This is designed to be a moldable, flexible campaign. I think you could see any type of business, any type of person, any type of organization being part of this in many ways. And we'll look for ways to expand it, but also being smart and great constituents and managers of our budget as we move forward. So we're excited to share this campaign with you. We've enjoyed working on it, and I can't say enough about the marketing communications team, the city manager, council, who's amazing, the directors. You all provided so much direct feedback and support and opinions, which we value more than anything, and we're ready to bring this to the world. So thank you. And we look forward to hearing your questions or comments.
So, Mayor and Council, we look forward to your feedback on this. We've been very engaged with you so far on this, and others, our stakeholders, but we also, as Brandon mentioned, we look forward to expanding this. So you're going to see a lot of this out in the community, the region, beginning over the next 60 days, but imagine this expanded. So we look forward to your feedback.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. Thank you for the presentation and the entire team at Identity for putting this together. Open it up to council for any feedback, any thoughts, comments, or questions. Mr. Yanez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. Just curious, since you've done this in a number of other communities, how have you and those communities have measured success?
Great question. There's a wide variety of ways that we can start to look at what a level of return and success will be. One, we have a level of marketing-centric metrics to start, which allow us to really collect demographic information, family size, age groups, motivators. Those of you who are at all active on the internet, everything you've ever put out there, from your favorite movie to where you buy socks, is a piece of data. We look for ways to build that on behalf of the city and start to create some level of profiling and understanding. On top of that, we can use that to layer into other aspects of how the city handles its outreach, whether we are marketing to people that are familiar with the city and we can send them to specific destinations. We can also use it in feedback surveys in the future. We can ask them about campaign awareness and what they may have seen. We have a number of ways we can start to put this out into the world. And we've already seen that the city has a wide variety of vehicles that we can leverage to ensure that this becomes more of a continuous feedback loop of how they hear about us, what they are made aware of, and where the campaign lands for future conversations.
And just to follow up, has any of the other communities done anything to track folks, like a coupon program or something along those lines, so they know that people actually came and spent money in the community or tried to buy a house or whatever?
Yeah, I think short answer is yes. I would say that we are in an interesting market right now in terms of housing as well as availability. So if you look at the National Association of Realtors, they recently put out a report that says the average millennial spends about 20 weeks in terms of their search process. Rocket Mortgage says it could be up to 8 months. So in terms of our visibility and role, we're kind of like casting, a lure into where we think the fish will be as they're starting to identify where they're going to go. So a big part of what we're looking to communicate is top of funnel awareness to start and bring them further and further in. I will say that there are cities that have a wide variety of, I would say, initial outreach initiatives and then post kind of move-in initiatives that they leverage, whether it's everything from next door to surveys and beyond, to try to collect that direct feedback from residents. But the process, while fragmented, can be interesting depending on how people make their decisions. The business community is very similar. Think about how long it takes to look forward from a lease in terms of making a change. I can speak on behalf of our company. It took us 1.5 years before we were making decisions to have our last move. So the sooner we can be out there, the better we can start to collect that information and, more importantly, use it to our advantage.
Thank you.
Council, anyone else? Okay.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Strowski.
I'll just make some comments, and so thank you, Brendan. Great job. I really do like it. I've lived here for 31 years, raised all my 4 children here. They've seen it they're all adults now, and they are jealous of how the city has transformed in the last couple of years, because when they were younger, and Jeff can attest to this because he's known, he knows all my kids, and they look at it now and they're like, well, wow, I wish it would have been like that when we were little, but, which is great. And, but we do need to bring, keep attracting, because that's how we keep our city alive, and that's how we keep it young and vibrant. And they want to move here and live here. Some of them, a couple of them are gone, out of the state. One's out of the state. And it's really important to continue to attract them. We do need to have more affordable housing for them, because even with their great jobs, some of them can't live here. So they're staying under my roof. That's a different story. I need them to get out. But, so yes, great. I really do like that. It is, we do check all the boxes here, and it is hard to say, what more can we do? And, there's always more, but we check them so well that it's, we just have to do better at what we're doing well. And so I'm glad to see that we're doing this. I love it. It does make me, when I drive up north and I see, Kalamazoo advertising, I'm like, well, yeah, they're okay, but they're not as good as we are. Or as I've said many times, I have this mug that has the state of Michigan on it with 10 other cities listed on it, and Sterling Heights is not one of them, and we are the fourth, arguably third, largest city in the state. And it drives me crazy that why aren't we there? So we need to get our brand out there. So I love it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great feedback. And I think too, as we think about, we represent many generations, many different types of people that are going to be engaged in this campaign. And the biggest thing that we wanted to communicate is, you're right, we check so many boxes. And there's a lot of cities that also say they do that, but we know we out-execute them every day of the week. Come on now. But it's like, there is a question of perception being reality. Like, if everybody says it, does it really matter? So what we look for ways is to communicate very personalized stories that people want to invest in. So the next resident, the next business owner, the next entrepreneur, or anyone else sees themselves in that, and they can make that happen. And it's a big part of what we think is going to make this campaign a success.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Well, you just said everything I was just going to say. What I like about this is the energy and the fact that we look at some of the businesses that have been here for so many years and are historic, Ventimiglia's and some other businesses that are mentioned in here. Yet we're looking at newer companies too. So how we've evolved and we still maintain that history. I also love that it's residents and it's not city employees, although a lot of our city employees are residents. We found that out today. But, these are just regular people in our community, and they're involved in our community. And I think that sends a totally different message than coming from, the seven of us or from administration, quite frankly. So I think it's great. Thank you.
Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm going to agree with my colleagues. Sometimes we need to have somebody from the outside actually come and look at us. I mean, we know what we do, we know how we do it, we know why we do it. But when somebody that isn't affiliated with the city looks at our accomplishments, but also our weaknesses, I think it makes a difference in how we move forward. We've always said that the city itself, we compete against ourselves. Because it doesn't matter what we accomplish, we know that we have to do just a little bit more to get to the next step. And I think with some of what you could do for us is going to provide that next step where it's not going to come from our workforce, because we've already said that employee to resident ratio is low and it's something we shouldn't be proud of. But I think that's looking for somebody on the outside to help us is going to be a benefit as well. But I do see some of what we're doing is contradictory. I mean, we say that we're trying to keep our older residents in their homes as long as they can and provide services that keep them there. But at the same time, we also have a limited housing inventory, and that's because they're not moving, and we can't have younger people move in. Another fear that I have is we're going to come into an economic phase where we're going to have individuals or companies buying blocks of many homes in the city, and those becoming rentals. So I think we do have challenges, upcoming when we say look no further, but we have to be aware of those challenges as well as the benefits that we'll have from this program. So nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Koski.
Look no further. What you're trying to do is let everyone know what a wonderful place Sterling Heights is, right? To get new residents, businesses to come locate in Sterling Heights. Have you contacted or will you contact any realtors? Because who sells houses the most? Not individuals, but actually the realtor. The realtor is the one that says, okay, what are you looking for? Good schools, big house, little house? And they're the ones that find what the people are looking for. They are the ones that bring the people to Sterling Heights. I know this to be a fact because I got my broker's license back in 1971, 72. And I know Sterling Heights very, very well. So my question to you is, what is your marketing? Is it going to hit the actual entity that is going to promote Sterling Heights? Because it's not just residential. It is your commercial business realtor also. What do you have to say to that?
Well, you've probably seen some amazing shifts in the sands in terms of how people have looked at the home buying process and what they've gone through. I would say that our campaign has a couple different factors at hand. So one is we want to be able to identify writ large who we think makes up the potential resident from a success standpoint. The technology today gives us incredible insight and intelligence into just what people are looking for. You mentioned the process of like buying a home. I can literally go on the internet, set up an ad campaign and say, I want to know anybody that's been going to Zillow, and I want to target them with something. I have the ability to do that. That's just one aspect of the campaign, but the fact that I can narrow down or segment or be surgical to very specific audience types and deliver them something that we think might be targeted to their interest, I think is valuable. Two is, I would assume and I would think that realtors would love to have campaign assets, especially if Sterling Heights is their market. If that is their territory and that is where they're bringing in the right type of residents, I'm sure they would love to be able to use what we've created to market. And I would encourage anyone that has any sort of relationship, whether it's through behalf of the city or through a local association of realtors or GMAR, the Greater Michigan Association of Realtors, like to give them assets to say, here's what we're doing to better market our city, because I think they would use it to their advantage. They could use every piece in their kind of toolbox to be able to do that. So a combination of strategies is definitely part of this campaign. There is certainly an aspect that speaks to residents. There's definitely an aspect that speaks to the commercial audience. Our job and our expertise is to guide the city's team to deploy their messaging, their funds, their targeting as effectively as possible in order to ensure a level of response and return. So we definitely have both audiences covered, and we know that will be an important part as we look to the future of this campaign.
That's what I wanted to know, because I'm going to promote the city building a partnership with our realtors. I know that we are members of one of the local organizations, and I'm going to push to have us become members of the Oakland Macomb portion also. So I guess I'm going to be your competition.
Bring it on. You look tough. I don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Koski. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments are a little bit broader. You know, I think of this as an evolution of our brand, because for so many years, I think Sterling Heights and Macomb County have been like the silent gem or the forgotten area. And I can't see anyone else in Macomb County speaking like this, doing something like this. And I think people have kind of worked themselves into a little box. And they say, well, we're Macomb County. We can't do things like that. We can't toot or sing our own praises or shout from the rooftops of what we are doing here that's a success. And I think that often comes out when you read surveys of the region. You know, people think of Macomb County as a backwater. They think of us as bigots or idiots. And it comes through in how we're ranked amongst cities and how we view the region in general. And I kind of see this campaign as our coming out party. Now, we have built a beautiful city here. You talk to residents, they love it. But when you go out of that little bubble that we're in right here, and you bring new people here, I know city manager took around Peter earlier to show him some of the things. But when I bought my condo here in Sterling Heights, I took my realtor, who I knew from University of Michigan, on a tour of the city. And I showed him Dodge Park, and I showed him all the stuff that we were doing. And even for a guy who was selling stuff out here, he's like, wow, like there's so much more to this than that. He lives in Ferndale. And I think that's our competition. We are breaking out of the Macomb County. We're not fighting Shelby, or we're not fighting Clinton Township. We're fighting every other city in the state for new residents. And I think that that's what this campaign is about. It's about saying that, we've arrived, we have doing a lot of great things here. We want to change the conversation about ourselves, about, Sterling Heights or Sterling Lights, and really expanding that to, we're going to fight every other city in the state for residents because we think we're doing it the best here. And I want to congratulate you on that, because it can be hard to, we were joking earlier, it's like turning a freighter in the Detroit River, right? We've been going in a certain direction for so long, and to turn around, it can be slow. But once you get speed going, it's going to be all speed ahead. And I think of that with this campaign. And I guess I'm just so happy to change the conversation, because when I moved back here, I used to live in London. So I moved back to Sterling Heights for my family. And I know that we can do it better here, and that we should be praising ourselves. And we shouldn't be shy about it. Because if you talk to people from Ann Arbor, they're not shy about touting Ann Arbor. Talk to folks from Ferndale, they're not shy about Ferndale. So we shouldn't be shy about saying what's so great about Sterling Heights.
Thank you, Councilman. I mean, you hit on so many things that we didn't even necessarily touch on as part of the campaign, that we heard from so many people, that not only programming and thought process and intentionality of what the city's trying to do, that I think lives within the four walls of this room, that everyone's like, yeah, we do all these amazing things, but it became a quest to figure out how do we directly, or in some cases, if you watched those videos or saw those images or heard those stories, indirectly communicate those things. And the wonderful thing is that we wanted to build something that has the flexibility to be more of the F-16 that takes off and flies back on that aircraft carrier than maybe the aircraft carrier itself, or the shipping freight, whatever analogy you want to use. So from our perspective, we know we have our work cut out for us, and we know we have some things that are working in our favor absolutely with the city. And I think you said something that is a great touchstone for where we're going to go with this, is that you probably can count on one hand how many other cities in the state that are trying to shout that stuff from the rooftops. And it's we get to be the next one that does it, and very few people they're going to look at this, they're going to be like, why didn't we think of it? And we're excited for that to be the conversation we enter into.
The one more thing I would say, and the one thing I really do appreciate, as some of my colleagues have stated, is I'm so happy to see that we've found our residents, who are the ones who've always sung our praises, who we talk to on the doorstep and at events. We want to take them wider so that not just their friends and their neighborhoods, but the entire region, what we're doing here. I think those stories are going to be really the story of this campaign. It's not what we're thinking in this room. It's not we have low taxes or we're a very safe city. It's going to be, I met my husband here. I go out to dinner here. My friends live here. I love going to the parks. That's going to be the story. And I think that's what we're going to elevate with this campaign. All I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. A couple questions. Who do you see as the target audience for this? Is it people who live in Sterling Heights? Is it people who don't live in Sterling Heights? I think it's probably both, but I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, it's actually, you're right. I would say all the above. So a big portion of our approach in terms of targeting and delivery is that we have many different audiences that we can essentially align with in order to deliver these messages. We know we have to fight to keep residences and improve their opinion of the city, but we also know that maybe they don't need convincing. Then we have an entire world, not only within the Macomb County, outside of Southeast Michigan and beyond, of folks that are going to need to be hearing a message probably multiple times. So we've actually structured the campaign to have a sort of dual tracked approach if we're talking specifically about potential residents or current residents. So we're going to be marketing to both as part of this with different tactics. And that would be an important part of how we deliver success for the campaign, how we present information back to the city, and what it is that we'll be using to inform decisions over the life of the campaign.
So I think the tagline, "Look no further," is, I think when you deliver that message to somebody who is looking for a house or looking to relocate their business or looking for a place to invest, that it's easy to draw that connection, that this is hopefully going to be something that resonates with those people who have been looking and looking and looking and they can't find what they want. And so we're going to give that to them. Can you talk about how you and your team saw this message as something that can have the dual purpose of being used to provide messaging to residents who already live here, and how exactly that tagline fits in with our current residents and current business owners?
Right. I like to think of some kind of tired and true marketing tactics where there's been a kind of underlying conversation of BMW doesn't buy ads to attract people to buy BMWs. It buys them for people who already have them to remind them of how great it is that they have a BMW. That's part of their process and their strategy. They're reminding folks of what it means to be in that lifestyle. I think there's a few things that we can deploy and use. One, we have a wide variety of channels from a city marketing and existing resident outreach standpoint, as well as business and economic development outreach standpoint, that this campaign fits into. Now imagine being able to seamlessly integrate this into other touch points that we will be able to deliver to those that are already on our lists, that are already receiving our communications, that have essentially opted in because they're here to know what's happening with the city. And we want that to be an important part of how we fit this in. They're going to see this campaign. They may ask questions, or they may be wondering what that means, but the idea is that we are proactively marketing how great it is to be here. I think the second piece, too, is that we want to ensure that we dedicate a portion of our outreach to ensuring that residents will see, whether organically or through some surgical paid targeting, some of the messages that we've continued to resonate around placemaking, experience, events. I think all things that we would agree are what keep residents here, and we want to make that part of that story process. I think look no further. You can kind of tell whatever story you want, whether it's like 11 o'clock at night and you're like, I'm just going to open up Zillow and I'm going to see like what it looks like to like move to Berkeley. We don't want them doing that. We want them not thinking that way, and we want them to be comfortable and excited and know that they found their place.
And I think just to add to that, sorry, I'm over here. Hi, I'm Lindsay. I worked with Brandon on the campaign. I think when we were thinking about look no further and how that tagline represents all that we have to offer and all that we want people to know about us, that's where that duality comes into play. Because we hope that the people who live here and love it here know that they should look no further than Sterling Heights, because that is where everything can be found. But we also want people who are out in the community who are beyond Sterling Heights. They might live in Oakland County or somewhere else. We want them to look at Sterling Heights and say, I didn't know that I could get all of this in one spot, and I don't need to look any further. So that's where there's that dual track of like using that tagline to help to tell our story, because we know that we have so many great things to offer. We need other people to know that about us too.
Okay, good. I appreciate that. I thank you for that answer. As I've been thinking about it, I think one of the things that sometimes is frustrating, and it wasn't designed to be, is that we have so many choices in our lives now. Like at night, I have to decide whether I'm going to watch Netflix or Hulu or Amazon Prime or cable TV or YouTube or Apple TV or Disney Plus. And then when I choose one, I have thousands of options within there, right? And like I'm always thinking, if I stop scrolling right now, the good stuff might be right beyond that, right? And so then I've spent an hour looking at all these different TV shows and movies, and so I'm going to go to bed now, I think.
You end up watching The Office for the 100th time, yeah, right?
It's on Comedy Central, 248. I just go back to that, right? So I like this idea of just, kind of subtly reminding people, like, just stick with what you got. If you like it, and Sterling Heights, you don't have to keep looking, because I think people doom scroll on Twitter and Instagram, and they just keep going and going and going. It's like, stop that, right? And enjoy what you have, and invest in what you have right here. So I think that's an interesting message in light of, just sort of how I interact with all the different choices that I have presented in front of me. And I think it's something that especially younger generations probably, probably have even more so than me and other people older than me. So I hope this resonates with people. What's it like for you guys at this point in the campaign? Do you guys get nervous? Do you guys like?
I mean, we're agency people. I mean, I had like an energy drink and 4 like cups of coffee. Like we got lightning in our fingertips. Like we're ready to go. So I feel like, this often becomes one of the most exciting or sometimes like easy conversations, because it's like the work's done, for the most part. We've created it, we've had our space, we went out to these businesses, and for the first part of this campaign, we've captured these amazing, incredible stories, which you'll probably see in many different iterations, over the next several months. For us, we're now like in the tail end of essentially cementing our relationships where we'll be placing media, how we'll be deploying information, how we'll be working with the city communications team, and what they send out to residents on a regular basis, because we want things to feel like this is as integrated as possible. So our job is not to create a silo for this campaign and it to be living on its own. We want it to feel connected, and we want for all of our various audiences to be exposed to it in a way that makes the most sense to them. So, if you were to ask me, like I woke up this morning, I was like, I didn't care that it's soda. I'm trucking my way here. Like we were ready to go and excited to present this, because it's been not only an investment of time and energy and creativity, but like these are the things that we know are, a pivot moment in history for many of the organizations and cities and brands that we work with. And we are so thrilled for not only what the city's accomplished and has communicated today for its vision, but that we get to play a role in helping to deliver it to people that are not in this room and could be anywhere, essentially, in the country or the world.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyone else, council, any final comments? Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. Looking forward to seeing these billboards and media out there. So, okay, we are going to take another break. We'll take this time, let's try to stick to 10 minutes. I know it was my fault last time. So it is 4:32. I'm sorry, 4:32. Let's try to be back in 8 minutes. Is that enough time?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try to be back by 4:40, and we'll stand in recess until then.
talk another
All right, so calling the meeting back to order. I want to thank Identity again and all the presenters that we've had so far to this point. I will once again turn it over to our city manager, Mark Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Our final session this afternoon is centered on Think Sterling Green. You may have noticed the EV vehicle when you came into the room this afternoon, so we look forward to talking about that in this session. But under the spirit of Peter Kageyama and For the Love of Cities, this would be under the banner of Loving Green. So you can see our Think Sterling Green tagline before you on the screen. I'm pleased to introduce Marissa Russo, who's going to lead the first part of this discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Manager, City Attorney, Mayor, and City Council. Actually, I don't know what time it is, but it might be good evening. For decades, the City of Sterling Heights has been a trailblazer in pioneering sustainability, laying the groundwork for a community that thinks green and acts towards a more sustainable future. From the roots of our Department of Public Works' long-standing spring cleanup events that have become a staple event to our community, to Sterling Heights Parks and Recreation's pledge to enhancing recycling opportunities, collecting more than 16,000 cans to be recycled during Dodge Park Thursdays this past summer alone, sustainability has been woven into the very fabric of our city's existence. Not to forget the Community Center's pioneering step of implementing the area's inaugural EV station in 2020, or our ongoing recognition as a proud Tree City USA holder for 39 consecutive years and counting. Sterling Heights also had a bright idea to upgrade all its streetlights to energy-efficient LEDs, securing an annual savings of over $120,000, and the lights place less demand on the energy grid, requiring less maintenance and are longer lasting. Our city's administration's commitment to thinking Sterling Green has been a compass, consistently guiding us to improve the collective quality of life for our community. It's not just a part of what we do, it's a reflection of who we are and our dedication to continued progress. In April 2023, there is a need to bring awareness to the community on the city's mission for a greener future. It was also the perfect opportunity to create a unified platform that would allow our community to rally together and ignite a collective spirit towards sustainability. The City of Sterling Heights proudly introduced the Think Sterling Green umbrella brand. This transformative initiative was strategically crafted to not only establish a cohesive team TSG, if you will, but also to provide a central avenue for our residents to actively engage in numerous ongoing and upcoming sustainable projects and initiatives. Think Sterling Green was envisioned as an educational beacon, shedding light on sustainable practices and raising awareness, while simultaneously streamlining communication channels in hopes to increase participation from every resident invested in shaping a greener, brighter future for our city. Among the key initiatives introduced as part of Think Sterling Green was the Rain Barrel Program, where more than 1,200 rain barrels were provided free of charge to our community and were quickly claimed, demonstrating our residents' strong obligation to water conservation and sustainability. And we cannot forget about our Go Green Grants initiative in partnership with Michigan Saves, which offered funding to residents for energy-efficient home improvements. With an overwhelming response from the community, we saw all funding granted within 10 days of the application opening, illustrating once again our community's eagerness to make sustainability changes to their daily lives. While these initiatives mark significant milestones, they're just the beginning of our city's commitment to thinking Sterling Green.
Sustainability for me is about recognizing in all of our policies, our procedures, and in our planning, how everything on this planet is connected in some shape or form.
I would say sustainability is the prioritization and the intentionality of actions that have a positive impact on both the environment, but also the people that occupy the environment.
Living a more sustainable life creates a better city to live in, a healthier environment. It promotes better health for our residents, makes it a more attractive place to bring new residents to the city, and overall just makes it a better place to live.
Sterling Heights is fairly new in its sustainability realm. We instituted our Sustainability Commission just a few years ago, and since then we've really made great progress, and I think residents can expect to see even more progress as we continue to think Sterling Green and continue to enact our vision. So soon we'll have curbside recycling, so that's something that residents can look forward to. I would say expect to see more trees in the near future. We do have a strong emphasis on reforesting our community. I would say look out for educational campaigns, dealing with food waste, helping us kind of identify ways that we can help reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, rain barrels, all of these sorts of things that are sustainably focused but really have a residential impact, I think will be a priority moving forward, as well as integrating with our business community and the various leaders that we have so that when we implement sustainability programs and policies that they really have a community focus and that they're led by the community.
So the purpose behind Think Sterling Green is to help residents and businesses recognize that sustainability is not just about actions. It's also about changing the underlying mentalities. You're thinking about the impacts that those actions will have on the environment and the community around you so that you can make choices that are more sustainable and will promote a better community for future generations to come.
We've made really good progress in instituting, I think, Sterling Green framework that we can kind of identify under, but now it's really important for us to live up to those words. And I think we're in a really good opportunity as such a large municipality in Michigan to become the leaders in this space. And I think it's really important for us to kind of galvanize ourselves behind the Think Sterling Green so that we're not just necessarily greenwashing, but we really mean what we're saying and we're acting upon that. And so I think that we have the opportunity to be leaders in this space and be able to provide great benefit for both our residents in Sterling Heights, but the residents in the state as well.
Every resident can do a little bit, and every little bit helps, whether it's reducing our greenhouse gas emissions or ensuring that people are recycling or making sure that we're not polluting our rivers and streams. Even though that might just be one person doing one thing, over time and across a community as large as Sterling Heights, that adds up and really helps to make our community a better place and the world a better place.
I think it's just like being able to have a healthy environment that you can thrive in, being able to go to a good school, knowing that your kids are safe, having the ability to have access to healthy foods and clean water, being able to go outside and have healthy air to breathe. Like all of these things that we take for granted are sustainability focused. And so we need to make sure that we're both protecting what we have currently and moving forward.
That's not always an easy thing to do. We have many conflicting priorities, and there's always a constant struggle for funding. But these connections, they go beyond boundaries on a map, and essentially our community spans space and time. So there's a saying from Wendell Berry in our sustainability plan, which really kind of encompasses all this. And that if we don't make these priorities, the saying is that nature has a sterner sense of justice and a longer memory than we do.
Think Sterling Green is not just a mindset. It's not just a light bulb going off when we get a green idea. It's a way of life that the city of Sterling Heights is now responsible to sustain for future generations. We can see numerous city departments taking action through even just the daily decisions being made. Just in the months ahead, each resident will be receiving their very own recycling cart for easy curbside recycling and with convenient opportunity to reduce their carbon footprint. We will also witness an expansion in our tree canopy through many grant funds alone and an opportunity for all of us to join in on creating a healthier environment through a community reforestation project. We'll also see the making of recreational spaces, encouraging residents to create their very own sustainable initiatives through a community garden, expansion of non-motorized transportation, and so much more. Together, let's continue to think Sterling Green and foster a community where sustainability not only exists, but thrives. I'd like to now introduce Assistant City Manager Jeff Bohorsky to talk about how we'll continue to push for a greener community.
Thank you, Marissa, and good afternoon, everybody. The launch of Think Sterling Green positions the city of Sterling Heights to not only raise community awareness about the importance of sustainability, but to launch meaningful initiatives that will improve residents' quality of life. I have the privilege of introducing two such initiatives, beginning with the Sterling Heights Reforestation Initiative. Now, if you were to look across Utica Road and see Dodge Park and the Clinton River Trail system, you'd likely question, why does the city need to reforest? Unfortunately, this concentration of mature, dense trees is the exception in our city rather than the rule. It is very distressing to drive down many of our neighborhood streets where the number of residences without a street tree far outnumbers those with a mature, healthy tree. It's a troubling sign that we have new residential developments that have few, if any, surviving street trees. As this chart shows, the city's current 19% urban tree coverage places it at the lower end for municipalities that have been surveyed. It's obviously not good that Sterling Heights is closer to the arid Las Vegas than the very green Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And please note that we are a long way from the state of Michigan's recommended 40% tree canopy. As noted in the city's award-winning sustainability plan, Green Macomb identifies Sterling Heights as a municipality deficient in funding the growth of its tree canopy and building community support for trees. Although the city's large industrial corridor and the devastating Emerald Ash Borer account for a large portion of our current deficit, there is also a well-entrenched attitude among some that trees are a nuisance that is best solved by removal. The city, especially in its formative years, struggled to find the proper balance between development and tree preservation. Obviously, at 19%, we didn't get that equation right often enough. So change is clearly needed, and we need to start now. Based upon the good work of the Sterling Heights Sustainability Commission and the Office of Planning, awareness of the current deficit in the city's urban tree canopy is increasing, and that awareness is a catalyst for action. The best argument for a healthy and robust urban tree canopy are made by the trees themselves. Simply put, trees are great for our community. As this slide indicates, this is a partial list of the benefits of trees. They reduce stormwater runoff and improve groundwater quality. They capture and remove carbon dioxide. They reduce energy consumption. They provide wildlife habitats. They reduce the urban heat island effect. They increase property values. They slow neighborhood traffic, and I will add that trees are fun. While these benefits all sound great, they are even more impressive when the benefits are monetized. Here's an example from the City of Ann Arbor's 2014 Urban and Community Forest Management Plan, where the community benefits generated by that city's 40,000 street and park trees is valued at $4.6 million annually, or $97 per tree. This figure is an impressive annual return on community investment, particularly when you consider the lifespan of trees. I ask that you keep this ROI in mind when considering the presentations that follow on how we're going to fund this tree initiative. The federal government is turning to trees to solve a significant public health crisis, the unrelenting daytime and nighttime heat being generated in urban environments that have little or no tree canopy. Here on this slide is a quote from a climate expert that explains the heat island phenomenon. Places with a lot of asphalt, concrete, buildings, and freeways absorb more of the sun's heat than areas with ample parks, rivers, and tree-lined streets. At night, when temperatures are supposed to cool down, the retained heat is released back into the air, and it's going to take a while for trees, are released back into the air. It's going to take a while for trees to grow, but we need a tree planting program focusing on places that are particularly vulnerable, making sure that city planning takes into account that we're heading into a much warmer future. Millions of federal grant dollars are being programmed to planting trees, and you will hear shortly how the city of Sterling Heights has benefited by a significant grant for that purpose. So hopefully I've made the case for a commitment to reforesting Sterling Heights. It will not be easy, it will not be inexpensive, but one initiative that we must undertake now, it cannot be delayed. I am heartened by the fact that our city is embracing sustainability by offering residents universal curbside recycling for the first time in 2024. I'm proud to live in a city that had the foresight to establish a large nature preserve, to reopen the Clinton River to recreational opportunities, and is committing to trails at an unprecedented rate. It is these opportunities to leave a lasting legacy for future generations that exemplify my favorite quote on sustainability. Sustainability takes forever, and that's the point. Now I'd like to introduce Alexis Richards again from the Office of Planning to provide specifics on our ambitious reforestation initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Bohorsky. Now that we have an understanding of the numerous benefits trees provide to our daily lives, I would like to take a moment to evaluate where we currently stand in regards to our urban forest and where we would like to be within the next 5 years. This past year, the city partnered with Davie Resource Group to conduct a tree survey of all street trees as well as our park trees, excluding the heavily wooded areas. In total, approximately 34,809 trees were identified. Through this process, we were able to gain several insightful data points. First, our tree stock is primarily comprised of young to established trees, with mature trees accounting for less than 7% of the population inventoried. It is recommended that 70% of an urban forest be comprised of young to established trees and the remaining 30% maturing and mature trees. Our lack of mature street trees is due in part to the emerald ash borer, resulting in the removal of approximately 12,000 street trees in the early 2000s. With continued tree planting and high-quality maintenance of the city's young and established trees, we can help achieve the recommended diversity of age class distribution. Next, the species diversity is fairly low, with 42% of the trees being genus Acer, or maples. As we continue to reforest the city, it is incredibly important that we are intentional in the species of trees that we are selecting to plant. Maples have been a common choice for landscaping trees as they grow fairly quickly, they're hardy, and they are beautiful trees. And while all of this is true, it is not healthy or sustainable for a population to be made predominantly of the same species. If a new disease or pest that specifically targeted maples were to make its way to Sterling Heights, we would be at a great risk of losing a large proportion of our street trees. Further, as we select trees, we need to ensure they are primarily native to support biodiversity and a range of native species. Through the survey, it was determined that approximately 14,917, or 36% of residential properties, do not have a street tree. As the city continues its journey of reforestation, a particular focus will be on residential areas to ensure residents are able to begin benefiting from trees sooner rather than later. To provide a more detailed overview, I selected a section of the city to highlight our street trees. In section 26, 755, or 62% of residential properties do not have a street tree. And we'll come back to this section in a moment, so kind of keep that number in mind. The image you see here is of the city's canopy coverage from Google's Environmental Insight tool. The last canopy survey that was conducted in 2019 through Green Macomb determined that we had a canopy coverage of 19%. Our ultimate goal is to get to 40% through long-term sustained tree planting efforts. As Google breaks their map down by census tract, I selected a tract located within section 26. This census tract has a 15% canopy compared to the overall average of 19% for the city. I highlight this because it demonstrates one way the city can prioritize planting locations, taking into account areas that are currently at a greater deficiency than others. Over the next 5 years, we have set the ambitious goal of planting an additional 15,000 new street trees in our residential right-of-ways. As I mentioned before, the trees selected will need to be primarily native and biodiverse to support a healthy urban forest. Further, we need to take into account the changing climate as we select species. With climate change, trees that would ordinarily be suited to our environment are no longer able to thrive, and so we need to choose species that are resilient. Lastly, we intend to establish microforests in strategic locations. Normally, when municipalities plant trees, they are in a row lining a street. And while these have great value, trees that are in a more natural environment provide even more benefits. Now, given these goals, I wanted to provide you with a visual. Here we have a street that's located within Section 26 of the city, and as you can see, a large portion of this street has ample space for more trees. Now here's a rendering of what that same street could look like if we planted trees within the right-of-way. The best time to plant a tree was yesterday or even 10 years ago, and the longer we wait to rebuild our urban forest, the longer it will take to see the streetscapes that resemble this. Now I've described our goals, and I'm sure you're wondering how we intend to fund this important initiative. Well, one way is through grants. So far, the city has applied for $1.8 million in funding for trees. This equates to approximately 3,704 trees, of which 30 or so would be dedicated to trees in parks. Now, you may have noticed that the 3,704 trees that could be planted with the grants we've applied for does not equal our 15,000 tree goal. To discuss how we propose to fund this gap, I would like to introduce the city's finance director, Jennifer Varney.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. I always get the best part.
Yeah.
So just to reiterate, the goal of planting 15,000 street trees over the next 5 years, I think that everyone would agree that the benefits of increasing the tree canopy in our neighborhoods are numerous. And while the goal of planting 15,000 street trees over the next 5 years is ambitious, it is attainable with appropriate funding. So the question is, how are we going to fund this initiative? And at an estimated $500 per tree, the planting of 15,000 trees will cost approximately $7.5 million over the next 5 years. And as Ms. Richards indicated in her presentation, we have successfully obtained grant funding of $1.8 million. And of course, we will continue to aggressively pursue additional grant funding. But in order to meet the 5-year goals, we need a sustainable funding mechanism now. So as shown here, we have a funding gap of about $5.7 million. Annualized, that equates to a little over $1.1 million per year. So the proposed mechanism to fund this gap is a temporary increase of about 0.2 mils to the operating millage rate. For the average household, this would equate to about $18 per year. And city administration intends to include this temporary millage increase into the proposed budget for fiscal year 25, and the operating millage will still be under the Headley maximum, which has already been approved by voters. While the cost of the program is relatively small, the benefits are enormous. The USDA estimates the life of the average street tree is about 19 to 28 years. So I used a 20-year lifespan to be conservative. Using the economic benefit rate calculated by the city of Ann Arbor, you can see that over the 20-year period, the total investment of $7.5 million results in a community-wide return on investment of over $21 million. So specifically, the economic benefits are numerous, and Mr. Bohorsky touched on many of them in the presentation. But here's just a few more examples from respected sources. From the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the net cooling effect of a young, healthy tree is equivalent to 10 room-size air conditioners operating 20 hours per day. And from the Center for Urban Forest Research, if you plant a tree today on the west side of your home, in 5 years, your energy bill should be 3% less, and in 15 years, the savings will be nearly 12%. So those are real dollar savings. And a mature tree can have an appraised value between $1,000 and $10,000. And having large trees in yards along streets increases a home's value from 3 to 15%. And healthy, mature trees can add an average, again, of 10% of a property value, according to the U.S. Forestry Service. So again, real dollar impact to residents in the community. So in closing, according to a study published by the University of Illinois, trees are going to become increasingly important as urbanization expands and human populations stake a larger claim on land. As shown in the chart on the left, by 2050, it is predicted that 70% of the world's population will live in urban areas. That's almost a 20% increase from the current population and a dramatic surge from 150 years ago. The canopies of urban forests provide extremely valuable shade in cities and can work to counteract the urban heat island effect, as Mr. Bohorsky mentioned. Since our cities are filled with concrete, asphalt, bricks, and other materials that absorb heat and slowly release it, urban areas are known to be heat islands that are warmer than the surrounding rural areas. Trees can work to actively cool air in cities and can provide up to a 16-degree reduction in temperature, again lowering energy costs and further reducing our carbon footprint. And finally, a tree is one of the few infrastructure investments that actually appreciates in value as it matures. As demonstrated in study after study, the annual benefits from trees far outweigh the cost. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Vanderpool to introduce the next initiative.
And Mayor, just in closing on that topic, I think we can all be really proud of our urban reforestation initiative. And I wanted to commend the team for the grants that we've received to date, because it has made this very bold objective a little more affordable for residents and businesses over the next 5 years. So thinking of the next generation, we have a responsibility to complete this objective. It's consistent with our Visioning 2030 plan, and it's certainly consistent with our Visioning 2040 plan, which, by the way, will be formally presented to City Council in the very near future to be formally adopted. And moving on to the next topic, we want to spend some time talking more about placemaking, because we have a really exciting program, a recreational amenity that we'll be unveiling in the southwest portion of our community, and it's something that we've never had in our city. It's something that a number of you on council have been championing over the years, and we're really pleased that we're able to allocate some funding for this and to get it done. And once again, I introduce our Assistant City Manager, Jeff Bohorsky, who's been hard at work on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. So now we transition to another exciting Think Sterling Green initiative that our team is incredibly excited about, the launch of the city's first ever community garden. Now, some may question exactly how a community garden fits under the sustainability umbrella, but as this Venn diagram shows, the benefits of community gardens align with many of sustainability's critical goals. Under environmental benefits, note that community gardens reduce the heat island effect, decrease stormwater runoff, and increase wildlife habitats, the identical benefits that were cited for street trees in the earlier presentations. Community gardens further contribute to community health by increasing physical activity, consumption of fresh foods, and improving mental health. Most importantly, community gardens provide access to fresh produce. Unfortunately, accessibility to healthy, fresh food is a huge issue in our country, especially for vulnerable populations. The poor diets that result from a lack of access expose far too many to diseases like type 2 diabetes and heart disease. As with many sustainability initiatives, community building and community education are fundamental to a successful community garden. As the presentations to follow will demonstrate, our proposed community garden purposefully goes beyond simply providing a plot of land to grow plants in. We have incorporated elements that will draw our residents into native plant and pollinator gardens, and to introduce what a microforest is and can do for the city's tree canopy. There will be attractions that will educate our residents to the value of a healthy environment, not only for humans, but for the keystone species that are essential to our fresh food supply. There will be opportunities for residents of all ages and abilities to enjoy the incredible benefits of gardening. For residents who live in apartments or senior residences, our community garden may be their only opportunity to experience the benefits of growing fresh food. So now I'd like to bring up our Parks and Recreation Director, Kyle Langloyd, who will provide further details on this initiative.
Thank you, Jeff. And as a follow-up to Jeff's introduction, I'm here to just make a few comments about how the plan you're about to see really came to fruition. And as you'll see, since it's going to be in a park, it made sense for me to be up here today to share that information. So first, I want to give some credit where credit is due, and that goes to both Lauren Moore, Megan Ahern, and the team, which you'll hear more about here in a little bit. But they started the process with great research and conversations with other entities that currently operate community gardens within a municipal setting, and that really set the stage for us. That then prompted us to form a small subcommittee, which included Lauren, Megan, Jeff, Jennifer Rizzo, as I mentioned, who is our resident master gardener, we're proud to have on our team, and myself. And the first order of business was to take a few local garden tours to municipalities that are close proximity to Sterling Heights. On September 7th, our committee visited gardens in Rochester Hills, St. Clair Shores, East Point, and Troy, which gave us tremendous insight on best practices and how we can take the goods and bads of each of those sites and ultimately create our own community garden, the Sterling Heights way. Each garden visited had a different operational model, which was very interesting to see. Major areas of discussion included fencing, water sources, in-ground versus above-ground planting areas, and which materials to use, rules, how to maintain it, and so much more. However, one of the most important topics that came from the tour is where would we locate our Sterling Heights Community Garden, and more formally, which park would we locate it in? While we most strongly considered 4 sites, as you can see on the screen, knowing that any site that we chose will need parking, will need utilities such as water and electric, will need suitable open areas, and will need restrooms, only a couple of options were truly in play, without us having to make a substantial initial investment just to get ready to build a community garden. In the end, final site selection for our flagship community garden was between Baumgartner Park and Nelson Park, with the latter being chosen due to many factors. Among those factors were available space for current use and future potential expansion, location near an existing path that meanders through the woods, anticipated suitability of existing soils, and having all of the necessary infrastructure items at the site. In addition, the placement of a community garden in Nelson Park will fit nicely with other natural amenities that are either currently in place now or are expected to be in the near future. In 2022, the Parks and Recreation Department installed 2 natural planting areas at the base of a hill at the north end of kind of the main developed area of our park, as you can see on the screen. Those areas traditionally held water and bred mosquitoes. This was our natural way to soak up that water and help minimize the hatching of mosquitoes throughout the year. Many of these native plants that have been planted there are also natural pollinators, which again supports the garden's location at this site. Also, you may remember from my budget presentation last April that there was a grant application in place from the county to install natural prairie along the relief drain at the north end of Nelson Park, which also included a conceptual plan for a city-owned natural surface trail running east to Ryan Road. We have since learned that the grant through the National Fish and Wildlife Service has been approved, and the county is moving forward with their installation. This paves the way for us to make future decisions on when we can allocate funding to complete the path as included in their grant submission, and something that we supported at the time when the grant was submitted. Once fully completed, I am confident in saying that the community garden, in combination with these natural areas, will make for a one-of-a-kind experience right here in Sterling Heights. Given this information, I would like to now turn the presentation over to Lauren Moore, who gets the honor to walk you through a tentative site plan for the community garden at Nelson Park.
Thank you, Kyle. I'm sure that everyone is excited, intrigued, and wondering when and how this will all take shape. Well, that process has already begun, as we are currently in the conception design phase of our project planning. During this time, we've all done the previously mentioned tasks, selected a firm to provide architectural services, and approved designs that you will see in just a few short moments. Additionally, we will map out the actual drill-down budget and design and gather any necessary resources. As we exit this phase, we will enter our management development phase, where we will scope and complete the more administrative aspects of this project, including but not limited to the governance of this space, maintenance, and etc. Around April or May of this year, we intend to bring our plan to City Council and have the bid awarded. In June, we will break ground with construction being completed in November. While we may already be excited about this, community engagement is key. So through collaborative efforts with community relations, we will launch a new aligned Think Sterling Green campaign specifically for this endeavor in October. At this time, we will promote what this is, why it's important, and then open signups. Included in our master plan is the mapping of the concept to create a multifaceted attraction that is helpful, aesthetically pleasing, educational, and fully engaging. Covered in this plan is an approved access-only Sterling Heights resident and business 1-acre fenced-in community garden. We decided to fence in this amenity to keep the deer and such out. The space will consist of private and community beds with varied options for raised, in-ground, and ADA-approved beds, a dedicated children's garden section, reaffirming the educational component you will continue to hear about, and a pollinator wildflower garden. As an added benefit, we will be installing irrigation with spigots at the head of each row. Keeping with the Sterling Heights standard, the city will provide tool sheds, signage, compost, trash, mulch, and donation receptacles. But why settle for one amenity when you can have multiple? This space will also include a to-be-determined medium-sized vented butterfly house. Butterflies are not only delightful to observe, but they perform an essential ecological survival function too. They, along with other pollinators, including bees, moths, birds, and bats, pollinate over 75% of the world's flowering plants. Thus, protecting and providing for these beautiful creatures helps us to be more sustainable, and doing it in this innovative way carries many benefits, like health benefits, as we hope to include a reflexology path, which is known to positively impact the body's faculties, including more satisfactory, balanced, enriched cognition, and bolstered muscles. For kids, those benefits are enhanced as the sensorial provocation of the foot promotes development both physically and mentally. This aids in fun and function for the whole Sterling family. As we further consider sustainability, we'd be remiss if we didn't include a native microforest. Microforests, as you already heard, carry many benefits. They're small, dense, rich in biodiversity, sequester carbon, mitigate heat and flooding, provide shade, and are just effectively better for our environment. They're also relatively easy to put together. Here, we've mapped out 2 placement options. There will be signage and seating near here as well, giving onlookers the options to gain a quick understanding of what these patches are. Lastly, connecting each of these great spaces will be native pollinator plants beautifully landscaped throughout a central plaza. This will help to maintain the community feel and provide shading, seating, and important messaging. Furthermore, native plants are advantageous as they are most useful for native pollinators. Native plants that are well adapted to our local environment don't require much water or care. Another benefit of native plants is that they have deep root structures, which helps to prevent the erosion of soil. Ultimately, the goal here is to create an inclusive destination that all of Sterling Heights will be proud to see and utilize with maximum benefits. So, We've mapped out ADA compliant pathways, security, parking, lighting, and resourcing, all while creating another vibrant and beautiful campus to display a public art piece. Nevertheless, there's so much more to this, and that will come from this, that Jennifer will so eloquently explain.
Thank you, Lauren. As we continue to work through the anticipated details surrounding the development and annual maintenance of the new facility, it is very exciting to see that the community garden will be a true community effort. It will bring city departments, including, almost forgot. Including but not limited to Parks and Recreation, DPW, Community Relations, City Management, along with local volunteers from Michigan State University Master Gardener volunteers, City Commissions such as Sustainability and Beautification together to bring the project to life. As an Extension Master Gardener volunteer myself, I am particularly excited to see this project seed germinate and grow. One of the many things gardeners wish they had more of is space. Many of our yards are not big enough to accommodate a garden, and this garden will give them that, along with camaraderie and other gardeners from their community that they wouldn't get from their own yard. The expertise and comprehensive effort needed to maintain the community garden will create a bountiful garden for the city of Sterling Heights and provide residents the opportunity to grow their own produce, to feed their families, as well as a space for those that enjoy growing plants as a hobby to have as a means of recreation and enhanced well-being. Beyond the city department's support, expected community engagement from local businesses, schools, churches, healthcare facilities, and more will also enhance the garden. Conversations have already been had regarding partnerships with local food banks and potential sponsors that will add to the possibilities for different programs and community engagement. In collaboration with the MSU Extension and the Macomb County Master Gardeners Association, Extension Master Gardener volunteers can join in the effort to maintain and support the garden and its many features like the butterfly house and native plant garden. There are currently 152 active Extension Master Gardener volunteers in Macomb County, 14 of which reside in the city of Sterling Heights. Local garden groups may utilize the garden area for their members to volunteer as well. Relationships that last beyond the growing season will contribute to the sustainable effect of not only the community garden, but throughout our entire city. The city's management services specialists will coordinate with volunteers and community engagement groups to help this project evolve and grow over time. Once the garden is established, Parks and Recreation programming with the Nature Center, Senior Center, and even adaptive recreation will provide education and hands-on learning opportunities for residents surrounding a variety of related topics. This will add new ways for our residents to enjoy their community and learn valuable skills that can make the world a better place. In closing, while we are still a good distance from the finished product, the subcommittee has already contemplated a number of ideas that will make this new amenity the best version of itself and have the community impact that is desired. Many conversations in the coming months will help flush out our plan, and constant evaluation after we open the garden will help it continue to evolve and ensure that it remains sustainable and a valuable resource to our community for generations to come. Thank you, and this concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to compliment the team for their good work on this project. You can see that this will be a best-in-class community garden. I recall talking about this idea when Councilman Yanez was in the state legislature, and we were looking for grant funding and trying to get it done many years ago. And finally, we're at the point here where we're able to make this happen, so we appreciate everyone's good work on this, and we really look forward to council's feedback on it. And now moving on, I love the title of this next topic, Going for a Green Ride. By the way, I have the keys to the car outside in the lobby, and I invite City Council to drive it around the lobby once we're done with this. But we have to wait for Mr. Langlois to leave the building. We'll try to get him out as quick as possible. Okay, so as you know, businesses are spending billions of dollars, Ford, Stellantis, GM, Tesla, not to mention all the others, on EV technology. And electric vehicles are here, they're here to stay, and they're going to continue to make market gains for sure. Thousands of our residents have EV vehicles parked in their garages they use every day, and we want to make sure that we're doing all that we can to build out the EV infrastructure in Sterling Heights, especially as it relates to charging stations. So our Community Development Director, Jason Castor, is going to talk about just that and our ambitious plans to get these stations installed.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. I'm happy to be here today with you to co-present with Public Works Director Mike Moore on this third initiative and providing an update on the progress of our electrification plans. I will start with some background information on how we got to this point, then moving forward onto an overview of current initiatives of what we've been working on to keep moving the sustainable activities, moving them forward, following that up with future projects the city is actively working on. With the current landscape for transportation and vehicles evolving, it is imperative to stay on top of and review current and future policies to ensure all businesses and residents are protected. In 2020, City Council established the Sustainability Commission, consisting of residents that were passionate about sustainability, ensuring that the city focused on this important initiative where the benefits do not stop at property lines or community limits. In the past 4 years, the commission has made great strides in advancing sustainability, including finalizing and publishing the award-winning Sterling Heights Sustainability Plan in 2021. An amazing footnote to the sustainability plan is that it was entirely drafted, edited, and completed during COVID while working remotely. The Sustainability Commission has accomplished much already, and recently there was a need to increase the number of members, providing an increased capacity to successfully implement the sustainability plan through various projects, policies, research, and marketing necessary to continue making Sterling Heights a more sustainable community. Advancing the initiative set forth in the sustainability plan in the changing landscape of vehicles, the city recognized the need to get an assessment of the current EV charging landscape in Sterling Heights. Through a Southeast Michigan Council of Governments Planning Assistance Program for Transportation Equity and Sustainable Infrastructure, the city was successful in securing an 80-20 share grant to provide $35,000 and create our EV charging master plan is a great first step. The city utilized these funds to partner with planning consultant Wade Trim to complete this benchmark plan. And building on the momentum of the EV charging plan, we announced a public-private partnership with General Motors Community Charging Program in June of last year. This program aimed to double the number of level 2 charging stations in the U.S. and Canada, installing up to 40,000 public level 2 chargers in communities across North America. We identified 17 locations on city-owned property to locate these charging stations. This would add 34 charging ports to the network. These locations include Dodge Park, Senior Center, Community Center, City Hall, Delia Parks, Nelson Park, Baumgartner Park, and Shaner Towers. We are currently working with State Electric on the installation of these chargers. We visited each site with the contractor to review charging locations prior to submitting to DTE for plan review. These chargers will be installed free of cost and maintenance to the city, and through recent conversation with the contractor, I expect these charging stations to begin installation in the first quarter of 2024. Adding 17 public chargers to Sterling Heights would offer a significant increase into the current number of chargers available in Sterling Heights. The map shown here with the green highlights indicate the current public chargers available at 6. There are some additional chargers located around the city, but may have restricted use as they are located on private property, could be located at businesses for their workers or visitors, or also located in a multifamily complex for use of residents in their community. The Office of Planning is also continuing to further EV readiness of development during pre-development meetings, discussing the topic of having developments EV ready. This means while they might not yet be ready to install chargers, the underground work will be in place when they are ready. Shown here is Icon Park, where when built, will have both EV charging stations and another bank of parking that is EV ready. Increasing charging locations will help to increase the many benefits of EVs, from cleaner air, eliminating tailpipe emissions, a lower cost of driving supported by reports that note a savings up to $770 a year when compared to an ICE vehicle. Also included is a great public relations that come with installing the chargers. Unfortunately, not every community benefit from EVs can be quantified. However, many communities support EVs because we believe it is the right thing to do. Additionally, cities that support these improvements to the local environment will get a bonus from media, word-of-mouth communications. EV drivers appreciate and feel at home in communities with charging at shopping centers, city lots, and municipal buildings. Communities offering green amenities then become preferred places to live, visit, and shop. Now you may be thinking, why are we looking at this now with a low use of EV vehicles on the road with around 2.5 million? If federal zero emission sales targets are met, it is projected that the U.S. could have more than 45 million EVs on the road in 2030, and we want to be prepared for this increase. While this may be a lofty goal, these forecasts could change the landscape of gas stations. Shown here is what is on the horizon in the form of EV service stations. The gas station as we know it is an endangered species. As electric vehicles gradually make up a larger share of cars on the road, entirely new kinds of service stations will be needed to fuel their journeys. What's shown here on this slide is the winning design from Parkland, a Canada-based gas station operator who was the main sponsor of an international competition to create electric fueling station of the future. This facility envisions, while your vehicle is charging, you have the opportunity to rest, relax, and maybe even explore. The Office of Planning is currently starting the process to update the city's master land use plan, where considerations such as improved electric vehicle service stations, among other topics, are being reviewed. Another initiative we are actively pursuing is the EV Smart Cities program. EV Smart Cities is a recognition program designed to provide cities with a roadmap to electric vehicle readiness, including securing funding and getting projects off the ground. The path to becoming EV ready involves a portfolio of best practices and actions, which are listed here, and that include both simple steps and more complicated initiatives that make it possible for any community to participate. Some details of this program include that there is no cost to participate. We will receive up to three one-on-one meetings with professionals in this field. We may attend optional webinars that they will host, and the progress to meet local goals are determined by staff availability. As part of this process, we will have the opportunity to be recognized for advancing EV readiness by reaching benchmarks and being rewarded with bronze, silver, or gold levels of certification on actions we complete. We are excited to begin this process. Thank you. This concludes my portion of this presentation. I would like to now turn it over to Mr. Moore to continue this conversation on some exciting initiatives the Public Works working on.
Thank you, Jason. Nice job. Well, I'd like to, I'm excited today to present the city's plan for an electric vehicle pilot program. So I thought I'd first, maybe we'll start off of how we got here on electric vehicles. And hopefully when everybody walked in, they had the opportunity to see the Chevy Bolt outside that we recently had wrapped with the Think Sterling Green initiative, which turned out really good. So how did we get here? Well, let's go back. Roughly 5 years ago, the DPW embarked on a 5-year plan of where we wanted the trajectory of our department to go. And in that 5-year plan, we set a goal that we wanted to look at alternative fuel. So we fast forward a little bit, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and we received funding for a fleet study. We wanted to take a very holistic, deep look into the entire city fleet, so we hired a nationally renowned company, CST Fleet Services, to take a look at the whole fleet. So one of the outcomes of that study was to create a fleet steering committee, which we did. And that fleet steering committee is comprised of liaisons from the Department of Public Works, Police Department, Fire Department, and Finance Department to make major decisions about the fleet moving forward. One of the topics of that fleet steering committee was, should we research into electrification of the fleet? And the committee agreed that yes, we should, based on the DPW 5-year plan goal. So as part of that research into that topic, recently we hired a summer intern, and that summer intern did a lot of research, many webinars, many seminars, and actually attended a lot of trial days and drove some electric vehicles and buses, and provided a pretty lengthy report, a very positive report that helped the steering committee determine that it was a direction that we did want to go into. So our last piece of that puzzle was to start to contact these other municipalities and other big companies, if you will, of the steps they took to electrify their fleet and how things turned out. And we had very good feedback. So as you know, we recently did receive approval to purchase electric vehicles. So we have one outside it and more on the way. And we ask ourselves, what are the reasons that we wanted to pursue the electric vehicles? And there's a couple before you. Cost savings. Electric vehicles are known for their cost-effective operation. The program is projected to result in significant savings on fuel cost, as electricity is generally cheaper than gasoline, which I'll get into shortly. In addition, EVs tend to have excellent resale value, which can further reduce ownership cost. Reduce carbon emissions. One of the primary objectives of this initiative is to minimize the city's carbon footprint, as Ms. Richards recently spoke about. By replacing traditional combustion vehicles with electric alternatives, Sterling Heights will drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions and contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable environment. This aligns with the city's Think Sterling Green commitment to environmental stewardship. How about lower maintenance cost? Electric vehicles boast fewer moving parts compared to combustion vehicles, which means fewer components are subject to wear and tear. As a result, the city expects a considerable reduction in maintenance and repair costs. So that'll free up DPW mechanics to focus on other higher priority items because these electric vehicles should require less maintenance. Extended useful life. Electric vehicles tend to have a longer lifespan than traditional combustion vehicles. The Sterling Heights Electric Vehicle Pilot Program is projected to demonstrate the durability and longevity of EVs, ensuring that the city's investment in green transportation solution pays off over the long term. Reduce noise pollution. EVs produce less noise, contributing to quieter and more livable environments. And lastly, health benefits. Reduced air pollution can lead to improved public health, and better air quality can reduce healthcare costs associated with respiratory diseases. So let's take a quick look here at, this is an example of a monthly bill for fuel for these vehicles. And when we say fuel for the electric vehicle, the Chevy Bolt, we're referring to the cost of electricity. So this study shows that the Chevy Bolt, which we have parked outside, for a month costs about $53 in fuel or $53 in electricity to power that vehicle for a month. In comparison, A Ford Edge, a similar size vehicle, costs about $214. So you can see the price difference here between electricity and gasoline. For every dollar spent on gasoline, only 20 cents of it is used to move a gasoline vehicle along the road. EVs, however, operate at about 90% efficiency. So let's extrapolate those numbers into a different study that shows the annual cost. So if you look at the top, for all electric vehicles on average, your annual cost for electricity to power your vehicle, $500 to $850. Down in blue, gasoline vehicle, which we're all very familiar with, quite a difference in cost, $1,000 to $5,000 a year. So you can start to see just an example of the potential cost savings should this pilot program turn out to be effective. And let's take that one step further. Let's look at a different chassis now. Let's look at an E-Transit, a Ford E-Transit 350. That's a van. On the left-hand side, electric transit. And on the right-hand side is the Transit 350 ICE, or internal combustion engine at the top. So if we look at the numbers, this is an example of 100,000 miles on either vehicle using those formulas. So on the left-hand side, the electric vehicle, total cost over 100,000 miles of an electric van, about $7,500 in electric fuel, if you will. And what we're all more commonly used to on the right-hand side, fuel, cost for the internal combustion engine, about $27,000, so quite a difference. We've spoke today about carbon footprint, and what is a metric ton of carbon dioxide? Well, look at the bottom right photo before you. 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide on average, if we can use just an image as a description, is about the size of a single family home, if you will. Now, if we focus back on the picture up at the top left, clearly an electric vehicle is going to have 0 to nil emissions. However, your standard gas power vehicle of a similar size, I should say, about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide per year. So here's the Chevy Bolt that you've seen outside. The police department is finalizing some of their research, determining what vehicle they want as far as needing a police pursuit vehicle. This is a Chevy Blazer that it's possible they may choose that vehicle. We have 2 Ford Lightnings that we have purchased that we're still waiting for delivery on, and a Ford Mach-E. But all these vehicles that will be purchased will replace other vehicles that are currently in the fleet. So we always stand firm on a 1-for-1. No vehicle comes in without one vehicle being removed from the fleet. So vehicles being removed from the fleet when those electric vehicles arrive will be vehicles that have exceeded their useful life, such as a Chevy Caprice, Ford Explorer, or something of the like. So what are some of the checkpoints to determine success? We'll have a total cost of ownership is what the committee's going to look at, a TCO. So what is the upfront cost for these vehicles compared to an ICE vehicle? Life cycle utilization, are these electric vehicles being utilized as much as we hope, as much as we thought? Does staff we're going to move these vehicles around the entire organization? We will determine, is there a good spot for these electric vehicles? Is there a bad spot for these electric vehicles, and how much is staff utilizing them? So we want to gather a lot of feedback from staff. Fuel and energy costs, I think we spoke about that in length. Maintenance costs, we'll keep a close eye on the maintenance. As I mentioned, there should be quite the reduction because of the reduced amount of moving parts in an electric vehicle as compared to an internal combustion vehicle. And the EV vehicles carry quite a longer warranty. And then, of course, resale value. And we won't stop there. The committee will continue our research over a couple-year period to see if this is a successful program, and we'll also look into other pieces of equipment. That might be an electric dump truck, that might be an electric fire truck, or an electric ambulance. As I mentioned, this is a pilot program with a period of data collection in which the DPW will monitor the use of these vehicles in order to make a more informed decision about a potential larger investment into electric vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool.
And Mayor and Council, we look forward to sharing the metrics with you as this program goes along, and certainly before we consider expanding it further. And the last presentation this evening, again, is talking about a major park initiative, in this case in the southeast quadrant of the city. And again, presenting on this topic is our Parks and Recreation Director, Kyle Langlois.
Thank you, Mark. And before I get started, I should give kudos to Mr. Moore and Mr. McCovis from our Facilities Maintenance Department, because the sight seeing that electric vehicle getting through the doors today was very interesting. So a lot of nervous moments, but group effort, and it made it in. So thanks to the team for that. And again, as requested here, you know, my presentation today is to provide an update on the status of the Southeast Quadrant Park amenity that has been in discussion now for quite some time. For a bit of context on this topic, the concept of adding a park in the southeast section of the city really took shape through the public forum meetings that we had when we were going through the department's 2017 to 2021 5-year Parks, Recreation, and Non-Motorized Master Plan. During that time, it became very well documented that although we have a great park system, as we've talked about today, and I'm grateful for that, one noted gap area was the section east of Van Dyke and south of 15 Mile Road. Over the last few years, the desire to fill that void and provide an enhanced and preserved recreation amenity for future generations to enjoy within that section moved to the forefront of discussions. This option was presented as a potential initiative during our ARPA strategic planning sessions and became a priority of our action plan after stakeholder feedback. In addition, State Representative Nate Shannon championed a budgetary allocation to add $1 million of funding to the project. In total, available funds of $2 million are already in place and ready to be used for this purpose. As has been documented and shared along the way, the ability to secure land for a park in this section has proven to be unsuccessful. We've had discussions with 3 educational and 2 private entities and have really not had any success. So, with the lack of a viable option surfacing from those options and the need to obligate funds through the ARPA plan by the end of 2024, we've elected to move in another direction and change our course with a conceptual plan that would accomplish 2 major items from our most recently approved, council-approved master plan. In addition, the plan is still related to the parameters of the original allocation and direction from council, and maybe most reassuring is that the conceptual idea utilizes land currently owned by the city while also building on recent successes with other partners. And so here it is. In the most basic description, we are ultimately recommending a phased plan that closes the final gap of the Iron Belt Trail in Sterling Heights from 14 to 15 Mile through the ITC corridor, looking to develop Red Run Park, which is currently undeveloped, creating a bridged crossing over the Red Run Drain to provide a complementary and accessible connection with Baumgartner Park. When finished, this newly developed park and connection will be a critical park development for neighboring residents to experience the benefits of parks and recreation, while also creating an area that will undoubtedly become a regional destination for non-motorized trail users. As mentioned above, this concept involves a three-phase approach, which can be accelerated or lengthened depending on available funding and agreements with potential partnering entities. The initial proposed phase, which is shown in purple, would include bringing a connection point from the newly installed sidewalk on Maple Lane Road through the wooded property north of the friendly RV outdoor storage and into the ITC corridor, where it will then proceed north to 15 Mile Road. The first phase will also include initial development of Red Run Park, with actual amenities being recommended based on available funds after the path installation is priced out. After completion of all phases, the goal for this, again now undeveloped, 15-acre Red Run Park is to include an internal trail loop, pavilions and other picnic areas, nature observation deck and a drain overlook, lighted pickleball courts, parking lot, and possibly even a southern dog park. The second phase, as shown in royal blue, would include the above-mentioned Iron Belt Trail, and that would be the section running from 14 Mile through the ITC corridor and along the drain, into Red Run Park, which would also include the pedestrian bridge crossing the drain. Not only will this phase finally close the Iron Belt Trail gap that we have in the city, it will connect to Baumgartner Park, creating a connected regional destination and a synergy like we see with our parks along the Clinton River Trail. The final phase is shown in pink and would be the installation of the desired trail connecting our initial target area to this new park development and finishing any park amenity installations that were not completed in previous phases. This map of routes, as you can see a little bit closer on this map, shows various possible ways that we could make that connection for conceptual plan purposes, but a final route or series of viable routes would still need to be determined based on external factors. So not only does this plan resolve some of the major deficits that we have from a trail and park development perspective, this plan, when brought to completion, will also provide some amazing ancillary benefits to our community. First, this new park development will bring the only municipal pickleball courts to fruition in the southeast quadrant of the city. As it stands now, the next closest pickleball courts are west of Mound at Magnolia Park, which is approximately 3.5 miles away as the crow flies, and over 5.5 miles away by car. Considering the amount of emails, calls, entries in the C-Click Fix that we get seemingly on a daily basis about adding more pickleball courts, this will make courts more accessible to additional segments of our city and help cut into the deficit that we see and continues to grow day by day. Also, this new park development and trail development will provide a previously unavailable connection to the Iron Belt Trail and local trail systems for residents surrounding Moravian Park and other neighborhoods to the east. As you can see on the map, I have mapped out one potential route from the entrance of Moravian Park, which is on the right side of the screen there, to the entrance of Red Run Park, which is on the left side of the screen, which measures approximately 1.25 miles from end to end. When factored into the larger picture, this is a very obtainable distance to gain non-motorized access to hundreds and hundreds of miles of trails and be connected to 8 additional parks in Sterling Heights alone, which doesn't even factor in what you can get going into Shelby Township and other communities as you go north. As is evident from this exciting new conceptual plan, there are many partners required to make this plan a reality, some of which we have already had discussions with and some who we have yet to approach. To date, we've had positive responses from the owner of Friendly RV Outdoor Storage, as well as Macomb County and the drain boards for the bridge over the Red Run. And given our recent agreement with ITC for our northern trail, we are cautiously optimistic that ITC will provide a favorable response once presented with the plan, truly only leaving the Mosheri Development Group as a potential question mark. And while the spur traversing through the golf course or some way around the golf course would be a tremendous connection and asset to the existing homes and the upcoming housing development at Maple Lane, it is not necessary to, it's not necessarily a critical piece to make this new conceptual plan a reality here. Depending on final trail locations, I would be remiss to exclude the fact that there may be other easements that might be needed from private landowners along the way, but our goal will be to use drain and ITC easements wherever possible for the ease of implementation. In closing, as we wrap up with this presentation today, we are seeking council feedback and direction on this conceptual plan so we can expedite designs and conversations with remaining parties to ensure we meet required ARPA deadlines. With this being a planned phased approach, it also gives us time to work on grant applications for future trail sections and the bridge, as the Iron Belt Trail remains a top priority for state grant funding sources. In all, this plan, with the current $2 million in potential funding sources, gives us an opportunity to make a major impact not only on Sterling Heights, but the region, the state, accelerating a plan that was thought to be multiple years away. I thank you for the opportunity to present this truly exciting plan and for the continued support for expanding recreational opportunities in Sterling Heights. Thank you.
Mayor, in conclusion, I wanted to thank our entire team who worked really hard on the presentations over the last few months preparing for today. I really appreciate the behind-the-scenes work, too, from their support staff who help with it as well. I especially enjoyed all the bloopers and some of our rehearsals. Look forward to using those one day in the future. But now we are ready to hear your comments and questions and available to address them.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. Council, is there anyone who would like to make any comments or have any questions about these Sterling Green, or Think Sterling Green initiatives?
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on from that portion and then we go on to.
Nice try. I'll go first and then.
Okay, go ahead.
I might have rebuttal if there's something else that comes up. So I started first. So starting with the Think Green, Sustainable Initiatives and the Tree to Hug. So love it. I have to say, I'm really happy about all of that. The urban reforestation is definitely necessary, especially remembering the sounds of the tree, the smell of the ash trees being cut down. I can remember that. All the trees coming down in my neighborhood, and this ash tree has a specific smell. And you can remember, I can still remember that to this day. My kids were very, very little, just the three. I didn't even have the youngest one. And it was a sad day, a sad summer. So with that, love to have new trees. I do have a question, though, to maybe Maria Russo. No, I'm going to go to Jennifer Varney, through the chair to Jennifer Varney on that, about the cost. Just to be clear, Ms. Varney, the millage, it's going to be a 0.2 mil additional tax under Headley, it still is below the Headley, below the Headley limit. So you don't have to seek any specific approval for that, or it doesn't have to go to the voters or anything new, correct?
Just answer, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Just
we
answer
have,
today.
in our voter-approved millage that's been reduced by Headley, we have, we currently assess 0.85 mils less than we are allowed to by voter approval and by law. So we could increase this millage 0.2. We will still be under our maximum by 0.65. And again, the proposal is this would be a temporary increase for 5 years for this program.
Okay, thank you very much. So with all these trees that we will be purchasing through that, there will be no additional charge to the resident for the trees that will be planted. Is that correct? Through the chair to Ms. Varney.
Correct. So this would be in place instead of charging the individual whose home may be getting a tree, we really felt this is a community-wide benefit. And so it would be a tax increase and not an individual charge to each home that happened to get a tree.
Okay, very good. That's what I understood as well, but I wanted to make sure the residents heard that again. So thank you very much, Ms. Varney. Great. Trees are wonderful. I understand, although maples, yes, are beautiful, and they are my favorite tree. We can't have all maples, unfortunately. Otherwise, we're going to have that ash borer issue all over again, potentially. On to the Garden to Grow. I do have a couple of questions on that as well. So actually, it's going to go to Kyle. My question's through the chair to Kyle Langlois. So who is going to be, I understand you're going to be policing this and having your department in charge of making sure that, walk me through how the proper residents, not just anyone's going to be going in there, not just anyone's going to be harvesting it. This is food we're talking about. So how are we going to maintain the food that's safe? No one's going to be going in with the wrong pesticides or putting something else on these vegetables and fruit that others may also be wanting to eat. How is this going to be kept safe and only certain people are going in, but it's a community garden. So tell me how that's going to work.
Sure, thank you for the question. And we are still working through the details of our management plan. And certainly we saw the different management plans from the different gardens we went to. Some were wide open that you could walk right into. Some were 10, 12 foot high fences that you had to.
Gestapo.
Yeah, get through. And so certainly we recognize that we need, there's going to be two different really pieces to this. There's going to be the more maintained area, which would be the community garden, that we don't want just anybody going in. That will be really kept for the residents that have reserved a space to grow in the community garden. And that'll be managed with a fob type system that they will get as they reserve their annual space for the year. And then other areas like the butterfly house and other areas that are more open to the public, those will just be managed as we manage most of our normal park amenities. And so anybody who does choose to reserve a growing space within the gated and fenced area, there will be specific guidelines, rules, and my staff and the staff person that's in charge will be responsible for continuing to monitor that and resolve any issues as they come up.
Okay, very good. So I understand from that then that people will be reserving specific space of their own. It won't be one mass garden with everyone just going in, picking a tomato off of the vine. Okay.
That is correct.
That makes it a little bit more manageable as well, so that's good to know. Okay, very good. Moving along to going for the Green Ride, the EV program. It's a coming stage. I can still, drive a car with a stick shift, so I'm old and working through this electric stuff. But through the chair to Mr. Moore, I know that is he still here? There, sorry, Mike, I didn't know where you went. I've got a couple of questions based on practicality and cost. So batteries, a battery life on an EV, I was doing my Google research, my favorite search engine, Google Chrome, is they last about 10 years, well, I was getting a bit of a range, so 10 to 12 years. And cars do, at least the batteries now. Now granted, in 5 years, that could change, and so I understand that. But its status right now is 10 to 12 years. The cost of that battery is wide range, 5 to 20 grand. And it's about 100,000 miles is what they were giving me. So basically, battery goes, it's not really worth it buying another car unless you can somehow get a cheap one on eBay. I'm just kidding. But it's very cost prohibitive to buy another battery. So what's the plan? Is it just to get a new vehicle? Through the chair to Mr. Moore.
That's a great question. I think that's part of our pilot program. There's definitely some unknowns right now. I would think that with our current vehicle replacement plan, if you will, we usually look at cars, we've done a great job getting cars under 10 years old and under 100,000 miles because we see quite a spike in maintenance cost. So with that being said, and with the information that you provided, I would venture to say we would probably want to repurpose that car out of the fleet before the battery became an issue. But that's all part of this pilot program. We don't know, and that's what we won't. Our plan is not, just to be clear, our plan is not to buy the car and just watch it. We're going to continue to collect data on the car from all the users in the city, but also too, we're going to continue to talk to other municipalities, continue to find out best management practice, and as this electric vehicle technology evolves, we're gonna evolve and learn with it too to determine what is the best time to repurpose that car.
Okay, great. Also did a little bit of quick research, and EVs are considerably heavier than a regular vehicle. Just a car alone is 30% heavier. Now granted, I know our lifts, for the lifts that we use to maintain and to do any work on the vehicles, you actually lift up a pretty heavy vehicle. You can lift up dump trucks and those things.
Oh yeah, yep. The lifts that we have, we've got a myriad of different lifts. When we redesigned the DPW building, I met with all the mechanics, and certain mechanics work on fire apparatus, certain mechanics work on police vehicles, and at that time, those mechanics were afforded the opportunity to pick the hoist they wanted that would suit their purposes best. And any of those hoists that we have in the building will have no problem lifting the electric vehicles.
Okay, very good. That was my concern with that, so I appreciate that they have that range. Great. Okay, thank you. And then creating, I'm going right through all the initiatives, creating a space to recreate. I like the new potential plan. So you're getting my direction, Kyle? And you're getting my 2 cents here. To develop Red Run Park and get those trails buttoned up. I think that there's a lot of work still to be done, but my initial feeling is let's go with it and see how well we get to it. Not exactly the ideal, what we wanted, but we, as you said, that property that we were hoping might have developed, we can't get. And there's really nothing else out there, unless we want to demo houses or something, and we're not going to do that because we need houses, so we don't have a lot of options. So other than that, that's pretty much, I just wanted to go point by point. There's a lot more people to talk, so I'm going to say thank you very much, and I may or may not have anything else to say later.
Okay, anyone else? Mrs. Schmidt, she just beat you.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions through the chair to Ms. Varney. Regarding the tree, potentially tree millage, what is the average home value? What is that based on?
It's about 90,000 right now, and that's on last year's data from assessing. I don't have updated, for the most recent, but it's about 90,000 taxable value.
Okay. And will the residents have, or through the chair too, I'm not sure who to ask this to, will the residents have a choice in what kind of tree, or because this is all through tax dollars, it's going to be whatever the city wants to plant? Through the chair, I guess, to Mr. Bohorsky.
There will be a choice, but again, the emphasis will be on native trees. We have to get away from trees that are genetically modified or come from out state because there's a higher mortality rate. They don't do as well. And as we learned from Emerald Ash Borer, Mrs. Sarosky's right, 12,000 trees throughout the city were gone within a matter of 3 years. So we definitely have to diversify, and we certainly can offer different options, but there'll be a strong emphasis on native trees.
Okay, understood. The reason I ask that is, I know we had some grant money in the past that we planted residential trees, and those residents didn't really even know they were getting a tree until they came home from work and there was a tree planted in the front of their house. So they had no choice. So that's why I'm asking if the residents will have a choice in this situation.
Yeah, if I may add, I hope it was picked up in our presentations. Maybe you learn from your mistakes. And one thing that I don't think we've done a great job on is educating our residents on the value of trees. On where I live on the west side of the city, it's pretty bare. And a lot of it is because, people are reluctant to rake leaves. But again, raking leaves maybe 2-3 weekends a year compared to the tremendous benefits that a mature tree has for not only that residence, but throughout the city. Sustainability really has to be viewed through the lens of the community, not individual, wants and needs.
Okay, thank you. And then through the chair to Mr. Langlois about the community garden, just to piggyback off of Mrs. Sarosky, will there be a fee to someone who wants to have a space within this garden?
Yes, that will be necessary to continue to maintain the garden and pay for costs that we're going to have. And that'll be based on best practices around the area for other community gardens and really what we have to put into it to, again, make it our standard of Sterling Heights Garden. And there will be different options. We're looking at above ground planting beds that might be a couple different sizes to choose from. We're looking at in-ground spaces that'll be larger plots of land that somebody can do a little bit more with. So different options depending on price points and what people are looking to plant.
I will say, Mrs. Yarko and I had the opportunity when we were in Atlanta for the National League of Cities Conference to visit some community gardens within the city of Atlanta that were very impressive, and to see the residents really engage and be proud of that space and happy that they have that available to them in an urban setting, let alone in a setting like Sterling Heights. I'm excited about something like that to be available to our residents. Which brings me to our microforests, and who's taking those questions? So how was Nelson Park selected for the microforest? Because I can think of some other parks within the city that have much less trees than Nelson Park.
Well, again, we wanted to, the reason we selected a microforest for Nelson Park was, again, to create the synergy of everything that we're planning, the community garden, the butterfly house, the native planting, the pollinator garden. It's all got to work, and it's got a tremendous community engagement aspect. So that was the reason for selecting that as maybe our first microforest. The beauty about microforests, if we can prove the concept, is that you can grow those anywhere. So I can tell you, Mrs. Schmidt, that if we are able to perfect it, we can put these things anywhere. Now, I just want to say, microforests are not pretty. They're not manicured forests. They get there, but it takes a little bit of time. It's based on the theory that you provide ideal growing conditions, and you heavily intensify your plantings, and it's kind of survival of the fittest. But what it does, it's a very dense vegetation, and it's great because it provides habitat, biodiversity, and you could, like I said, we can do them from 1,000 square feet to 10,000 square. We can scale them. So for park uses, and Kyle and I debate this quite often because he really does need to reforest the parks. If we can get this right, we can really make an impact. The beauty of the microforest, again, if we can prove the concept, is you can grow these in 10 to 15 years versus 20 to 25 years for a tree that you plop in the ground.
So in the future, we can maybe consider some other parks for this?
Absolutely.
Great.
And the cost, again, the cost is not great, and that's much more preferable. Trees are not cheap. Single trees, as you saw from the $500, I think we can do microforest at a much more reduced cost.
The two parks that really come to mind are Chappelle and Family Park. They're basically open fields. And so I think that, they would really benefit from something like that. Okay, thanks, Mr. Pohorsky. On to the e-vehicles. I just really have one question, and I want to know what the rationale is for the city purchasing a Mach-E, because I know every, Gen Z would love to be in that department to drive that car. So, Mr. Moore?
Sure, yeah. What we tried to do was we wanted to diversify the fleet. We didn't want to buy just one vehicle, one chassis, and if there would be an issue, we wouldn't have an opportunity to see if there was a product that would be better. So we wanted to stay with something that was domestic. So we chose the Chevys and the Fords, specifically for the Mach-E. As we all know, COVID really put a tight grip on what was available in the market. So the Mach-E rose to the top as a vehicle that was something that was within the budget, but also more importantly, something that was actually still going to be manufactured and that we could get within a time frame that we were looking to start this pilot program. And then thirdly, something that could be repaired locally under warranty.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as the Red Run Park, I guess my first question is, are we going to consider doing sidewalk gap on Red Run Drive? Because it does not have sidewalks all the way from 14 Mile down there. And there's a lot of apartments and a lot of families that live off of Red Run. So that has to be a priority with that project if it comes to fruition. Also, looking at, I understand it connects to the Iron Bell Trail, which is Dodge Park. However, we're doing this big ITC project So I would like to just keep it in our back pocket that eventually, you know, after we connect to the Iron Bell, that we could maybe go across 15 Mile and north up to connect to that ITC trail that we have in the works as well. I think the only problem there is you would have to build a bridge over the drain behind Sterlng Heights High School. It's an uncovered drain. It's like the weed garden, the butterfly garden that that Commissioner Miller planted in the storm relief drain. I'm sure we would have to build a bridge there. But I think it gives something to that end of the city, and it connects a bunch of trails, and I'm on board. So I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, a request. We received some information on landfills in our communication this last week. Could that information be relayed to the Planning Commission and the BCA so that they would also have that information? I thought it was very good. Question either for you or Kyle. I like the idea of the Southeast Quadrant Park. Now, have we purchased that property, or is that something that is going to happen?
The property that is Red Run Park is already ours. So that's the beauty of this plan, is we can start pretty quickly on this. We would have to purchase some easements, potentially, or we might be able to get some community-minded businesses that will provide those easements to us. Certainly working with the Drain Commission and the county, we already have that natural partnership in place. So this plan really allows us to get moving right away because we own the main piece of property. The bridge connecting Red Run Park, even to Baumgartner Park, that would all be on our property. It would span the drain, but both ends would actually be on our property. So really takes away some of the challenges that we've had in trying to find a different spot because we didn't own that property before. So I believe with the partnerships we already have in place, the property that we already own, this is something that can be achieved very quickly.
So do the two actually connect together, or is it by the bridge? Baumgartner with Red Run.
So Baumgartner Park actually spans both sides of the Red Run drain, so technically they already border each other, but the usable developed side of Baumgartner Park is on the north side of the drain, so that bridge would be necessary to connect the two developed parts. The southern side of the drain of Baumgartner Park will remain basically wooded land at this point.
What do you need DNR approval for?
DNR, the Iron Bell Trail is a DNR project, so do we need their approval for anything? No. Do we want to work with them for potential grant funding sources and just to make sure we're all on the same page with making sure that the Iron Bell Trail comes to completion? Yes, but at the end of the day, we can do these trails without the DNR, but they will be a partner of ours because the trail is part of their purview as well.
So the $2,000 would be used for past part of the trail?
$2 million.
I'm sorry, $2 million.
I wish it were 2,000.
Yes, so that first phase that we have the $2 million for, the spur that goes as we bring it through the ITC corridor and up to 15 Mile, that would be a chunk of the Iron Bell Trail right there. So that would complete the section from the Red Run Drain up to 15 Mile. That would be considered Iron Bell Trail at that point in time. The spur coming across through the property, that's the outdoor RV storage. That's really just a connection to get to the Iron Bell Trail that goes north, ultimately into Dodge Park and then into communities further going north.
So we can accomplish all of this with the $2 million?
Partially. We can get the first chunk of Iron Bell Gap off the list, and then certainly Red Run Park to develop it the way we potentially want to develop it, and with all the amenities, it's going to, that may or may not be able to be all accomplished in one go with that first $2 million, plus the trail work that we want to get done. So
So to be honest, you're going to come back and ask us for a couple more dollars, okay?
over time.
The garden at Nelson Park, I'm glad that you're doing it there. That park is really very, very nice. My only question is, are you going to plant a separate garden for the deer?
Wonderful question. The goal of the fence is to try and keep out the deer as well as other potential animals that could get in. We're not going to be able to keep out every pest or animal that could get into there. We don't want a 12-foot high fence that really looks poor. So we're looking to kind of provide that level of fence that will hopefully get us the protection, for the plantings, but still have that nice aesthetically pleasing look as well. So look at the dog park. We went a little bit taller than that 4-foot high fence to try and make sure we can keep the dogs in, which has been successful. But that's a 5-foot fence, maybe a 6-foot fence is what we might be looking at here. Some agile deer probably can get in, but we should be able to keep the majority out.
They're going to clear that fence with no problem. So I'm just telling you, kind of plan on getting some extra corn or something that you can have a little trough or whatever to give them their lunch.
We will try to lure them to other areas that they can enjoy a snack at.
But that's going to be very beautiful. I have enjoyed that park for many, many years, so I'm glad you're doing it there. I guess, Ms. Barney, in regard to the tree, I really think that we can do that project without a tax increase. I think that we can find the money someplace, a little cutting here or there, because I'm not going to be able to get a tree. I've had that discussion many, many times. I just don't have enough. I would have to take my mailbox and attach it to the tree. So I won't get the benefit, but I'll have to pay for it, and I don't think that's fair. So I really would like to see us work a little bit harder to see if we can do that project, because it's a good project. I was here when we lost our trees to the emerald ash, so I'm well aware of how that went down and the cost. So that's my request.
Duly noted.
Okay. Other than that, no other comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Koski. Anyone else?
Okay.
Mr. Yanis.
Barb and I are fighting over the over the microphone, yes. So through the chair to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, who's getting the Maquis?
That's what I asked.
Well, yeah, who is getting the Maquis?
At this time, the committee has decided that that was going to go to the fire department.
Perfect. You're going to paint it red? Are we going to paint it red?
Well,
No, I'm just kidding.
we have to wrap it. Maybe you could.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to know who's getting the Maquis. Because I'm trying to think of, how are you going to use that vehicle? And I thought, well, police used to have the, what was the program the police used to have? Dare. Used to have the Dare cars. I thought maybe that's where it was going to go. But, I don't know. So, okay, fire department, that's even better. Thank you.
I object.
I object? I object. I think, look at that Southeast Park. I think this thing with Fillmore is probably a blessing in disguise, frankly. I really like the idea of this park. I like the idea of having a second dog park. Frankly, I like the idea of having the dog park in Dodge Park. There's a space for it, right by the parking lot. And if we do that, can we call it Dodge Park? Dog Park?
Ooh, no.
Oh, sorry. Dad jokes. I would really like to see in this community garden our rain barrels incorporated in that. I don't know why we're going to water that thing with city water, at least for the most part. We could incorporate rain barrels. We're buying them and passing them out to the citizens for a number of reasons. And I think we could do that, incorporate that, as well as compost operation for that park. That's something I'd like to see. And then, as far as the tree, obviously the trees are incredibly important. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But I'm not on board on a tax increase. I say we have to squeeze every single penny out of the budget that we can. Look under every rock for every grant possible before we even talk about raising taxes. And I don't care if it's Headley or not. And we don't have to go to the citizens. I want to see a cost reduction before we make the decision to raise taxes. Let me see one other thing. More trees. I think that's all I have on those two items. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Yanez. Mrs. Zarko?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm going to continue talking about trees. I had an ash tree as well. It took more time for me to do my hair than it did for them to cut down a 25-year-old tree the morning that it happened. So, I mean, that's how fast it came down. So I understand that, we lost 14,000. That's not debatable. I went and paid for my replacement tree. Now, I'm not saying, how am I going to explain to someone that they chose not to replace their tree for whatever the reason, but now they're going to be paying for somebody else's tree? So I have to agree with Mrs. Koski is, how do you explain that to someone? And the other thing is, when we go to plant these trees, will it be at every residence? Or from some of the pictures that we saw, it doesn't look like they're at every home. It looks like it was selected homes on a particular block. So if somebody can answer that question, how will we determine which house gets the tree? The other thing is have we ever had residents come to us and say, I didn't replace my tree because I couldn't afford it? Mm-hmm. So that would be another question that I would have to ask. And that's for the residential trees. So if we could, have somebody explain what we would do there? I mean, is this every household would get every household that doesn't have a tree is going to get a tree?
Well, the sad truth is there's so many houses in Sterling Heights without a tree that, if we don't start now, like I said, we'll never get there, not in my lifetime at least. So let me, do you want me to answer the first question?
Whichever one you want to go with.
Okay, well, let me go with the second
Through
one.
the chair.
Again, the objective is, so what we've done, the project team has basically incorporated the survey, the Davie survey, into the GIS. So we have a very good platform to determine who is missing a tree. Every GIS, the whole city, we have it all mapped out. We know who is missing a tree. So the idea, again, assuming we had the appropriate funding, is we would purchase the trees and plant them, probably section by section for efficiency reasons. But our intent is to have a tree in front of every household. If that's I can't answer it any more simple than that. So your first question was about how do you explain it?
How do you explain it?
Well, again, it really goes back. I mean, I look at it this way. If you look at it from yourself, you'll never make the decision to put a tree in if you don't believe in it, you don't want to do the work. We have to view sustainability collectively. Otherwise, if you don't, you're just never going to accomplish any of this. I hate to bring it up, but it took us forever to get universal recycling. Forever. Mm-hmm. I mean, I've lived in the city for a long time, and we never made the commitment to universal curbside recycling. And I've always been proud of this city because we've taken the bold action that Mr. Kageyama talked about, be bold. And yet, for how many years we could not get universal recycling? I think we're one of the last 3 in Macomb County, and that, frankly, it's just, you know, we have to change the attitude. We have to get people to buy into this. It's critically important to the future, and that's the best I can say is, I'm not, as Mr. Kageyama said, you're not going to win the argument, you're not going to win the debate for someone who puts a value on that. You know, and unfortunately, I think we are asking the 7 of you to make that bold decision, but you know, I would advocate that we do it.
Okay, thank you. And then if you want to stick through the chair again to whoever wants to answer about the forest or the microforest. Are there any city-owned parcels right now that are filled with trees? I mean, where we could say, we're going to keep these and we aren't going to develop them. Are there any? So to start, if you're having a microforest, are there some that are already out there that if we said, no, you can't develop this land, it has to stay forested?
City-owned?
City-owned.
Yeah, I mean, we have multiple parcels that right now are dedicated as open space or fully forested. We just closed, I think on Monday, Jason, yesterday we closed on a purchase of some heavily treed parcels. We're aggressively trying to acquire more. So I think we can get there, but to be very candid, that will get us nowhere near 40%, which is our goal. It'll take a long, again, I won't be here. I might not be here when we get to 25%, but to get to 40%, that's the goal.
Okay, and then when we start counting these trees, like I have a huge tree in my backyard that's 40 years old. It's in my backyard. Do we count that toward the tree canopy, or is that just a bonus?
Yeah, we do. I mean, all trees, they literally go, the survey was completed for all trees, including the ones I don't think we got as much detail as the park trees. Is that correct, Alexa?
So for the tree canopy, that's based on aerial imagery that measures the actual canopy coverage, and then you divide that by the area of the city. So any trees located in backyards, those are included in the canopy. For the street tree survey, that was solely our street trees, and then some of our park trees in our less heavily wooded park areas.
Okay. And I think that's all I have on trees. Thank you. Okay, community garden. It was explained, I understand that people that are going to want to benefit from the garden will also be working in the garden. But when we were in Atlanta, it was called Aglanta is what the program was called. And it was, they had acres of, they had in the city that at one time were undesirable, where the housing around it was, you know, was dilapidated and nobody wanted to live there. And all of a sudden they put this urban garden in that was actually volunteer run. And what they did is they took their produce to a market and they sold it in a market. And at that time of the year when we were there, it was greens and it was just before Thanksgiving. And the market was just flooded with greens. So and then what happened is after you had that, after they developed the acres of garden, the homes around that garden were valued more to actually getting into the hundreds of thousands of dollars is what it made a difference in the whole area because of that volunteer run community garden. In fact, when we were there, they had, it was an okra plant that they were watching to see if it was going to break the Guinness World Record. So it was like everybody had their eye and they couldn't touch this okra plant. But I mean, it's a great experience. It brought people together. It was educational. So I see nothing but benefits from the community garden. And maybe, you know, in the future, we can start out with that one, but other ones will be larger. And we could sell at the farmer's market. So I don't really have any questions about that. I think it's a great idea, and I see a lot of benefits from the community garden. Okay, now EVs. And so how exactly were the locations for the charging stations developed? Because the only one I really question is the one that's at Shaner Towers. Because some of the people there don't even drive, so I can't understand what the benefit of that being there would be. Okay, but I mean, from Shaner Towers?
Couldn't hear what you said, Henry.
Pardon me?
I couldn't hear what you said.
We couldn't hear Henry.
We couldn't hear Henry? He says somebody's already here with an EV that lives there, but, no, but I mean, is that, so I question that. I question that particular location. If somebody can give me a reason why that one was selected, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so we looked at a lot of the city properties. That's where we control, obviously, ownership of the property and could locate these. So that was obviously number one, what we were looking at, properties in the city that we owned and could install them. We did receive communications from resident at Shaner Towers with interest in a charger at that location. Through, recent years, they would contact us looking for a charger there. This provided us that unique opportunity to provide that charging opportunity for that location, as I think previously they would drive it to the community center here and charge here. So that's why that we looked at Shaner Towers as a potential location for one of these charging stations.
Okay, I just needed an explanation. Now I understand why. How many EV charging stations do we have now, and what will this bring us up to?
Currently, we have 2 here at the community center. Those will be decommissioned, for a better, lack of a better term, and we will put in the chargers through this program, but this will bring us to 34 charging ports, 17 locations.
Okay, now some of the gas stations that are being revamped, whether it be the one like at 15 in Van Dyke or Hall Road and Shaner, are those strictly going to be gas stations, or will there be EV stations at those locations as well as the gas stations that are revamping?
So currently, part of our EV master plan process was looking at how to further require new developments to bring, some of this new infrastructure, some of this new technology to their development. So currently, it's not required, but they are choosing to look at this new technology, the changing, landscape out there, and putting this infrastructure in their properties on their own. I believe that the gas station at Hall and Shaner is planning on having an EV charger at their location.
Okay. And that's pretty much all I have to say about EVs. Well, I'm glad we're doing this experiment, and we'll see what the results are over the years. As far as the expansion of the park at the Red Run Park, I think is a great idea. We have been talking about non-motorized trails for over 15 years, and it has taken us that long in order to put this in process, and have a process going forward. And it's like it's been staring us in the face for years, and nothing was happening, and now all of a sudden I don't know if we've all changed the way we think. It's become so important, but we just have another way of getting around this city without using a vehicle, and I think it's a great idea. The bridge that we have to build is going to be a pedestrian bridge, correct? Through the chair to Mr. Langley.
Pedestrian bridge with access for maintenance, maintenance equipment and such, not a vehicle carrying bridge like we have in Dodge Park, which is designed to carry ambulances and other larger equipment over. So it will be able to carry our park maintenance type of equipment over as needed.
Okay, and I have to agree with Mrs. Schmidt about the sidewalk completion gap on Moravian to that park. And I don't know if we have any control over this, but crossing the bridge between 15 and Moravian, you're lucky if you can get your bicycle on there. If there's any way to widen that so it's safer, we'd have to talk to the county about that. But that's it. I pretty much, that's all I have today. So I'm looking forward to all these changes. I mean, you understand, this is my favorite meeting of the year. I tell you that every year. I mean, it's a meeting of possibilities, and sometimes it works, and it happens, and sometimes it takes 15 years, but eventually it works. And one more thing. I really get nervous about that Headley cushion. Because some of it is being taken away from us by the state. We're not doing anything. So that's the other thing is, let's work around that and see how we can still have that cushion. Because I don't want something to happen in the future, we're going to have to use it, and we're not going to have it. So through the chair to Mrs. Varney.
If I could just comment on that. So yeah, we had, for about 3-4 years in a row, that cushion got smaller. Unintended consequence of high inflation is that that didn't happen last year, and it's not going to happen this year. As I indicated, this would be a temporary increase, so I think the risk of that cushion going down to 0.2 mils in the next 5 years is pretty minimal. So.
Okay, thank you. And nothing further that I can think of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'll take the two in the middle and then go out and in again. First, the community garden, I think, is excellent. I like its location at Nelson Park. I think that we need to plan and do more amenities on the western part of the city. I think that combined with the microforest, a butterfly house, this will be a tremendous amenity that's been asked for by residents for years. So I say start construction. I'm excited about it. I think it'll be tremendous. The EV pilot program, I'm in favor of it. I too asked some questions about the Mach-E. I remember talking to you on the phone about it, Mr. Moore. But I think the explanation I received was significant, that we want to try out different vehicles for different purposes, see if certain brands last longer. We can't buy Teslas in the city because it violates our purchasing ordinance. So this is the best way to support our local auto industry. One caveat or thing that I've always talked about is that city vehicles don't really suffer from range anxiety because you really shouldn't be driving them too far away from where we can charge them. So if we can save money, and it seems that there could be significant savings from both a maintenance perspective and just a fueling perspective, on top of the fact that they aren't going to be polluting the air like other vehicles. Now, they still do pollute, let's not be honest. EVs won't solve the pollution problem. Number one cause of microplastics in America is tire treads coming off while you drive around all day. So, cars are still highly polluting. They're just not so much carbon. But I'm in favor of it. I would like to see some of the larger vehicles in the city that we spend so much money on, like a dump truck, like a plow truck, things like that. Because, the future's coming. Either we can embrace it or we can fight it. But I think that this offers us tremendous cost savings if we can get it right. So I'm highly in favor. To go to the tree canopy, I think it's long overdue. One of the first things I did when I was elected, I fought for more trees, and I also noticed 2 neighborhoods that were not following, or which had been approved without following our tree ordinance, which right now, every home in Sterling Heights that's built is required to have a tree in front of it. And there was 2 neighborhoods that were built that, for whatever reason, inspectors checked off on them and they didn't have trees in front of them. It's an embarrassment. And it shouldn't take me walking around the city to find that out. So this is long overdue, and it's a communal problem because it's really a tragedy of the commons. These are on city property. The right-of-way is city property. These are city trees. They're not residents' trees. And if we let residents decide, I want a tree, I want this, I want that, it'll never get done. We have one of the lowest tree canopy rates in Michigan, in the state of Michigan. So our residents are getting more heat. They are getting more runoff. They are dealing with this cratered hellscape that I always just get so frustrated with. You go to any other city in the state, you go to Grosse Pointe, you go to my old neighborhood in Detroit, you go to Shelby Township, you'll see more trees. And we just need to do more. So I'm in favor of a temporary increase to get this done. I'm in favor of a millage for sidewalk and trees because we treat trees and sidewalk like amenities, and we treat roadways as necessities. And it's a joke, because our residents, they'll walk under these trees, they will use that sidewalk. You know, it should be essential. It should be an essential part of our services. And it's too often that we somehow think that this is an add-on. That's, we've been fixing so much sidewalk gap, but, I'll call out the people before who let it get built without it. Because we've known for years what we need to do here, and we need to have the will to do it. So I'm highly in favor of this. I have a few questions, I guess, through the chair to Mr. Bohorsky about this plan. One great thing about the temporary tax increase is that everyone pays. Businesses pay, residents pay. It goes back to the change between fee-for-service versus a small increase in taxes. Because if everyone pays, we can use a lot of the businesses to cover our costs. It's the same as recycling, or the same as trash pickup. Right now, through the chair, Mr. Bohorsky, what do we charge? Is it $350 we charge a resident to plant a tree in front of their home?
I think Mr. Moore.
Or Mr. Moore,
I think
maybe
it's
more appropriate?
$250.
Yeah, you're right. It's $350 to plant a tree.
And with this plan, it would be, is it $18 a year for 5 years? Through the chair, Mrs. Varney?
Yeah, so it'd be $18 per year.
Just
for
under
5 years.
$100
Yeah.
over 5 years. That's a savings, and I think the residents will appreciate that. I wish we did sidewalk that way, because then we could spread the cost out amongst everyone. I guess, through the chair to Mr. Bohorsky, I saw he sat down, I'm so sorry to make you stand there. How are we going to protect these trees once they're planted? Because I know of situations, several actually, where residents have taken upon themselves to go out and cut down a street tree or strip the bark so it dies, because they don't want to deal with it. They're afraid it's going to damage their sidewalk, or for whatever reason, they don't want a tree. So are we going to put a penalty in place if someone destroys a tree? Is it the first one free and the next one they'll get charged? Like, how is this going to work?
Well, let me address the maintenance first. And our project team has talked a lot about this. And one thing that we have to do, probably a better job of, is really properly planting the tree. That's the first thing. We have a fairly high mortality rate. Now, again, this isn't our DPW that typically is planting these. These are a contractor. And we've noticed that some of the sidewalk disruption, that occurs because the tree is not properly planted. So instead of deep rooting, it spreads out and disrupts the sidewalk. So what I envision for our project team is to not only make sure we get a tree in front of every household, that the tree has high survivability rates, properly planted, properly watered, and properly trimmed. Now, DPW has an excellent program, so I'm fairly confident if we just continue that, we'll get the trees trimmed up the right way according to, arborist standards. So, yeah, this is a comprehensive effort that we're undertaking. So I don't have all the details. We've been only at it for about a year now, but it will be a comprehensive plan.
Well, again, what will we do if a resident decides to take it upon themselves to destroy the tree?
I think
if I could
Pappas is out here.
I can interject.
Pappas is out here, and essentially, it would be, malicious destruction of city property. And we've had the one instance that you're aware of where someone took a tree down and police went out there and they were ticketed and prosecuted. I prefer not to make this a negative in every instance.
Right.
That's why community education is critically important. Why am I getting a tree? What does it mean to me? How does it help me? We just haven't done that. And so we're struggling. It's like a lot of things that happened in that early 2000s that we're playing catch up on, but we're going to get there.
No, I had 2 ash trees in front of my house growing up. I've been here for 27 years. And I remember when they came through and cut them both down because they were dead. They died very quickly. And we have to do what we can to restore our tree canopy. This is an essential thing, in my opinion, and I commend your work on this. And we need to really dig deep and think about it, because we need to protect our sidewalks and protect our trees and hopefully not foist too many more costs onto our residents, but I am in favor of this. So I'm going to turn to, thank you, Mr. Bohorsky. I'm going to turn to the fourth thing, the creation of Red Run Park, or the it exists, but it's currently an empty field, so this would be a tremendous amenity. I'm strongly in favor of the expansion of Red Run Park. I think the bridge over Red Run needs to be part of Phase 1, though, and not Phase 2. At the same time, I'm incredibly frustrated. I'm incredibly frustrated that we have to use Red Run Park because the neighborhoods to the west will still not have a neighborhood park. This is, by just average distance, about 1.5 miles from most of those residents. It's a long walk. And if the bridge over Red Run doesn't get put in place, there's no way to get there. There's no sidewalk on Moravian. The sidewalk we're going to put in does not currently exist across 14 Mile Road. Mosheri has not been a very good partner on 14. They've not put in their sidewalk. This project was approved before I was elected. So in 2016, I believe, their project was approved, and they've not worked on it. Their PUD is expired. They need to resubmit and make the current standard because I think it's insane that we'd let them get away with something that was approved before I sat here years and years ago because they've decided not to build, not from our ends. But even putting that sidewalk in, there's currently not a way to get there until we put that bridge in, unless you want to walk about 1.5 miles down 14 Mile Road and up. And I think it's a lot to ask. I mean, it's going to be great for our trail system, and I think that's why we need this park. This park is needed, but it doesn't solve the problem for the neighborhoods because 1.5 miles is a long way to walk to a park with little kids. Let's be honest here. A park is for children, number one. And those, they always say Baumgartner Park was our park. Well, it never was. No one I knew ever walked to Baumgartner Park. There's no sidewalk to get to Baumgartner Park. You have to walk in the street or walk across people's property. So this solves a part of our trail system, and I'm highly supportive of it, but it doesn't solve the Southern Park problem, the Southern Community Center problem. And I'll call out our supposed partners who didn't partner with us. I think it's a shame that Warren Consolidated Schools kind of led us on and negotiated with the MISD behind our backs. Now they're demolishing Fillmore. $2.6 million of renovations less than 10 years ago. They're going to demolish a school, build an education campus, 277 parking spaces, 130,000 square feet, about the original size of AGS when they first came to Sterling Heights, right in a neighborhood. And it's insane to me that even Maple Lane, the development there, that the Mosheri family won't somehow carve out a neighborhood park in their PUD program for the people there. Because it seems to me that people are focused too much on how much they can extract from the neighborhood, not enough what they can do for the residents. In the past, I've really advocated for a community benefits ordinance. I think it's time to re-talk about that because we're not getting community benefits. And it's clear to me that we're not getting community benefits. Mosheri's not doing anything to benefit the community, and a lot of these other developers aren't either. They're doing everything they can to pave as much as possible, put up as few trees as possible. It's just incredibly frustrating. I love this plan, and this plan, I hope it does come off, because I think it's going to be great for the trail system. But it still doesn't solve the problem of the lack of a park in that area. And I think we've got to put our heads together and think about some kind of green space, even a smaller park in the other end, maybe not programmed, maybe just trees and tables or trees in a pavilion, because the people there deserve to have a place for their kids to play. I've been getting calls about them knocking down Fillmore because it's become apparent. They disconnected the gas line. They're putting up a huge construction fence. Residents are upset. And I told them, call Warren Consolidated Schools, call the Macomb Intermediate School District, because they're the ones making these decisions. But people, one thing I've gotten multiple calls about this week, at least 5 actually, is are they going to keep the play structure in front of Fillmore? I don't think they are. But that's a question for the MISD and Warren Consolidated Schools, because residents are just so desperate to have a place their kids can run around. It's not even a large. If you go down Irving and look at the little play structure in front of Fillmore Elementary, it's like a postage stamp. And they're so afraid they're going to lose that. So, I'm incredibly frustrated because I think this plan is very good, Kyle, and I'm going to support it. But I think that the people of that, 15 Mile and Van Dyke to 16 Mile and Van Dyke area, they deserve a park. This is actually the Red Run Park is closer to Moravian Park than it is to the neighborhoods. And that's a good thing, but it's also, it can be frustrating. And if we don't put the Phase 1 bridge in, if we don't put the sidewalk in right away, you're going to create a park that people are going to have to drive to. They can't walk. So it's just, you know, I also think it needs to be more connected to Baumgartner Park. You know, we have a reimagining of Baumgartner Park going on because we've been illegally using some of the land there. Yes. We've been violating the deed restrictions from the U.S. government for our dog training area. So we have a chance to really reimagine Baumgartner Park, and we should integrate it with Red Run Park. Because right now, Baumgartner Park is tremendous if you play softball. But it's not so good if you have kids who want to use the park beyond a soccer field. So let's really, you know, scope out and think about a way to integrate Baumgartner Park with Red Run Park. I'm supporting this plan, but I think we really need to think about the neighborhood. Think about those people who have, in the 27 years I've lived in the city, have not had a local park to go to. And now with this giant MISD building going in, 130,000 square feet, I think they're going to lose even more of the green space they have in the middle of their neighborhood, especially with underground detention. I'd also stress that it's not a community center. And one of my goals has been for a long time to, you know, we have a tremendous city center, we do, and I appreciated Mr. Kageyama for saying that. But if you're trying to come from the south end here, you know, it clusters up here. So if you live like Mrs. Sorowski, very close, it's very great. You can walk to Dodge Park and you can walk to, you know, Sterlng Fest and you know, but if you live where I grew up, you can't. And on a busy day for a council meeting, it can take a bit to get up here. So I think we need to really think about spreading our amenities out across the city, you know, and making sure that people in all parts, the northwest, the south, the southwest, everywhere, have a way to use amenities in their neighborhoods. Because at the end of the day, excuse me, you know, our Parks and Recreation program should be for everyone, not just the people who really live in the northeast or the northwest, where we have most of our amenities. Trying to look at this. I guess that's all I have to say on that. I appreciate it, and I'm glad that we put the sidewalk. It's amazing. For years, I live on Maple Lane, so I'm actually going to be very close to this. I live on Maple Lane, and for years, we had no sidewalk on either side of Maple Lane to connect it through. And for the first time this year, we filled the sidewalk gap on the east side of Maple Lane. And man, from my window, I can watch dozens of people walk up and down Maple Lane every day. And I wonder how they got around the city before, because I see them coming up and I see them going down, I see them walking their dogs, and I see them pushing a baby stroller. And these folks were just kind of cut off. So sidewalk gaps fix these problems, and they're long overdue. And that's why I would urge, along with this tree program, that we really start considering what other municipalities are doing, like Ann Arbor, Royal Oak, where they have a dedicated sidewalk expansion tax to fix these neighborhoods, to fix these areas that were sadly not put together right to begin with. Because when we come in and we add sidewalk, it's kind of a testament that we didn't do it right the first time, and we need to fix it. So I would urge that. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor
Mr.
Taylor,
Yes.
I have my second.
Well, can the mayor speak first?
Who else needs to speak?
Just me.
Okay,
Just
good.
me. But you can go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
You know, there's a couple of things that were just said that I really think we need to clear up. When somebody owns a piece of property, whether it be a school district or a contractor, they have the right to develop it the way they want to develop it. Now, when it comes to Mosherry's, it happened that we signed the papers and everything before COVID. And I know that everybody was excited about this great project that was going to come there, but we can't say they're not doing anything for the community, because tell that to the people that golf there 7 days a week, pretty much 9 months out of the year, because they're the only golf course in the area that doesn't close. So they are providing a service to our community. It might not be what everybody is using, but they are providing a service. The other thing is that when they make their development, they've already designated, I believe, 18 holes of golf that will be for public access, as well as a par 3 golf course in the front of their development, and that's if it goes through the way it was. And that would also be for public use. So we can't say they're not doing anything for the community. It's also, once they develop this, the plan was that they would actually turn the golf course over to the city to be added to our park department. So those are things that were supposed to happen in the future. COVID set it back. They had 2 other projects that were going on. They decided to finish those other projects rather than start a third, especially when you have a pandemic. Now, I understand that they're going to have to do everything all over, but if you're going to tell golfers they're not going to be able to golf there, that's something that they're looking forward to, so they are providing a service. I don't have a lot to say about what Warren Con had to what they're doing there, or MISD, but that's their choice. They own that property. It would have been great if we would have been able to have a plan that we wanted, but it didn't work out. And we have to understand that that's the reality, and you move on and you go to another plan. So we didn't make promises. We tried, and it just didn't work out. So I just think it's not fair to be negative about all of that. There are reasons why things happened. So nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Mayor?
No, I mean,
No, she got 2 chances to speak.
you can have a second chance to speak, but I'm going to go now, because we've had 6 hours of a pretty productive meeting, and, I mean, all 7 of us maybe have different ideas about the Mosheri development and MISD, and I'm not entirely sure that it's relevant to the discussion we're having right now. So I just want to say couple quick things. Lauren, Jennifer, Marissa, Alexis, Jeff, Mike, Jason, Kyle, Jennifer, thank you for the presentations tonight. We appreciate it. It was very well done, good team effort, a lot of really exciting things going on with our sustainability efforts. And to the members of the Sustainability Commission who are here, thank you. You've been here for a long time, and you guys do incredible work. And I didn't write down that quote, Mark, at the end of your comments, but I thought it was profound, so I have to. What's that?
Part about politicians.
No comment on that. But I want to thank our Sustainability Commission as well. Look, I'll just be very brief on 3 of these things. So the urban reforestation issue, I won't be as brief, but the community garden I think is a great idea. I'm glad to see it progressing. I thought that the presentations were really informative and great, and I think that's going to be a tremendous amenity. All right, Bob?
Well, another blooper.
Then the EV pilot program I think is great. Michael Moore, I want to thank you for not telling them the truth that Mach-E is going to be a mayoral vehicle, so they can just pretend it's going to the fire department. That's a joke, by the way. I don't have a car. I do not get a car. None of us do. And then the new park, the park at Red Run, I think is great. You know, there's a certain constituent of mine who doesn't even live in the city of Sterling Heights that bugs me, and then I bug Kyle about, and that would be my dad, who is playing pickleball, 15 times a week, morning, noon, and night, multiple days a week. But I think it does show that there's an active population of people that love pickleball, and the more courts that we can have, the better. So really excited about all that. Then I guess I want to talk about the trees in a little bit more detail. So I'm fully in support of a program that would increase our tree canopy. I think it's probably one of our biggest weaknesses as a city. One of the things that I'm least proud of as a city, and one of the things that I think is really unfortunate. If you know me personally, you know I'm a huge fan of trees. I love them. I think that trees in the yard and trees in public areas, whenever you're around trees, I think it changes your mood. It provides, it just provides happiness and joy, and there's so many benefits to a tree. I mean, I think it's really hard to calculate the benefits, but I know we attempted and tried to do that. And look, if people who are, if the employees and our city manager and the city council is going to sit here and allow them to show a screen that says, you know, you invest, what, $7 million and there's $29 million of benefit. I didn't hear anybody up here challenge that. I don't have any reason to challenge it myself. So if we accept that as true, then why would we invest $7.5 million? Why wouldn't we invest 20 million or 100 million or 200 million? Yeah. I mean, I would say we should invest the amount until there are too many trees. We can't, there's nowhere left to plant trees. So I would like to see that expanded. I don't want it to be a 5-year 0.2 mil thing. I mean, the 0.2 mil might be fine, but I would say, why don't we do it, why don't we do a 25-year millage? Why don't we connect it to the sidewalks? We can explain the benefits to the community, and rather than just doing this, to me, it's a good first step. I mean, and if ultimately, if this is what we do, is what was proposed tonight, I think it's a good first step, but it's not going to solve the issue. This is a 50, 100-year problem, right? This is a problem. When you look at the tree, you know, we can plant, you know, if we need to plant 15,000 trees, what does that get us to? Does anybody know? Where does our tree, Alexis?
In a month or so, I'll be able to provide a better estimate, but using a tool called the Tree Equity Score, adding around 15,000 trees gets us around 1% increase.
Yeah, 1%. 1%. So we go from what, 18 to 19?
19 to 20.
19 to 20? Yeah, it's not good enough. I mean, if we're serious about this, like, as if we're not serious about it, then forget it. Forget it, right? I mean, I can probably tell you right now, I'm not in favor of a 0.2 mil increase for 5 years so that we can go from 19% to 20% tree canopy. I mean, every bit helps, but come on, that's not addressing the problem. The problem is a 100-year problem. So we need to do this every year. We need to do, you know, we need to plant 4,000 or 5,000 trees every year for 50 years. And we have to think of it as a 50-year problem, you know? So that's to me, I think, the more appropriate way of looking at it. And I think, you know, hopefully, as Jeff said, that if they're planted properly and they're cared for properly, they're not going to impact the sidewalks. But I just know that residents are going to say, you know, you're forcing me, you're increasing my taxes, I'm paying, you know, through my taxes for this tree, the tree's going to destroy my sidewalk, and then I'm going to pay for the sidewalk out of my own pocket. So I think there should be some consideration given to tying those two things together. And I think that, you know, there were good points made here about the, you know, that we're using tax dollars. Nobody thinks twice about tax dollars for other critical infrastructure. Trees are critical infrastructure. Trees can have calming effect on traffic. They obviously have a cooling effect. We are developing a lot, which I'm proud of, and as everybody knows, I'm a supporter of, but it does have a negative impact on our environment. So I think that we should get very serious about this and think about a long-term solution to the tree canopy problem. It's going to take this council and the next council and the next council after that. When the 7 of us are gone, and then the 7 new people are gone, and then the 7 new people are gone, we should still be thinking about trees. And so I would challenge this council to get very serious about it and start this process now, that we can make a difference here and we can get to that 40% number, but we have to do things right now that are going to benefit people that haven't even been born yet. You know, so we should be thinking that way. We should be thinking that way. So I hope that we can have this discussion in more detail. When a proposal, I'm not saying, hey, just scrap the whole proposal, but I think honestly that if we're going to be doing something, we should really seriously be thinking about, you know, how do we do this long term? And look, I think we let the residents and voters decide. And I think they would make the right choice here. I think they would. I really do. So this is a very small amount. You know, if we're talking about $20 or $25 a year, you know, I think that that's something that most people would say is a benefit to them. All right, I will open it up to anybody else, but, I would say we don't need to go tit for tat, okay? Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to commend you for what you just said. I think it really hits the nail on the head. And the one point I was going to make that I forgot to make earlier was, we need to start new right now. Because if we always go back and we say, well, this person had to pay for new sidewalk and this person didn't, or this person paid for a tree and this person didn't, and we're never going to change anything. We're just going to say that we just got to keep it the way it is, because it's, I paid, so you should have to pay. It's the same argument about student loan forgiveness. I had to have it tough, so you should not have it tough. It's such a silly argument. If we intend to make our city better, we have to say that we're going to change how we fund these things, and we're going to start now. So it is what it is. What happened in the past, we can't change it. We only can change it moving forward. And I just think that that is one of the most important things. And I would also say, trees, sidewalk, pathways. I mean, we are lucky enough to use ARPA funds to fund a lot of our new paths. Maybe this ordinance should take into account some of that. A further expansion of our pathways in general, not just sidewalk, but pathways. Because every time I talk to residents who have a chance to use some of these new trail spurs and trails, they tell me how much they love it, how they're using it all the time now, and how it's a respite from, having to dodge cars and things like that. And we have a full-on study coming about how to traffic calming, pedestrian safety study going. And I think all these things are connected. The trees, the sidewalk, the pedestrian safety, the trail. So I would agree with the mayor that we really should challenge ourselves to think big about what we can do with 2040, because it's here. On one more note, the problem with what transpired around Fillmore Elementary is that they are a public agency. I can't make another public agency do anything, but they are answerable to the voters just like I am. So if the voters didn't like what happened, they can make a decision. If they're cool with it, they're cool with it. But I'm also not going to have someone lie to me, lie to us, and then not call them out. And I think that Warren Consolidated Schools did that. Maybe you disagree. That's your call. But I have a right to my opinion, and it's very frustrating. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, anyone else? Any final comments? All right. We'll close that portion. Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Thank you to all the staff, the directors, employees who participated today, gave presentations, and who participated in preparing these reports and everything that went into it. It is a meeting I think we all look forward to. It was very productive today. I want to thank thank Identity for their presentation, Becky Davenport for her presentation, Peter Kageyama for his comments. I thought today was really great. So at this point, I am going to close this portion of the agenda, and we will go on to communications from citizens. So today, you can talk about any item not on the agenda, and I guess since we didn't really have citizen comment, you can talk about agenda items as well. So is there anyone who'd like to speak tonight? Okay, I'll take one of you, whoever wants to go first. So come up to the podium. So even though we're in a different room here, it's a little awkward because you're not looking right at us. But the camera will get you and we can hear you. You still have 4 minutes. After 3 minutes, the yellow light should come on. It's
on.
Okay.
It's on.
And so after 3 minutes, the yellow light will come on. After 4 minutes, the red light will come on. I just ask that, you don't have to stop immediately when the red light comes on, but if you could wrap up your thoughts in 5 or 10 seconds, that would be appreciated, so everyone can have an opportunity to speak.
Thank you,
Floor is
Mayor.
yours, sir.
My name is Saeed Mohsen. I want to start by making a comment on creating the Sterling Heights narrative, the promotion campaign presented earlier. As a real estate broker, having helped over 1,000 families with real estate transactions and moving, we do a lot of research on consumer behavior, on how they go about moving and what do they do. So what we have seen over the past 11 years is that Consumers today are doing a lot more research online before they even get in touch with a realtor. So we are doing more and more, putting out content digitally, highlighting what it's like to move to different cities in Michigan. As part of that initiative, we just started about 2 weeks ago, a YouTube channel highlighting what it's like moving in Michigan. And you can look up the channel. The channel's named Moving in Michigan on YouTube. Since starting the channel, we have uploaded 5 videos in 2 weeks, and so far we have had 35 new subscribers and over 8 hours of watch time on our channel. That tells us that consumers are looking for content like that. And also, Mayor, I also have sent you an email asking if we can virtually conduct an interview with you talking about why people should consider Sterling Heights as their city. So I do see this as a positive campaign, and I do agree with Deanna here, she's also a broker, that we need to partner with realtors and brokers who are on the same mission as the city to highlight the city in a positive light. And I would love to be part of such initiative if that's possible as a resident of the city. Now, I want to say why I'm here, really. I stand before you today, just not as a concerned citizen, but also a voice, that for those who are not able to be here, we have come together, discuss. We came in the last meeting too, to ask the city to adopt a ceasefire resolution for Palestine. And I understand that this issue might not be, or might seem like it's distant and complex, but it is of vital importance that we address it with the seriousness it deserves. Firstly, I wish to express my disappointment in Council's response to the numerous emails you have received by your constituents. These messages represent the voices and concerns of the people you serve, and they deserve to be acknowledged and addressed. Our request to you is not to solve this crisis single-handedly. What we ask for the council is to adopt a ceasefire resolution. Such a resolution would send a powerful message and add pressure to our government to reconsider their role in this conflict. It is a step forward for the city, especially representing us and our concerns of your constituents, many of whom are deeply affected by these events. There are people in your city who are, losing sleep and their sense of peace over what's happening in Palestine. These individuals, some of whom who have never spoken in public, but gathered their courage to come forward and speak to you in your last meeting. So they are looking to you for representation and support. In conclusion, I urge you not only consider this as a request to adopt a ceasefire resolution, but also to engage with your constituents who are reaching out to you to respond to their emails. Your action or inaction on this matter will resonate deeply in our community. So please don't, leave us to feel unheard, unrepresented, or stranded. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You want to go next? And I'll get you next.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Hassan Khan, and this is my second time in the Sterling Heights City Council meeting. While I was enjoying the tree canopy plan, I have a mixed vibe on that one. I understand, Mayor, your plan is like, okay, this is a future plan for 50 years, 100 years, okay, for the next generation. My question to that is like, it's great, but question is like, it's my property. When you're forcing me to have a tree and you're showing me like $20 a year, I don't feel like the $20. I feel like I have to reg. That's Mr. Kuzowski was here, he was saying. But on top, what about the sprinkler system? What about the gutter things? What about the cleanup other things? Those things coming up. On top, when you're cutting those trees or trimming those trees, all your tree department, then it's a more extra cost. And where did that money come from? You're gonna raise the property tax again. So it's not only $20, there's a hidden cost also behind it. So I would suggest, like other city members, just please look into it, like if the money can be funded from other places rather than the people. That is one thing. Second thing I was saying, like, the first time when I came over here, we came with a request from other people, along with other people, was the city to produce a resolution. We are talking today, you guys over here, 6 hours today, doing the strategic plan for 2024 with $1 million. I would hear all the numbers, like all are millions, there was no thousands. How much does the city cost to pass or to initiate this resolution? How many hours you need, or how much money you need? If it doesn't cost you that much, or if it doesn't bother that much, I would suggest, like, please think about it. People are distressed, and people are looking at you, people are looking for answers. And I hope that city initiates something, so discuss with the people, or initiate a resolution, or tell us how to do it when it will be a good time. We will be keep coming, we will be keep asking you. I just don't want to see my leaders having a poker face and saying me, thank you for coming. Thank you for having me over here.
Can I go to? I'll get you next.
Hello, my name is Ronald Himmler. I had a few comments to make. I'm glad that you're planning for the future, as far as city government and things like that, about trees and a variety of other things. Thank you for doing that. If the only thing you ever did was the stuff you're required by law to do, we would have, as I mentioned to one of you, 1953 Soviet Union style city. Functional, but great for robots. So thank you for doing the planning. I gave a list to the mayor of my ideas of some things you could do, specific things, and he can probably pass that along to you. I was thinking when the other lady here was talking about planting more trees, they're redoing Mound. Maybe some trees could go on top of all those lumps that they're putting down the median. And maybe we could put some trees in the, what do you call them, the drains that are like between 15 mile and 16 miles that go east and west, where it would be nice to have a bicycle path. Some trees in the bottom of that thing could be more water tolerant, and the trees up on the edge could be more liking dry land. The other thing regarding the electric vehicles, much of my career was spent working on batteries for electric vehicles and hybrid cars, so I have some familiarity with that. You'd probably be better off with a hybrid rather than a pure electric for better range and durability for the purposes that the city would use. Other people may be different, but for the city, it would be better if you have a hybrid. Studied that. And the batteries I worked with should go 15 years, and it's not like you go for those years and it dies. It goes over pretty good for 15 years, and it slowly tapers off. The first hybrid I bought, still in service, working very nicely after 16 years. My niece has that. Okay, and the other thing is, on the list of things that I gave to the mayor, we could have some additional bike paths. Probably they're fairly inexpensive in the Dodge Park area, because there's a lot of space where, excuse me, there's a lot of space where we could do that. And people use that a lot. So an extra bike path, especially if it's a little bit wider than the existing one, would be really nice. Okay, I think that covers what I have. The things that I gave you, you could pass along to the other folks.
I will.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Joseph Kundrick, and I've lived in Sterling Heights. Actually, I was raised here in Sterling Heights, and I've lived here for 2 decades already. I actually live at Chainer Towers, and I do drive an electric vehicle. I've been driving one for 3 years now. So my big issue is charging these electric vehicles, and for me, I have to drive all the way out to Warren or Rochester Hills or Clinton Township in order to charge my vehicle, because there are no public charging stations that fast charge in Sterling Heights. So having one at the apartment building at Chainer Towers is a big benefit for a lot of people. And as more people drive EVs or hybrids, they're going to want to charge their cars where they live, instead of going to these public charging stations where a lot of them are broken down, you know. And I think that's a big benefit for everybody. It would be a benefit for me, and I've been pushing for it for a long time. And when it comes to the whole thing in the Middle East, the whole war, I support a ceasefire because it's not a political issue. It's a humanitarian issue, okay? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else like to speak under this portion? Mr. Orchada?
Good evening, Council. Thank you to all the city staff for the presentation today. I really appreciated it. I'm going to keep my thoughts short just because we've all been here a long time. I think that the trees and the sidewalks idea is a brilliant one. I think that Mr. Bohorsky said it best in calling for council to act boldly. I've had conversations with some of you, and we've had meetings in the past asking, how do we get more young people here in the city? And I can say with much certainty that incrementalism isn't the way. It's taking bold action. It's creating a space that young people want to move to. Having tree cover is something that's valuable, and doing all sorts of policies that bring young people into this space. Having affordable housing. It took me 18 months of searching to find a place that I could afford to buy and stay in Sterling Heights, and I've lived here my entire life. 18 months. And I'm proud that I succeeded, but it's not a reasonable number. It's not a feasible number for most people to have to search that long just to stay in the town that they love. And I want to work with you to make that better, and we need to have mixed-use properties. We need to have affordable housing. We need to have varieties of options to adapt to different styles, new evolving forms of families as they're growing in our society. I want to leave you with a quote that when I went through catechism, it was something that I meditated on, and I think that many of us have heard it in our homilies and such. That blessed is he who plants trees under whose shade he will never sit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? You? Yep, you can come up.
Got it. Hello, everyone. My name is Muhammad Noor, and I'm 12 years old. I'm here because I really care about what's going on in Gaza. It's not good. Kids there are scared and losing their families. They just want to feel safe like we do. Imagine if you couldn't play outside because you were scared of bombs. That's what they're going through. It's not right. Kids everywhere should be able to have fun without being scared. Even though we're just kids, we can help America. We can help. America can stop the fighting by supporting a ceasefire in Gaza. Every bomb takes away someone's childhood or family members. We have to stop that. Let's pass the ceasefire for Gaza and give those kids a chance to be safe. Let's show them we care, even if we're far away. Thanks for letting me talk.
Great job. Welcome.
Good job.
Anyone else under communications?
Very good job.
Dear esteemed mayor and council members, I'm a little unprepared. I wasn't sure if I could make it tonight or not. I left my 3 kids at home. My husband, who was just told today that that his Achilles tendon is torn and that he needs surgery. I left a half-cooked salmon in my oven, and I left the rice in the pot. I also left with my husband's mom pleading with me not to go, that me being here will not change a thing. With that argument, I reminded myself of the story of the man who stood outside the White House with a single candle each night during the Vietnam War. When asked if he thought his solitary protest would bring change, he replied, "I don't do this to change them. I do it so they don't change me." His resolve was to maintain his humanity amidst a world often indifferent to it. So here I am in front of you a second time pleading for this ceasefire resolution, the bare minimum that we should be demanding right now. As fellow citizens of this vibrant and diverse community, we have a unique opportunity to promote compassion and understanding by supporting a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Palestine. Our local community thrives on the principles of unity and inclusivity, and it is essential that we extend these values beyond our city limits, especially when confronted with global conflicts that impact us all. In February of 2022, Mayor Michael Taylor had joined fellow mayors across the country in condemning the invasion of Ukraine and offering his support for Ukrainian citizens, demonstrating our city's commitment to standing against aggression and in support of peace. It is in this spirit that I call upon each of you to join us in advancing for a ceasefire in Palestine, as it aligns with our shared values and our dedication to promoting peace and understanding. The ongoing conflict in Palestine echoes across the globe, leaving a trail of suffering and devastation in its wake. As we witness the heart-wrenching images of families displaced and lives shattered, we cannot ignore the human toll of this crisis. Moreover, this issue hits close to home as well, as BAE Systems, a major local employer, supplies weaponry to Israel, directly tying our community to this conflict. This company that is exactly 9 minutes away from where we are right now is supplying the Israeli military with a wide variety of weapons, including components for compact aircrafts, munitions, missile launching kits, and armored vehicles. These weapons are even sometimes gifted to Israel through the U.S. government's foreign military financing program. Some of the destruction and tragedy that we see on our screens are a direct result of weapons manufactured right here in our backyard. Activists across the globe have repeatedly called out this company for complicity in war crimes. While Sterling Heights prides itself on being a safe community for its residents, we are also directly responsible for taking the safety away from others. In our pursuit of a world where peace and understanding prevail, it is vital that we take a firm stance against violence and advocate for a just and lasting resolution to the conflict in Palestine. This resolution we propose is not about taking sides. It's about recognizing and fulfilling human needs, the very foundation of Maslow's hierarchy, for a population whose rights have been gravely compromised. We may not be Palestinian, but as Americans, we uphold values that are the bedrock of our nation, inscribed in our Constitution. The atrocities we speak of today do not reflect the America we know. They do not align with our values. We are here to passionately state, not in our name, not in Sterling Heights' name. How can we, who cherish life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, witness such suffering and not act against oppression? We can no longer claim ignorance. The tragedy unfolds in real time across our screens. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., a time comes when silence is betrayal. So I leave you with this. How do you wish to be remembered? As bystanders to tragedy or as those who stood for liberation and justice? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who'd like to be next?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council of Sterling Heights. My name is Hafsa Rahman, and I stand before you today with a plea for humanity and peace. Our world is plagued by conflict, and nowhere is this more evident than in Gaza, where innocent lives are being shattered daily. Children and women are caught in the crossfire of political agendas, their futures stolen, their dreams crushed. As we gather here in the safety of our community, we cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of our fellow human beings across the globe. Every bomb that falls, every life lost, echoes in our hearts and reverberates through our community, reminding us that the cost of conflict knows no boundaries. It's time for us to take a stand, to raise our voices for those who have been silenced by violence. We must urge for a ceasefire resolution in Gaza, to put an end to the senseless bloodshed and bring hope to those who have known nothing but despair. But this is not just about Gaza. It's about the values we hold dear as a community. Our tax dollars are being sent abroad to fund destruction instead of building bridges of peace and prosperity at home. We have a responsibility to demand accountability for where our money goes and ensure that it's used to uplift rather than destroy. Let us be the voice of reason, the beacon of hope in a world darkened by conflict. Let us stand together in solidarity with the innocent victims of war and strive for a future where every child can grow up without fear, where every woman can walk in safety. The time for action is now, and the choice is ours to make. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else under communications?
I'll say something.
Okay.
I did not come prepared. I'm here for my daughter's basketball game. My name is Joanne Russo. I am a Christian Palestinian American. I am asking for a ceasefire. We stand in solidarity with Palestine, regardless of our religion, whether it is Christian or Muslim or Jewish. Palestine is known as the Holy Land for all religions, and we must pray for peace. and we must pray for solidarity. It's really difficult to just kind of wing it because I get a little bit emotional about it. Our churches have been bombed. Our mosques have been bombed. The images that we see of children from family members sending us videos from our homeland, it's truly heartbreaking. And I just ask that you guys open your hearts to the Palestinians and the Palestinian Americans and stand in solidarity with us and call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else under communications from citizens? Yes, sir.
Do I have to hit a button or anything? Or?
Nope, just talk.
Am I allowed to ask for responses to my questions?
You can ask, but you will not get them until potentially after, so we don't do back and forth.
I saw a petition online about the ceasefire, asking for so many signatures for it, but it didn't say anything about a process about actually getting it presented as a resolution to be voted on. So that's a question I'd like to have asked, is like, for us as citizens wanting you guys to vote on a resolution we bring, what kind of process do we have to go through? And then I'll speak on the support for the ceasefire itself. I'm a Sterling Heights resident, 25. My name's Nick. Lived here my whole life. I attended Wayne State. And at Wayne State, I met a lot of people from Dearborn, a lot of Arab Americans. A good friend of mine was Lebanese. I met a lot of Palestinians. I've known a lot of Chaldeans living in this area. To talk about the Palestine issue was very personal for them. A lot of people here, I'm sure they had family that was directly over there, and they would tell me stories about the suffering they would endure. And I can only imagine how hard it is for them now, seeing the pictures and hearing the stories, and more than that, just the abysmal response we've gotten from politicians in this country about the ceasefire. So I understand there's city councils all over the country pushing for ceasefire. It happened in Detroit, it's happening in Dearborn, it's happening in Ferndale. I understand this is a political issue too. This is an election year, and should the Sterling Heights City Council pass a resolution for a ceasefire that can build the kind of political pressure to actually make it a real issue. It's not just a symbolic issue to be addressed. This is a swing state, and if this is something that the Metro Detroit area is united on, it is an issue that can be pushed. So I would, ask to, again, get clarification on how we can bring that resolution to a vote here on the city council, and that all the city council members consider not just all the people who've come up, but all of the people who live in the Metro Detroit area who feel very, very strongly about this issue and would like to see the war end. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close that portion, and we'll move on to reports. Mr. Vanderpool, anything to report tonight?
Nothing further.
Council, any reports or new business tonight? Going once, going twice. Okay, I will just say thank you again to our staff for the presentations today. The information was very helpful, and we have a lot of great programs and projects that we're going to be considering over the next year. So there will be more discussion on pretty much all of these topics at a future meeting. I do want to again thank the members of the public who came out for the meeting tonight and shared your thoughts. Look, I will just say that I have received dozens and dozens and dozens of emails. Okay, I want to acknowledge that I've received them. I have not responded to every one of them. I typically, I can send you a canned response that says, thank you, your email has been received. It would be overwhelming to respond personally to each and every one of them. Most of the emails that I have received are not, I would say, they're not unique. A lot of them are forms that people have just sent. So we're receiving them, we're acknowledging them, we hear you, we understand you. And I guess that's where I'll leave it at again today. So thank you. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.